Welcome to Mr. Sleep Story. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and let the rhythm of my voice carry you to a faraway lands. Today's story begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deep within the heart of the countryside, far from the reach of bustling cities and noisy towns, lies a place where time seems to slow, and the air is rich with enchantment. This is the 100 Acre Wood, a land unlike any other. It is not just a forest, but a world of its own, a place where the trees hum softly in the breeze, their branches swaying in a rhythm that only they understand. The morning dew sparkles like diamonds on the grass, and the paths that wind through the woods seem to shift slightly every day, as if they too are alive and playfully guiding wanderers to unexpected adventures. The 100 Acre Wood is a kaleidoscope of colors and textures, a realm where nature's palette is at its most vibrant. The tall oak trees, their trunks wide and ancient, are draped in mossy coats that seem to whisper of centuries gone by. The birches stand gracefully, their white bark shimmering like moonlight even in the midday sun. Between the trees, patches of wildflowers bloom in bursts of yellow, blue, and violet, their petals nodding in agreement with the wind's gentle stories. The forest floor is alive, not just with the usual rustle of leaves or the scurry of tiny creatures, but with a sense of magic. Mushrooms grow in perfect circles as if planted by fairies, and the earth is soft and warm, inviting bare feet to tread upon it. Little streams crisscross through the woods, their crystal-clear waters bubbling with cheerful laughter as they cascade over pebbles and stones, creating miniature waterfalls that sparkle like tiny jewels. But what truly makes the 100 Acre Wood remarkable is its atmosphere. It feels as though the forest itself is breathing, its lungs expanding with each rustle of leaves and exhaling a sense of peace that settles over all who enter. Here, the sunlight filters through the canopy in golden beams, dappling the ground below and giving the impression that the forest is sprinkled with honey. A fitting touch for a place that houses a certain bear with a very sweet tooth. As dawn breaks, the forest comes alive with sound, a symphony orchestrated by nature herself. The birds begin their morning songs, each note cascading through the air like a melody crafted to wake the world. Bluebirds chirp cheerily from the treetops, and sparrows flit between branches, their wings beating a rhythm that matches the forest's gentle pulse. Even the wind seems to join in, rustling the leaves in harmony with the birds' chorus. In the distance, the soft croak of frogs can be heard near the marshy edges of the forest, adding a bass note to the morning's tune. Amid this natural orchestra, there is another layer of sound, quieter but equally alive. The faint padding of tiny feet, the rustle of fur against grass, and the gentle hum of voices that are distinctly not human. For the 100 Acre Wood is not just home to animals, but to a group of very special friends, each with their own unique quirks and charms. At the heart of the forest, nestled in a hollow at the base of an ancient tree, lives Winnie the Pooh, the bear of very little brain but a heart as big as the sky. His cozy home, with its Mr. Sanders sign above the door, is a reflection of Pooh himself, simple, warm, and inviting. Inside, jars of honey line the shelves, their golden contents glinting in the morning light that streams through the small round window. The faint scent of honey lingers in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest, creating a sense of comfort that can only be found here. Not far from Pooh's house, the forest opens into a small clearing where Piglet's house sits snugly beneath a towering beech tree. The little house is charmingly modest, with a red door and a tiny chimney that puffs out delicate wisps of smoke on cool mornings. Piglet himself, though small in stature, is often the first to greet the day, stepping out into the clearing with a scarf wrapped around his neck, ready to face whatever adventures may come. Deeper into the woods, the energy changes as the ground grows springier beneath your feet. Here, Tigger is likely to be found, bouncing from one tree to the next with boundless enthusiasm. The trees in this part of the forest seem to bend and sway in response to Tigger's exuberance, as if they too are caught up in his infectious energy. His laughter echoes through the trees, a sound so full of life and joy that it's impossible not to smile when you hear it. Then there's Eeyore's corner of the forest, a quieter, more somber place where the trees stand a little taller and the shadows linger a little longer. Eeyore's home, a simple stick house built with his own hooves, sits near a slow-moving stream that reflects the sky like a silver mirror. Despite the muted tones of this part of the forest, there's a beauty here too. A reminder that even in the gloomiest places, there is a certain kind of peace. As the morning unfolds, the 100 Acre Wood becomes a bustling haven of activity. Rabbit can be seen tending to his garden, his ears twitching with concentration as he carefully waters each row of carrots and lettuce. Owl, perched on a high branch, surveys the scene with a wise, if slightly pompous, air, ready to dispense advice or a story at a moment's notice. The forest hums with life, each creature contributing to the gentle rhythm of the day. But there is something more to the 100 Acre Wood, something that cannot be seen or heard but only felt. It is a sense of wonder, a quiet magic that lingers in every corner. It's in the way the leaves seem to dance in time with the wind, in the way the sunlight feels warmer here than anywhere else, and in the way the forest always seems to know exactly what its inhabitants need. It's a place where friendships are as natural as the trees themselves, where every day holds the promise of adventure, and where even the simplest moments are infused with a touch of magic. The 100 Acre Wood is not just a setting. It is a character in its own right, a living, breathing testament to the beauty of simplicity, the power of imagination, and the joy of friendship. It is here, in this enchanted forest, that our story begins. Winnie the Pooh and his endless hunt for honey. The morning light poured over the 100 Acre Wood, bathing the trees and meadows in a golden hue. In a cozy little hollow at the base of a great oak tree, Winnie the Pooh was stirring from his slumber. As he stretched his paws and let out a contented yawn, the familiar rumble of his stomach echoed through the room. "Honey," Pooh muttered to himself, patting his round belly. "It's most definitely a time for something sweet." Pooh's home was a warm and inviting space, perfectly reflecting its inhabitant. The walls were lined with shelves, and on those shelves sat an impressive collection of honey jars, their golden contents glinting in the soft light streaming through the round window. Each jar bore signs of love and use: sticky lids, faint fingerprints, and labels that had long since faded. However, as Pooh's eyes scanned the room, a troubling realization dawned upon him. The shelves were nearly empty. "Oh, bother," Pooh sighed, tapping his head with a paw. "I seem to have eaten all the honey again, and now my tummy feels as empty as my shelves." Determined to rectify this grievous situation, Pooh grabbed his trusty red scarf, tied it snugly around his neck, and stepped outside. The morning air was crisp and sweet, carrying with it the faint scent of flowers and the distant hum of bees. Pooh sniffed the air thoughtfully. "Bees mean honey," he said aloud, as though reminding himself of this fundamental truth. "And where there's honey, there's a very happy Pooh Bear." Pooh ambled through the forest, his steps slow and deliberate, his nose raised to catch the faintest whiff of honey. Along the way, he hummed a little tune, a cheerful melody that seemed to bounce along with him. "I'm just a bear with a need. For golden honey my tummy does plead. With bees as my guides, I'll follow their hum, and soon my jar will be full to the brim yum-yum." The song had barely ended when Pooh's ears perked up. A low, melodic hum was floating through the air, coming from a patch of flowers not far away. With a twinkle in his eye and a renewed sense of purpose, Pooh hurried toward the sound. The source of the hum was a tall tree with a honeybee hive hanging from one of its branches. The bees were busily buzzing around their home, their tiny wings glinting in the sunlight. Pooh stood at the base of the tree, craning his neck to get a better look. "Ah, there it is," Pooh murmured, licking his lips. "A pot of gold, guarded by my dear little friends. Hello, bees. It's your good friend Pooh Bear down here. I was wondering if you might share just a smidgen of your delicious honey." The bees, however, were far too busy to answer. Pooh took this as a sign to proceed with his plan. He studied the tree, its trunk tall and sturdy, and began climbing. His paws gripped the bark, and though the climb was slow and clumsy, Pooh's determination never wavered. Up and up he went, pausing only to hum a little tune to keep his spirits high. But as Pooh reached for the hive, a bee landed squarely on his nose, its tiny face peering at him curiously. "Oh, hello there," Pooh said, crossing his eyes to look at the bee. "I'm just here to borrow a bit of honey. I promise I'll leave enough for you." The bee, however, had other ideas. It buzzed angrily and flew back into the hive, and moments later a small swarm emerged. Pooh's eyes widened as the bees formed a protective circle around their precious honey. "Oh, bother," Pooh muttered. "It seems I've upset them." What followed was a rather frantic descent. Pooh scrambled down the tree as the bees gave chase, their buzzing growing louder and more determined. Reaching the ground, Pooh began running, his little legs moving as fast as they could carry him. He darted through bushes and leapt over logs, all the while muttering, "Oh, bother! Oh, bother!" Finally, he dove into a thicket, pressing himself against the ground and covering his head with his paws. The bees hovered for a moment, as if considering whether to continue the chase, but eventually they buzzed back toward their hive. When the coast was clear, Pooh peeked out from his hiding spot. His fur was disheveled, and he had a few leaves stuck to his ears, but his spirits remained remarkably unbroken. "Well, that didn't go quite as planned," Pooh said, brushing himself off. "But a bear mustn't give up. Where there's a will and a rumbling tummy, there's always a way." As Pooh pondered his next move, he remembered his clever friend Rabbit. If anyone knew where to find honey, it would be Rabbit. With this thought, Pooh set off toward Rabbit's house, his steps a little slower, but his resolve unwavering. Rabbit's house was a neat and orderly burrow nestled at the edge of the forest. The garden out front was a masterpiece of organization, with rows of carrots, lettuce, and other vegetables standing in perfect formation. Rabbit was in the garden, watering his plants with a focus that suggested he was performing a task of great importance. "Good morning, Rabbit," Pooh called, waddling up the path. Rabbit looked up, his ears twitching. "Good morning, Pooh. What brings you here so early?" Pooh scratched his head thoughtfully. "Well, Rabbit, I was wondering if you might have seen any bees around lately. You see, my honey jars are quite empty, and my tummy is most insistent that I do something about it." Rabbit sighed, setting down his watering can. "Pooh, you and honey. It's always the same with you, isn't it? I don't have honey, but I might know someone who does." Pooh's eyes lit up. "Really? Who?" "There's a hollow tree near the meadow where bees are often buzzing," Rabbit said. "But if you're planning to raid their hive again, I'd advise against it. Bees don't take kindly to uninvited guests." Pooh nodded solemnly. "Yes, I learned that this morning. But thank you, Rabbit. I'll try my luck with this hollow tree." With renewed hope, Pooh made his way to the meadow. The tree Rabbit had mentioned was easy to spot. It was large and gnarled, with a hollow at its center that seemed to glow faintly in the sunlight. Sure enough, a gentle hum was coming from the tree, and the scent of honey wafted through the air. This time, Pooh decided to approach with a bit more caution. He sat down at the base of the tree, looking up at the hive thoughtfully. "Dear bees," Pooh said, addressing the hive, "I understand that honey is very precious to you, and I wouldn't dream of taking it all. But perhaps, just perhaps, you might consider sharing a small drop with a hungry bear." Pooh waited, but the bees gave no reply. Determined, he began to climb the tree, humming a soft tune to himself as he went. When he reached the hive, he peered inside and saw the glistening honeycomb, its golden liquid shimmering like treasure. "Oh, how lovely," Pooh whispered, reaching for the honey. This time, Pooh managed to scoop out a pawful of honey before the bees noticed. As they began to buzz around him, Pooh quickly slid down the tree, clutching his prize. Once he reached the ground, he dashed to a nearby bush, where he sat down to enjoy his hard-earned reward. The honey was everything Pooh had hoped for. Sweet, sticky, and utterly delightful. As he licked his paws clean, his tummy gave a happy gurgle. "Ah," Pooh said with a contented sigh. "There's nothing quite like honey on a fine morning." Though his adventure had been fraught with challenges, Pooh felt a sense of satisfaction. The bees might not have been eager to share, but he had managed to outwit them in his own gentle way. And as he sat beneath the tree, surrounded by the beauty of the 100-acre wood, Pooh felt that all was right with the world. Still, as the last drop of honey disappeared from his paw, Pooh's mind began to wander. Where would he find his next jar? Perhaps his friend Christopher Robin might have an idea. Or maybe Piglet would join him on another honey-hunting adventure. Whatever the case, Pooh was certain of one thing. As long as there was honey in the world, there would always be adventures for a bear of very little brain. Piglet's Brave Adventure. In the 100-acre wood, bravery comes in all shapes and sizes, but perhaps none is as heartwarming as that which belongs to the smallest creature of them all, Piglet. With his soft pink hue, a scarf perpetually wrapped around his tiny neck, and a heart that always yearned to be courageous. Piglet was a gentle soul who often surprised himself with his quiet strength. It all began on a crisp autumn morning, when Piglet woke to find his little house bathed in the golden light of the rising sun. The leaves outside had turned shades of amber and crimson, and a gentle breeze carried with it the scent of earth and the rustle of falling foliage. Piglet's house, nestled beneath a great beech tree, felt cozy and safe. Yet, as he stood by the window sipping his morning cup of chamomile tea, Piglet noticed something unusual. A strange glowing spot had appeared deep in the woods, far beyond the comforting familiarity of his home. "Oh, dear," Piglet murmured, clutching his mug tightly. "What could that possibly be? It looks rather spooky." The glowing spot shimmered faintly, as if it were alive, and seemed to beckon anyone brave enough to investigate. Piglet, being a very small animal, had always been wary of things that glowed unexpectedly. But as he stared at the mysterious light, a tiny spark of determination flickered within him. "Perhaps it's just a friendly sort of glow," Piglet said aloud, though his voice trembled. "And if it's not, well, someone should still find out what it is. After all, the 100 Acre Wood is our home, and we must keep it safe." Piglet spent the next hour preparing for his adventure. He tied his scarf extra snug around his neck, slipped on his little boots, and packed a small satchel with essentials: a lantern, a biscuit for bravery, and a tiny notebook in case he needed to record any important observations. With his preparations complete, Piglet stood at the edge of his clearing and took a deep breath. "All right, Piglet," he whispered to himself. "You can do this. You are a very brave Piglet." The forest seemed different as Piglet ventured deeper into its heart. The cheerful chirping of birds grew quieter, replaced by the occasional rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind through the trees. Shadows danced across the path, and the air carried a faint chill that made Piglet pull his scarf a little tighter. As he walked, Piglet tried to distract himself by humming a tune. It was a soft, uncertain sort of melody, but it kept his spirits from sinking too low. However, the closer he got to the glowing spot, the more his nerves began to fray. "Perhaps I should go back," Piglet thought, pausing to look over his shoulder. But the forest behind him seemed even darker than the path ahead. Besides, he had come this far, and turning back now would mean facing the disappointment of his friends if he returned without answers. Just as Piglet was about to gather his courage and press on, a voice called out from above. "Hello there, Piglet," said Owl, swooping down from a nearby tree. "What brings you to this part of the woods on such a fine morning?" Piglet nearly dropped his satchel in surprise. Oh, Owl, you startled me. I was investigating something." Owl perched on a low branch, his feathers ruffling as he gave Piglet a curious look. "Investigating? My dear Piglet, what could possibly require investigating in our peaceful 100 Acre Wood?" Piglet hesitated, then pointed a trembling hoof toward the direction of the glow. "There's a strange light over there, Owl. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't feel normal." Owl tilted his head, considering this information. "Ah, a mystery. How fascinating. It could be many things. A firefly congregation, a rare natural phenomenon, or perhaps something entirely new. You are very wise to investigate, Piglet." Piglet blushed at the compliment, though he wasn't sure he entirely deserved it. Would you like to come with me, Owl? It might be less frightening with two of us." Owl, however, was already spreading his wings. "I would love to, my dear Piglet, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Very important matters involving the proper arrangement of my feather collection. But do let me know what you discover. Ta-ta." With that, Owl soared into the sky, leaving Piglet feeling both encouraged and a little more alone. Still, Owl's words had given him a tiny boost of confidence, and Piglet pressed on. The glowing spot grew brighter as he approached, casting an otherworldly light on the surrounding trees. Piglet's heart pounded in his chest, and he could feel his hooves trembling with every step. When he finally reached the source of the glow, he gasped. Before him was a clearing unlike any other he had seen. The grass was a luminous shade of green, glowing faintly as if lit from within. In the center of the clearing stood a tree with silvery bark and golden leaves that shimmered like starlight. The tree's branches stretched toward the sky, and at its base was a pool of water so clear and still that it looked like glass. Piglet approached cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. What is this place?" he whispered. As he stepped closer, the tree seemed to hum softly, a soothing sound that calmed Piglet's racing heart. He noticed tiny creatures fluttering around the tree, delicate, glowing beings that looked like a cross between fireflies and fairies. They moved gracefully, their light flickering in time with the tree's hum. Piglet sat down on the edge of the pool, his fear replaced by awe. "It's beautiful," he said, pulling out his notebook to jot down what he saw. A glowing tree, tiny creatures, and, oh my, the water. For as Piglet looked into the pool, he realized it wasn't just clear. It reflected not his own image, but scenes from the 100 Acre Wood. He saw Rabbit tending to his garden, Pooh climbing a tree in search of honey, and Tigger bouncing through the forest. The images shifted like a dream, showing moments of joy, laughter, and friendship. Piglet felt a warmth in his chest. "This must be a very special place," he said. "A place that reminds us of what's most important." As if in response, one of the glowing creatures fluttered down to Piglet, landing gently on his scarf. It was no bigger than a leaf, with tiny wings that shimmered like rainbows. The creature looked at Piglet with eyes that seemed to sparkle with kindness. "Hello," Piglet said softly. "Do you live here?" The creature made no sound but nodded once, its light pulsing gently. It then pointed toward the pool, as if encouraging Piglet to look again. When Piglet did, he saw something new, a reflection of himself, standing tall and brave in the face of fear. "Oh," Piglet whispered, his eyes filling with tears. "Is that really me?" The creature nodded again, then flew back to the tree, joining its companions in their dance around the branches. Piglet sat quietly for a while, letting the peace of the clearing wash over him. He felt stronger somehow, as if the tree had shared a bit of its magic with him. When he finally rose to leave, Piglet looked back at the clearing one last time. The tree's glow seemed to brighten for a moment, as if bidding him farewell. Piglet smiled. "Thank you," he said, his voice steady and full of gratitude. "I'll never forget this." As Piglet made his way back through the forest, he felt a new sense of confidence. He had faced his fears, discovered something extraordinary, and learned that bravery wasn't about being fearless. It was about taking small, courageous steps, even when you were scared. When he returned to his friends and told them about the glowing tree, they listened with wide eyes and eager hearts. And though some were skeptical and others amazed, they all agreed on one thing. Piglet was far braver than he had ever realized. From that day on, Piglet walked with his head held a little higher, his tiny chest puffed out just a little more. For in his heart, he knew that even the smallest creatures could do very big things. Tigger's Bouncy Expedition. The morning sun rose high over the 100-acre wood, casting warm, golden light across the meadows and glades. But for one very special resident of the forest, the day wasn't just warm. It was bursting with excitement and energy. Tigger, the bounciest, most exuberant creature in the woods, was, as always, brimming with an infectious enthusiasm that seemed to spill into every corner of the forest. Tigger's striped tail coiled like a spring beneath him as he bounded through the trees, humming a jaunty tune to himself. His laughter echoed through the air, scattering a flock of sparrows that had been resting on a nearby branch. "Ho, ho, ho! What a Tiggerific day!" he exclaimed, landing in the middle of a sunny clearing. "This is the perfect kind of day for bouncing, and maybe even an adventure." Now, to Tigger, every day was perfect for bouncing, but this morning was different. He'd overheard Owl mentioning something about a mysterious spring of eternal bounciness deep within the 100-acre wood. Owl, of course, had been talking about it as a metaphor, but Tigger had taken it quite literally. A spring that could make him even bouncier? He couldn't possibly resist. "Well, I'd better not waste any time," Tigger said, adjusting his whiskers with great determination. "An expedition like this calls for the bounciest of bounces." And with that, Tigger set off, bounding through the woods with his usual exuberance. The forest blurred past him in streaks of green and gold as he leapt over logs, bounced off tree trunks, and spun through the air with a whoop of delight. But an expedition, Tigger quickly realized, wasn't nearly as fun without company. After all, what good was finding the spring of eternal bounciness if he couldn't share it with a friend? Fortunately, as Tigger rounded a bend in the path, he spotted just the companion he needed. "Rabbit!" Tigger shouted, his voice carrying through the trees. "There you are, old pal. Just the bunny I was looking for." Rabbit, who had been carefully weeding his garden, looked up with a start. "Tigger, what are you? Oh, no, 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 don't bounce over here. Not near my carrots." But Tigger was already mid-leap, and before Rabbit could finish his sentence, Tigger landed with a triumphant bounce right in the middle of the carrot patch. Dirt and carrots flew into the air, and Rabbit stared in horror at the chaos. "Tigger!" Rabbit exclaimed, his ears twitching furiously. "Look what you've done! My beautiful garden!" "Don't worry, Rabbit," Tigger said cheerfully, brushing a bit of dirt off his stripes. "I'll help you fix it later. But right now, I need your help. We're going on an expedition." "An expedition?" Rabbit asked, crossing his arms. "What sort of expedition?" Tigger leaned in conspiratorially. "The most splendiferous kind. We're going to find the spring of eternal bounciness." Rabbit blinked. "The what?" "The spring of eternal bounciness," Tigger repeated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Owl said it's somewhere deep in the forest, and if we find it, just imagine how bouncy we'll be." "Well, mostly me, but you might get a little spring in your step, too." Rabbit sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Tigger, there's no such thing as a spring of eternal bounciness." Owl was probably just talking nonsense again. But Tigger wasn't one to let logic get in the way of a good adventure. "Come on, Rabbit. What if it's real? What if it's the bounciest place in the whole wide world? Don't you want to find out?" Rabbit opened his mouth to protest, but the sight of Tigger's hopeful, beaming face made him hesitate. As much as Tigger's antics drove him mad, there was something oddly endearing about his enthusiasm. "Oh, fine," Rabbit said with a huff, "but only because I don't trust you to go wandering around the forest alone." Who knows what kind of trouble you'll get into? Tigger let out a triumphant cheer and immediately bounced Rabbit onto his back. That's the spirit, Longears. Now, hold on tight. We've got an expedition to start. The pair set off through the forest, with the Tigger leading the way in his usual bouncing fashion, and Rabbit clinging on for dear life. As they traveled, the forest seemed to grow wilder and more mysterious. The trees grew taller and their trunks thicker, their branches forming a dense canopy overhead. The sunlight filtered through in dappled patches, casting a soft green glow over the forest floor. This part of the forest feels different, Rabbit said, glancing around nervously. Are you sure we're going the right way? Of course, I'm sure, Tigger replied confidently. A Tigger's nose always knows. Besides, can't you feel it? We're getting closer. I can practically smell the bounciness in the air. Rabbit sniffed the air skeptically, but said nothing. Tigger's boundless optimism was as unshakable as ever, and Rabbit knew better than to argue. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the path became more challenging. Thick vines stretched across the trail, and the ground grew uneven and covered in moss. But Tigger, undeterred, simply bounced over every obstacle, his stripes flashing like a blur as he zigzagged through the trees. Eventually, they came to a small clearing, and in the center of it stood a peculiar sight. A spring bubbling up from the ground. The water was clear and sparkling, and around it, the grass seemed unusually green and soft. But what caught their attention most was the way the water seemed to shimmer with a faint, golden glow. There it is, Tigger exclaimed, bouncing excitedly. The spring of eternal bounciness. I knew it was real. Rabbit, however, was more skeptical. It's just a regular spring, Tigger. It's probably got some minerals in it that make the water look funny. But Tigger wasn't listening. He hopped over to the spring and crouched down to examine it. The water bubbled gently, sending tiny ripples across its surface. Tigger reached out a paw and dipped it into the water. Ooh, it's nice and tingly, he said, wiggling his paw. I bet this stuff will make me the bounciest Tigger there ever was. Before Rabbit could stop him, Tigger leaned over the spring and took a big gulp of the sparkling water. He smacked his lips, his tail twitching in anticipation. Well? Rabbit asked warily. Do you feel any different? Tigger stood up and bounced experimentally. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but then, with a sudden whoosh, Tigger shot straight into the air, his tail propelling him higher than he'd ever bounced before. Whee! Tigger cried, his voice echoing through the forest. This is the most bounciferous thing ever. Rabbit watched in astonishment as Tigger bounced around the clearing like a living pinball, leaping over trees and doing flips in the air. For a moment, even Rabbit couldn't help but smile at the sheer joy on Tigger's face. Tigger, come back down here, Rabbit called. You're going to hurt yourself. But Tigger was too caught up in his newfound bounciness to listen. He bounced higher and higher until, with one particularly enthusiastic leap, he landed in the top of a tall tree and got his tail tangled in the branches. Oh, bother, Tigger said, dangling upside down. It seems I've bounced a little too high. Rabbit sighed and shook his head. Only you, Tigger. Only you. With Rabbit's help, Tigger eventually managed to untangle himself and climb back down to solid ground. Though he was a bit bruised and his tail was a little sore, Tigger's spirits remained as high as ever. That was the most splendiferous adventure ever, he declared, bouncing in place. "We found the spring of eternal bounciness, Rabbit, and it was amazing." Rabbit rolled his eyes but couldn't help smiling. "Well, I suppose it was memorable. But next time, let's stick to adventures that don't involve bouncing into trees." Tigger laughed and clapped Rabbit on the back. "Oh, don't worry, Long Ears. There's plenty more adventures where that came from. And the wonderful thing about Tiggers is, we're always ready for the next one." With that, Tigger bounced off into the forest, his laughter ringing through the trees. And though Rabbit grumbled about the chaos, he couldn't deny that the 100-acre wood wouldn't be nearly as exciting without Tigger's boundless energy. Eeyore's Moment in the Sun. It was a gray and cloudy morning in the 100-acre wood, the kind of day Eeyore often described as fitting. To him, gray skies weren't disappointing. They were just what he expected, and perhaps even preferred. But today, something was different. The clouds seemed to part ever so slightly, letting a faint ray of sunlight filter down through the trees. It wasn't much, but for Eeyore, it was enough to call it a good start. Eeyore lived in his usual corner of the forest, a quiet and somewhat marshy spot near a slow-moving stream. His house, a collection of sticks carefully balanced together, stood as sturdy as it could, considering it was prone to collapsing at the slightest gust of wind or misplaced hoof. Eeyore was gently rearranging a few of the sticks when he noticed the sunlight pooling on the ground nearby. "Well, isn't that something?" he said in his low, thoughtful voice. "The sun's decided to visit. Hope it doesn't get too comfortable. Wouldn't want to give anyone the wrong impression." The beam of sunlight seemed to linger on a patch of wildflowers near the stream. Eeyore tilted his head, looking at the flowers with faint curiosity. They were bright and cheerful, yellow, blue, and violet, standing out against the muted tones of his corner of the woods. It wasn't often that Eeyore paid much attention to flowers, but today something about them caught his eye. "Suppose they're doing their best," he muttered, walking over to the patch. "Growing all colorful like that, even when no one's watching. Might as well say hello." He lowered his head to sniff the flowers, and as he did, he noticed something glinting among the petals. It was small and shiny, half buried in the dirt. Eeyore squinted, trying to make out what it was. He said, nudging the object with his nose. "Looks like a piece of metal, or maybe a rock pretending to be interesting. Either way, it's not mine." Curiosity getting the better of him, Eeyore carefully dug the object out with his hoof. It turned out to be a small, intricately carved key. The metal was slightly tarnished, but still gleamed in the sunlight. Eeyore held it up, turning it over in his hoof. "Well, would you look at that?" he said. "A key. Wonder what it opens. Probably nothing important. Still, it's the most exciting thing to happen all week." Eeyore decided to take the key to his friends. After all, they might have an idea about what it was for. Besides, it wasn't every day that he found something shiny, and he figured it was worth sharing, even if no one thought much of it. As Eeyore made his way through the forest, the sun continued to peek through the clouds, casting a soft glow over the trees. It seemed to follow him, as if the forest itself was curious about what he'd found. Eeyore didn't notice, of course. He was too busy pondering what sort of lock the key might fit. When he reached Pooh's house, he found the bear sitting outside, licking honey off his paw. "Good morning, Eeyore," Pooh said cheerfully. "Or is it afternoon? I always lose track when there's honey involved." "Morning, I think," Eeyore replied. "Though it doesn't make much difference, does it?" Pooh tilted his head. "What's that you've got there?" Eeyore held up the key. "Found it in the flowers near my stream. Thought it might be important. Or not. Probably not." Pooh examined the key with great interest. "It looks like the sort of key that opens something special. Maybe a treasure chest full of honey." "Could be," Eeyore said. "Or it could open an old door to nowhere. Hard to say." Just then, Piglet appeared, carrying a tiny basket of acorns. "Oh, hello, Eeyore. Hello, Pooh. What's that?" "It's a key," Pooh said. "Eeyore found it. We think it might open something special." Piglet's eyes widened. "A key? Oh, how exciting. What if it leads to a secret place we've never seen before?" "Or a cupboard full of cobwebs," Eeyore said. "But no harm in looking, I suppose." The three friends decided to gather the others and see if anyone had an idea about the key's purpose. Soon, Tigger, Rabbit, Owl, and Kanga joined them in the clearing, each offering their own theories. "Maybe it opens the gate to the bounciest place in the world," Tigger suggested, bouncing excitedly. "Or perhaps it's a key to a very important document," Owl said, puffing out his chest. "Keys often have a scholarly purpose, you know." "I just hope it doesn't open anything near my garden," Rabbit muttered. "I don't have time for mysteries." After much discussion, the group decided to follow Eeyore back to the patch of flowers where he'd found the key. It seemed like the logical place to start, and besides, everyone was curious about the mysterious object. When they reached the spot, the sunlight was still shining on the flowers, casting a warm glow over the scene. The friends searched the area, looking for anything that might resemble a lock. At first, there was nothing unusual, just flowers, grass, and the gentle babbling of the stream. But then, Piglet noticed something. "Oh, look over here," he squeaked, pointing to a small moss-covered rock near the base of a tree. The rock had an unusual marking on it, a faint outline of a keyhole. The group gathered around, their excitement growing. "Do you think it's—" Pooh began. "Only one way to find out," Eeyore said. He stepped forward and carefully inserted the key into the keyhole. It fit perfectly. With a soft click, the rock shifted, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Inside was a small wooden box, its surface carved with intricate patterns of leaves and flowers. Eeyore lifted the box out and placed it on the ground. "Well," he said, staring at it, "looks like a box. Wonder what's inside." "Open it," Tigger urged, bouncing in place. Eeyore nodded and slowly lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft, faded fabric, was a collection of trinkets. A silver locket, a tiny glass bottle filled with what looked like stardust, and a folded piece of parchment. The friends stared in awe. "What do you suppose it all means?" Piglet asked. Owl cleared his throat. "It appears to be a collection of cherished keepsakes. Perhaps someone long ago left it here as a memory." Eeyore carefully unfolded the parchment. It was a note written in delicate, looping handwriting. It read, "To whoever finds this, these treasures are small, but they hold great meaning. May they remind you that even the smallest things can shine brightly in the right light." Eeyore stared at the note for a long moment. For the first time in a while, he felt a warmth in his chest that he couldn't quite explain. "Well," he said finally, "I suppose that's true. Even a gloomy old donkey can have his moment in the sun." The group smiled, and for a while no one said anything. They simply sat together in the clearing, the sunlight streaming down on them, and shared a quiet moment of gratitude for the small but meaningful treasures they'd found. And though Eeyore didn't say much, he couldn't help feeling that maybe, just maybe, the day wasn't so gray after all. Rabbit's Garden Dilemma. It was a bright and cheerful morning in the 100 Acre Wood, the kind of day Rabbit loved best. The sun shone warmly on his vegetable garden, which stretched out in neat, carefully tended rows. Each plant was in its proper place, the carrots standing tall and proud, the lettuces crisp and green, and the radishes gleaming like little rubies in the soil. Rabbit's garden was his pride and joy, and he ran it with the precision of a general commanding an army. He stood at the edge of his garden, watering can in hand, surveying his handiwork with satisfaction. Perfect, Rabbit muttered to himself, his whiskers twitching with pride. Absolutely perfect. Not a weed in sight, and every carrot exactly 3 inches apart, just the way it should be. He bent down to pluck a stray leaf that had blown into the carrot patch, muttering about how even the wind should respect the order of his garden. But as he straightened up, he froze. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted movement near the far edge of the garden, where the fence separated his pristine rows from the untamed forest beyond. Squinting, Rabbit saw a small, furry figure darting between the rows of lettuces. Then another, and another. Rabbit's ears shot up in alarm. "Thieves!" he cried, dropping his watering can. "Invaders! My garden is under attack!" He dashed across the garden, his feet kicking up little puffs of dirt as he went. When he reached the lettuces, he found exactly what he feared. A family of squirrels, happily munching away on his hard-earned produce. The leader of the group, a particularly plump squirrel with a bushy tail that seemed to sparkle in the sunlight, glanced up at Rabbit, a leaf of lettuce still hanging from its mouth. "Shoo! Shoo, you pests!" Rabbit yelled, waving his arms wildly. "This is not a free buffet." The squirrels, however, were unfazed. They chittered among themselves, as if discussing whether Rabbit was a genuine threat or merely an inconvenience. The plump squirrel took another bite of lettuce, clearly unbothered by Rabbit's tirade. "Oh, no you don't," Rabbit muttered, his eyes narrowing. "Not in my garden." He lunged forward, but the squirrels were quicker. They scattered in all directions, darting between rows of vegetables and leaping over the fence with an agility Rabbit could only dream of. By the time the dust settled, they were gone, leaving behind a trail of nibbled lettuce leaves and half-eaten carrots. Rabbit sank to his knees, clutching his head in despair. "My beautiful garden," he moaned. "Ruined. Those squirrels are nothing but chaos on 4 legs." As he lamented his loss, a familiar voice called out from the path. "Hello, Rabbit," said Pooh, waddling toward the garden with his usual relaxed air. "What seems to be the trouble?" Rabbit stood up, brushing dirt off his fur. "Trouble? I'll tell you what the trouble is. Squirrels. A whole family of them, raiding my garden like it's their personal pantry. Look at this mess." Pooh peered at the nibbled vegetables, tilting his head thoughtfully. "Oh, bother. That does look rather untidy. Have you tried asking them nicely to stop?" Rabbit stared at Pooh, his ears twitching with irritation. "Asking nicely? Pooh, these are squirrels we're talking about. They don't listen to reason. They just eat and scamper and ruin everything." Just then, Piglet arrived, carrying a tiny basket of acorns. "Good morning, Rabbit. Hello, Pooh." Oh my, what's happened here? Squirrels, Rabbit grumbled. That's what's happened. They've invaded my garden, and I don't know how to stop them. Piglet's eyes widened. Oh dear. Squirrels can be very persistent, can't they? Persistent? Rabbit said, throwing up his paws. They're unstoppable. But I'll stop them, all right. I just need a plan. Pooh scratched his head. A plan, you say? What sort of plan? Rabbit paced back and forth, muttering to himself. I could build a taller fence. No, they'd just climb over it. I could set traps. No, too much work. Maybe I could. Wait, that's it. He stopped suddenly, a gleam of determination in his eyes. I'll outsmart them. If those squirrels think they can outwit Rabbit, they've got another thing coming. Pooh and Piglet exchanged uncertain looks. What exactly do you mean? Piglet asked hesitantly. You'll see, Rabbit said with a sly smile. Come back tomorrow and you'll witness the brilliance of my plan. That evening, Rabbit worked tirelessly, crafting his masterpiece. He rigged up a series of clever contraptions. A spring-loaded gate that would snap shut if the squirrels tried to enter. A scarecrow with shiny, flattering pans to frighten them away. And even a line of tiny wind chimes that would jingle ominously at the slightest movement. By the time he finished, the garden looked like a cross between a fortress and a peculiar art installation. There, Rabbit said, wiping his brow. Let's see those pesky squirrels get past this. The next morning, Pooh and Piglet returned to find Rabbit standing proudly at the edge of his garden, his paws on his hips. Good morning, Rabbit called, his voice full of confidence. You're just in time to witness my victory over those little pests. Pooh and Piglet looked at the garden, their mouths slightly open in awe. Oh my, Piglet said. That's quite a lot of things. Rabbit nodded. Every trap, every contraption has been carefully designed to keep the squirrels out. It's foolproof. Just then, a rustling sound came from the trees. Rabbit's ears twitched. Here they come, he whispered. Watch and learn. The family of squirrels appeared on the fence, their little noses twitching as they surveyed the garden. The leader, the plump squirrel from before, chittered something to the others, and they began to move. At first, Rabbit's plan seemed to work. The wind chimes jingled, startling a few of the squirrels. The scarecrow clattered its pans, causing another to dart back toward the trees. But the plump squirrel remained undeterred. It carefully observed each contraption, as if calculating its weaknesses. Oh no, Piglet whispered. I think they're figuring it out. The plump squirrel gave a sharp chirp, and the others followed its lead. They leapt over the wind chimes, scurried around the scarecrow, and nimbly avoided the spring-loaded gate. Within moments, they were back in the garden, munching away happily. Rabbit's jaw dropped. Impossible, he cried. How did they... What? No! The plump squirrel paused, its cheeks full of lettuce, and gave Rabbit a look that could only be described as smug. Then it scampered back to the fence, chittered at the others, and led them away, leaving Rabbit's garden in chaos once more. Rabbit sank to the ground, defeated. I give up, he said. Those squirrels are too clever for me. Pooh and Piglet sat down beside him. Maybe, Pooh said thoughtfully, you could try sharing your garden with them. Sharing? Rabbit said, his ears drooping. Why should I share with those troublemakers? Well, Piglet said gently, it seems like they're not going to leave, no matter what you do. Maybe if you gave them a little corner of the garden, they wouldn't feel the need to take so much. Rabbit frowned, but as he looked at his friends, he realized they might have a point. The squirrels weren't trying to ruin his garden out of malice. They were just hungry, like everyone else in the 100 Acre Wood. Fine, Rabbit said with a sigh. I'll give them a small patch near the fence. But if they take more than their share, so help me. They won't, Pooh said, patting Rabbit's shoulder. You'll see. Sometimes sharing is the simplest solution. And so, Rabbit marked off a small section of his garden for the squirrels, planting some extra lettuce and carrots just for them. To his surprise, the squirrels respected the boundary, and the rest of his garden flourished once more. Maybe this isn't so bad, Rabbit admitted one morning, watching the squirrels nibble contentedly in their little corner. At least they're staying out of my carrots. And though he'd never admit it out loud, Rabbit found that sharing his garden wasn't just practical. It was strangely satisfying. After all, even in the most orderly of gardens, a little chaos could be a good thing. Owl's witty wisdom. The 100 Acre Wood was abuzz with quiet activity on this particular afternoon. Pooh was busy hunting for honey. Tigger was bouncing around in search of something fun to do, and Piglet was enjoying a small picnic by himself. But at the top of a particularly grand tree, perched in his cozy and slightly cluttered home, Owl was feeling particularly inspired. Owl fancied himself the wisest of all the inhabitants of the 100 Acre Wood, and perhaps, in many ways, he was. His bookshelf was stacked with thick tomes, though no one had ever seen him actually read them. His vocabulary was vast, albeit filled with occasional mispronunciations, and his ability to tell stories was unmatched. True, the stories often meandered like the winding streams of the forest, but to Owl that only made them better. On this day, Owl decided it was time to share his wisdom with his friends. After all, wisdom wasn't much use if it just sat in his head. He wanted to host a storytelling and advice session, one that would both entertain and educate the forest's residents. It would be, as Owl imagined it, a magnificent evening of enlightenment and erudition. With this grand plan in mind, Owl stepped out of his tree and spread his wings. He soared down to the clearing where he was sure his friends would gather if he asked them to. With a graceful swoop and a small cough to clear his throat, Owl landed in the center of the clearing where Pooh, Piglet, Rabbit, and Tigger were beginning to assemble. Even Eeyore was making his slow, deliberate way toward them, his tail swishing lazily behind him. "Attention, everyone," Owl called, puffing out his chest. "I have a most splendid announcement to make. Tonight, under the light of the moon, I shall be hosting a gathering of great significance, a storytelling session in which I will impart my most treasured wisdom." Tigger bounced over, his stripes blurring with his excitement. "Oh, storytelling. Is it gonna have bouncing stories, Owl? 'Cause bouncing stories are the best stories." Owl raised a feathered brow. "Well, Tigger, while my stories may not focus specifically on bouncing, I dare say they will contain valuable lessons that even you might appreciate." "What kind of wisdom are you going to share, Owl?" Piglet asked timidly. "Will it be about bravery? Or perhaps something about being small but important?" "Why, of course, Piglet," Owl replied. "Bravery, cleverness, the importance of listening to your elders. My tales will cover it all. You won't want to miss it." Rabbit, ever the practical one, crossed his arms. Is this going to take all night? Because I have work to do in my garden tomorrow." Owl fluffed his feathers indignantly. "Oh, Rabbit, surely you can spare an evening to expand your mind. A little wisdom might do your carrots some good." Rabbit huffed but said nothing, and the rest of the group chuckled. It was decided everyone would gather beneath the great oak tree after sunset for Owl's storytelling session. That evening, as the full moon bathed the forest in silver light, the friends gathered at the designated spot. Owl sat perched on a low branch of the oak tree, his feathers gleaming in the moonlight, giving him an almost regal appearance. In front of him, his friends settled into a semicircle on the soft grass, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. Owl cleared his throat dramatically. "Welcome, friends, to an evening of stories and wisdom. Tonight, I shall share with you 3 tales, each filled with invaluable lessons that will surely enrich your lives." Tigger clapped his paws together. "Yay, let's get bouncing into the stories." Owl nodded graciously. "Very well, let us begin." The Tale of the Clever Sparrow. Once upon a time, Owl began, his voice smooth and rhythmic, there was a sparrow who lived in a great city. Now, this sparrow was very small, but she was also very clever. One day, as she searched for food, she came upon a group of pigeons who were feasting on breadcrumbs thrown by a baker. The sparrow wanted to join in, but the pigeons were much larger and greedily chased her away. Piglet frowned. "Oh dear, that doesn't sound very fair." "Indeed," Owl agreed. But the sparrow, being clever, did not give up. She noticed that the baker threw crumbs at the same time every day, and so she began to come earlier, before the pigeons arrived. She gathered the crumbs while the street was still quiet, and before long, she had more than enough food to last her through the winter. "What's the lesson, Owl?" Pooh asked, tilting his head. "The lesson, dear Pooh, is that cleverness often trumps strength," Owl replied. "Even the smallest among us can thrive if we use our wits." Piglet nodded thoughtfully, feeling a little braver after hearing the story. The Owl and the Windstorm. For my next tale, Owl continued, I shall recount a story from my own life. Many years ago, during a terrible windstorm, I found myself clinging to a branch as the gales threatened to blow me away. The other birds had fled, but I stayed behind to protect my home. "Were you scared?" Piglet asked, his eyes wide. "Terrified," Owl admitted. "But I knew that if I let fear control me, I would lose everything. So I held on with all my might and waited for the storm to pass. When it finally did, I discovered that my determination had paid off. My home was still intact, and I had proven to myself that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the willingness to act in spite of it." Eeyore, who had been listening quietly, let out a low, thoughtful, "What do you think, Eeyore?" Rabbit asked. "Sounds about right," Eeyore said. "Not that storms bother me much. If my house blows down, I just put it back up again." Everyone chuckled, and even Eeyore managed a small smile. The Tortoise and the Hare with an Owl Twist. For my final story, Owl announced, I shall tell a tale you may already know, the story of the tortoise and the hare. But this version has a rather owlish twist. The friends leaned in, intrigued. As you know, Owl began, the hare was fast and boastful, while the tortoise was slow and steady. They agreed to race, and the hare, confident in his speed, decided to take a nap partway through. While he slept, the tortoise kept moving, one slow step at a time, until he crossed the finish line first. "We've heard that story before," Tigger said. "What's the twist?" "The twist," Owl said, raising a wing dramatically, "is that after the race, the tortoise and the hare became friends. The tortoise taught the hare patience, and the hare taught the tortoise how to enjoy a little excitement now and then. Together, they learned that life is not a race. It's a journey best shared with others." Pooh clapped his paws. "I like that version better." "So do I," Piglet agreed. "It's much nicer." As Owl finished his stories, the clearing fell silent for a moment, the friends deep in thought. The tales had been simple, but they carried truths that resonated with each of them in different ways. "Well, Owl," Rabbit said finally, "I'll admit that was time well spent." "Yeah," Tigger said, bouncing in place. "Those were some Tiggerific stories." Even Eeyore nodded. "Not bad, for a bird." Owl puffed out his chest, clearly pleased. "Thank you, my friends. I'm glad my humble tales could bring a bit of wisdom to your evening." The friends lingered under the oak tree a while longer, chatting and laughing beneath the stars. And though Owl would never say it aloud, he felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that his stories had brought them all a little closer together. For in the 100 Acre Wood, wisdom wasn't just about knowing things, it was about sharing them, and in doing so, making life just a bit more wonderful for everyone. Christopher Robin returns. The 100 Acre Wood was unusually still that morning. The sun peeked through the canopy of leaves, its golden rays dappling the forest floor with shifting patches of light. The birds sang their usual morning songs, and the brook babbled softly as it wound its way through the woods. Yet, there was a curious feeling in the air, as if the forest itself was holding its breath in anticipation of something wonderful. Winnie the Pooh sat outside his house, staring thoughtfully at an empty honey jar. His tummy rumbled faintly, and he rubbed it absent-mindedly. "Honey would be lovely right about now," Pooh murmured to himself. "But what would be even lovelier is... What was it? Oh yes, a visit from a dear friend." Pooh didn't know why he'd thought that. After all, Christopher Robin hadn't visited the 100 Acre Wood in a long time. But something about the morning felt special, and Pooh couldn't shake the idea that something extraordinary was about to happen. Just as he was about to head off in search of honey, as Pooh often did when faced with any sort of pondering, a voice called out from the edge of the clearing. "Pooh Bear!" Pooh froze. His round ears perked up, and his heart leapt with a kind of joy he hadn't felt in ages. He turned slowly, almost as if he were afraid he'd imagined the voice, and there, standing at the edge of the forest, was Christopher Robin. "Christopher Robin!" Pooh cried, dropping the empty jar and rushing over as fast as his little legs would carry him. He threw his arms around Christopher's legs, holding on tight. "It really is you. Oh, I've missed you ever so much." Christopher Robin laughed, the sound warm and familiar, and knelt down to hug Pooh properly. "I've missed you too, Pooh. It's been far too long." Pooh looked up at his friend, his eyes wide with happiness. Christopher had grown taller, and his face had a hint of the boyish mischief it always carried, but there was also a new sense of maturity about him. Yet, to Pooh, he was still the same Christopher Robin he'd always known and loved. "Where have you been?" Pooh asked, tilting his head. "We've had so many adventures, but none of them were quite the same without you." Christopher smiled wistfully. "Oh, Pooh, I've been very busy. School, growing up, and all the sorts of things that come with it. But I never stopped thinking about you and everyone here in the 100 Acre Wood." "Growing up sounds rather inconvenient," Pooh said thoughtfully. "Does it get in the way of honey time?" Christopher chuckled. "Sometimes it does, but it also teaches you to appreciate the simple things, like a quiet moment with an old friend." Just then, Piglet emerged from behind a bush, carrying a small basket of acorns. When he saw Christopher Robin, he froze, his tiny mouth falling open. Christopher Robin?" Piglet stammered. "Is it really you?" "It's me, Piglet," Christopher said, smiling warmly. "And it's so good to see you." Piglet dropped his basket and ran over, his little hooves pattering across the grass. He hugged Christopher's arm tightly, his eyes glistening with happy tears. "Oh, we've missed you so much. The forest hasn't been the same without you." One by one, the rest of their friends appeared, drawn by the sound of laughter and excitement. Tigger came bouncing through the trees, his tail springing him higher than usual. Rabbit appeared, wiping dirt off his paws, and Owl fluttered down from a nearby branch. Even Eeyore ambled over, his steps slow but steady. "Well, well," Owl said, adjusting his glasses. "Christopher Robin, this is a most delightful surprise." "About time," Eeyore added in his usual monotone. "Not that I noticed you were gone or anything." "I noticed," Tigger exclaimed, bouncing up and down. "And I missed you. So did my stripes. They've been less bouncy without you around." Christopher Robin laughed, his heart full as he looked at his friends. "I missed all of you too, and I've brought something special for us to do together." From the satchel slung over his shoulder, Christopher pulled out a folded piece of paper. He held it up, and everyone leaned in curiously. "What's that?" Rabbit asked, squinting at it. "It's a map," Christopher explained, unfolding it. "A treasure map, to be exact. I found it tucked away in an old book at home, and as soon as I saw it, I knew I had to bring it here. It looks like the treasure is hidden somewhere in the 100 Acre Wood." "A treasure!" Tigger shouted, his eyes wide. "That's the best kind of adventure." "What sort of treasure?" Piglet asked nervously. "It's not the scary kind, is it?" "No need to worry, Piglet," Christopher said reassuringly. "I think it's the kind of treasure we'll all enjoy." The map was beautifully drawn, with winding paths, familiar landmarks, and little illustrations of trees, streams, and hills. At the center of the map was an X, marked with the words, "The true treasure of the 100 Acre Wood." "Well," Owl said, puffing out his chest, "if there's a map, then this must be a serious expedition. And who better to lead such an endeavor than myself?" Rabbit frowned. "Owl, you always make things more complicated than they need to be. We just need to follow the map, step by step." "Complicated?" Owl huffed. "I'll have you know that a map is only as good as the wisdom interpreting it." While the two of them debated, Tigger bounced around excitedly. "Let's go, let's go, let's go. What are we waiting for?" Christopher Robin grinned. "All right, everyone, let's set off together. It wouldn't be an adventure without all of you." The group began their journey, with Christopher leading the way. The map guided them through parts of the forest they knew well, but it also took them to places they rarely explored. They crossed a bubbling brook, Tigger bouncing from rock to rock while Piglet clung tightly to Pooh's paw. They passed under a canopy of trees so dense it felt like twilight, even though the sun was still shining. And they climbed a small hill where Eeyore paused to rest, saying, "Don't rush. The treasure will wait." Along the way, Christopher Robin told stories about the things he'd learned and the places he'd seen since he'd last visited. His friends listened intently, though Tigger occasionally interrupted with a tale of his own bountiful adventures. After hours of walking, the group arrived at the spot marked by the X on the map, a clearing surrounded by ancient trees, their branches arching overhead like a cathedral. In the center of the clearing was a small, weathered chest half buried in the ground. "That must be it," Christopher said, his voice filled with excitement. Together, they dug out the chest, their paws, hooves, and tails working in unison. When they finally opened it, they found not gold or jewels, but something far more special, a collection of small, simple treasures. There was a jar of honey, a bundle of dried flowers, a polished stone, and a tiny wooden carving of a bear and a boy holding hands. "Oh," Pooh said softly, lifting the carving. "It's us, Christopher Robin." The note inside the chest read, "The greatest treasure is the friends who share it with you." For a moment, no one spoke. Then Piglet whispered, "That's the loveliest treasure of all." Christopher smiled and looked around at his friends. I think the map was right. The true treasure of the 100 Acre Wood has always been here. They sat together in the clearing, sharing the honey, admiring the treasures, and basking in the glow of their friendship. For Christopher Robin, it felt like coming home. And for his friends, it was a reminder that no matter how much time passed, some things, like friendship and the magic of the 100 Acre Wood, never changed. The Grand Adventure, a treasure hunt. The morning after Christopher Robin's return, the 100 Acre Wood was alive with excitement. The news of the treasure map and the mysterious X that marked its spot had spread like wildfire among the forest's residents. Everyone was eager to begin the hunt, though each had their own ideas about what the treasure might be. "I bet it's honey," Pooh said, rubbing his tummy in anticipation. "A whole chest of it, enough to last a very long time, or at least until tea." "I hope it's something sparkly," Piglet whispered, clutching his scarf. "Maybe a shiny jewel or a golden coin." "I think it's a map to an even bigger treasure," Tigger declared, bouncing around the group. "A treasure so big it'll take us a week of bouncing to find it all." "Whatever it is," Rabbit said, crossing his arms, "it's bound to be something useful, like gardening tools or seeds for the perfect carrots." Eeyore, bringing up the rear as usual, simply muttered, "Probably just a box of nothing. But if it makes everyone happy, I'll come along." The map, drawn with whimsical precision, depicted familiar landmarks of the 100 Acre Wood. There was Pooh's house, Rabbit's garden, the Heffalump Hollow, and a peculiar zigzagging path that wound through parts of the forest no one had visited in years. The treasure lay at the center of the map, marked by a bold X near a place labeled the Shimmering Clearing. Christopher Robin stood at the head of the group, holding the map. "All right, everyone, are we ready to begin?" A collective cheer, and one reluctant, "Sure, why not?" from Eeyore, rose from the group, and they set off on their grand adventure. The first challenge on the map was the zigzagging path, a narrow, winding trail that snaked through a dense part of the forest. The trees here were tall and old, their gnarled roots crisscrossing the ground like nature's obstacles. Rabbit took the lead, carefully navigating the uneven ground. "Watch your step, everyone," he warned. "We don't want any twisted ankles or tails." Tigger, however, had a different approach. "Watch this," he said, springing onto a root and launching himself into the air. He bounced from root to root, laughing as he went. "Tigger, do be careful," Owl said, flapping along overhead. "These roots are treacherous, and one mustn't underestimate the hazards of—" "Oh!" Owl's warning was cut short as he miscalculated a landing and found himself tangled in a low-hanging branch. "Don't worry, Owl," Tigger called, bouncing back to help. "I'll get you down in no time." After a bit of tugging and much indignant hooting, Owl was freed, and the group continued on. Despite the challenges, they managed to make it through the zigzagging path without further incident. The next landmark on the map was the Whispering Meadow, a wide, open field where the grass swayed gently in the breeze. The meadow was known for its peculiar quality. When the wind blew just right, it sounded as if the grass itself was whispering secrets. As the group entered the meadow, the wind picked up and the whispers began. "Did you hear that?" Piglet asked, his ears twitching nervously. It sounded like someone said, "Turn left." Or was it, "Look behind you," Rabbit added, glancing over his shoulder. "Oh, that's just the meadow," Christopher Robin explained. "It's not really saying anything. It just sounds like it." But Pooh wasn't so sure. He paused in the middle of the field, tilting his head. "I think it said something about honey," he mused. "Or maybe that was just my tummy." The whispers grew louder as they walked, but instead of scaring the group, they seemed to encourage them. The meadow, it seemed, was cheering them on. "Onward!" Tigger shouted, bouncing ahead. "The treasure's just waiting for us." The map's next stop was a place everyone was a bit wary of, the Heffalump Hollow. It was a shadowy area with strange, twisted trees and an eerie quietness. The group paused at the edge of the hollow, their excitement dimmed by the foreboding atmosphere. "Do we really have to go through there?" Piglet asked, clutching Pooh's paw tightly. "It's the quickest way," Christopher Robin said. "And besides, heffalumps aren't real, remember?" "Still feels real to me," Eeyore muttered. Despite their hesitation, the group pressed on. The hollow was dark and cool, with an occasional rustle in the underbrush that made everyone jump. "What was that?" Rabbit whispered. "Probably just a breeze," Owl said, though his voice quavered slightly. As they walked, Tigger tried to lighten the mood. "If any heffalumps do show up, I'll bounce them away. Tiggers are great heffalump bouncers, don't you know?" To everyone's relief, they made it through the hollow without encountering anything more frightening than a curious squirrel. Still, they were glad to leave the shadows behind and step into the sunlight once more. The map led them next to the crystal stream, a sparkling brook that wound its way through a grove of silver birch trees. The water was so clear that they could see smooth pebbles and darting fish beneath the surface. The stream wasn't wide, but it was too deep to wade through, so they had to find a way across. Rabbit, ever the problem solver, suggested using a fallen log as a bridge. "This log looks sturdy enough," he said, tapping it with his paw. "We'll cross one at a time, nice and steady." Pooh was the first to cross, humming a little tune to keep his balance. Piglet followed, wobbling slightly but making it across with Pooh's encouragement. Tigger, of course, decided to bounce across the log, nearly toppling Rabbit into the water in the process. "Sorry about that, Rabbit," Tigger said, grinning sheepishly. "Guess I got a little carried away." Once everyone was safely across, they paused to rest and admire the beauty of the stream. The sunlight danced on the water, and for a moment, it felt like the forest itself was celebrating their progress. Finally, the group arrived at the X on the map, the shimmering clearing. It was a breathtaking sight. The clearing was surrounded by tall trees whose leaves sparkled as if dusted with gold. In the center of the clearing was a small, moss-covered mound with a wooden chest half buried in the earth. "That must be it," Christopher Robin said, his eyes shining with excitement. Together, they worked to unearth the chest, their paws, hooves, and claws digging into the soft soil. When they finally lifted the lid, they all gasped. Inside the chest was not gold or jewels, but a collection of treasures that were far more meaningful. There was a jar of honey, which Pooh immediately sniffed with approval, a tiny acorn carved into the shape of a heart, a golden feather that shimmered in the light, and a small, folded note. Christopher Robin picked up the note and read it aloud. "To those who find this treasure, the true riches of the 100 Acre Wood are the friends who walk its paths together. This chest is but a reminder that the greatest treasures are not things, but the moments we share." For a moment, no one spoke. Then Pooh said softly, "It's just like I always thought. The best things in life are meant to be shared." Piglet nodded, wiping a tear from his eye. And this adventure was the best thing of all. The group sat together in the clearing, basking in the glow of their discovery. They shared the honey, admired the treasures, and relived the journey that had brought them there. As the sun began to set, Christopher Robin looked around at his friends and smiled. This was the best treasure hunt ever, and the best part was doing it with all of you. And so the grand adventure came to an end, but the memories of that day would stay with them forever. Reminders of the joy, laughter, and love that made the 100 Acre Wood such a special place. The real treasure. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered gently through the leaves of the 100 Acre Wood, painting the trees and grass in warm amber hues. The treasure chest lay open in the center of the shimmering clearing, its simple contents glinting softly in the fading light. Around it, Christopher Robin and his friends sat in a comfortable circle, their faces alight with satisfaction from the day's adventure. For a long moment, no one said a word. The quiet was not awkward, but peaceful. A silence filled with the kind of warmth that only comes from being surrounded by friends after a long and fulfilling journey. "I suppose," Pooh began thoughtfully, "that the treasure wasn't quite what I imagined. There's no mountain of honey, no golden spoons for scooping it, and no honeycomb as big as my house. But still, I think it's just right." Christopher Robin smiled at his bear friend, leaning back on his hands. "Do you know why, Pooh? Because treasures aren't always about gold or jewels or even honey. They're about what matters most to us." "What matters most?" Pooh asked, tilting his head. "Well, honey matters quite a lot to me. And friends matter a lot to you too," Christopher said gently. "Think about it, Pooh. Would honey taste as sweet if you didn't have anyone to share it with?" Pooh pondered this, his paw rubbing his tummy. I suppose not. Honey is much nicer when I have someone to hum with while I eat it." Piglet, who was sitting beside Pooh with his scarf wrapped tightly around his neck, nodded shyly. "I don't think I would have been brave enough to come on this adventure without all of you. I would have stayed home and worried about heffalumps." "Exactly," Christopher said. "That's the real treasure, Piglet. The moments we share, the courage we find in each other, and the happiness of being together." Eeyore, who had been lying on his side, flicked his tail lazily. "Well, if that's the treasure, I suppose it's not so bad. Still think a chest full of carrots might have been useful, though." Rabbit crossed his arms, his ears twitching. "Carrots would have been nice, but I have to admit, Christopher Robin, you're right. Even if it wasn't what I expected, this adventure reminded me that I don't always have to do everything alone." Tigger, who had been bouncing in place just to keep himself entertained, stopped mid-bounce. "Well, I don't know about all this mushy stuff, but I do know that the bounciest part of this adventure was all of us sticking together. And that's what Tiggers like best. Good company and good fun." Owl, perched on a low branch of a nearby tree, cleared his throat. "Ah, yes, a fine lesson indeed. Treasures of the heart, as they say. Quite the philosophical takeaway, if I do say so myself." "Did anyone actually say that, Owl?" Rabbit asked with a raised brow. "Well, I'm saying it now," Owl replied, puffing out his chest. "And, as the wisest among us, I believe my observation carries weight." The group chuckled, and even Rabbit allowed himself a small smile. The day's adventure had brought them together in a way that none of them could have expected. Though the chest had contained no riches in the conventional sense, its simple trinkets, an acorn, a jar of honey, a golden feather, and a note, held more meaning than gold ever could. As the light in the clearing began to dim, Christopher Robin gently closed the lid of the treasure chest and leaned against the mossy mound where it had been buried. "I think," he said softly, "that this treasure was left here by someone who loved the 100 Acre Wood as much as we do. Maybe they wanted us to remember that the best treasures aren't found in faraway places. They're right here, in the things we sometimes take for granted." Pooh nodded slowly, his round face thoughtful. "It's a bit like honey, isn't it? You don't notice how much you love it until the jar's empty." "Or like the sun on a chilly morning," Piglet added. "You don't realize how warm it is until it's gone." "Or like friends who help you rebuild your house," Eeyore said. "Not that anyone's rebuilding anything right now, but it's the thought that counts." Rabbit adjusted his ears. "Or a well-tended garden. It's not just about the vegetables. It's about the time and care you put into it." Tigger threw his paws into the air. "And bouncing. What good is bouncing if you don't have anyone to bounce with?" Christopher Robin laughed. "Exactly. That's what the 100 Acre Wood is all about. Being together, helping each other, and finding joy in the simple things." The friends sat quietly for a while, watching as the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. The forest was calm, its usual hum of life settling into a gentle rhythm. It was as if the 100 Acre Wood itself was content, knowing that its residents had rediscovered the magic that made it special. After some time, Christopher Robin stood and dusted off his hands. "Well, my friends, I think it's time we head back. The treasure's been found, and now it's time to enjoy it." "But what do we do with the chest?" Rabbit asked. "We can't just leave it here." Christopher thought for a moment, then smiled. "We'll bury it again. That way, if someone else finds the map one day, they can have their own adventure and discover the same treasure we did." "That sounds lovely," Piglet said, his voice soft. "I hope it makes them as happy as it made us." Together, they carefully buried the chest, patting the earth down gently and covering it with moss. Tigger made sure to bounce on it for good measure, declaring that his special bounce would keep it safe. The journey back through the forest was slower, but no less enjoyable. The group retraced their steps, passing the Whispering Meadow, the Crystal Stream, and even the eerie Heffalump Hollow. But this time, the forest didn't feel daunting or mysterious. It felt familiar and welcoming, as if it were smiling down on them. When they reached the clearing near Pooh's house, the moon was high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the woods. The friends gathered one last time, their faces glowing with the happiness of the day's adventure. "Well," Christopher Robin said, looking around at them, "this has been the best day I've had in a long time. Thank you, all of you, for making it so special." "Thank you for coming back, Christopher Robin," Pooh said, his voice full of warmth. "It's not every day we get to have an adventure with our very best friend." Christopher knelt down and hugged Pooh tightly. "I'll always come back, Pooh. No matter how far I go or how busy I get, the 100 Acre Wood will always be my home." As the friends said their goodbyes and headed to their respective homes, Christopher Robin lingered for a moment, standing beneath the stars with Pooh at his side. "Pooh," he said quietly, "do you think the 100 Acre Wood will always stay the same?" Pooh thought for a moment, then smiled. "Oh, Christopher Robin, the forest may change a little here and there. Trees will grow taller and paths may wander differently. But the important things, the things that make it special, will always stay the same. Because we'll always be here, together." Christopher Robin nodded, his heart full. "I think you're right, Pooh. You always are." And with that, Christopher Robin and Pooh walked back to their homes, their footsteps soft on the forest floor. The 100 Acre Wood, alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the songs of crickets, seemed to hum with contentment. For its greatest treasure wasn't buried beneath the earth. It was alive in the hearts of those who called it home. The moon hung low in the velvet sky, its silver light spilling across the vast desert sands like a ghostly tide. The dunes stretched endlessly in all directions, their soft, rippling forms shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of salt from the distant sea, and the dry, earthy aroma of ancient stone buried beneath the sands. Eleanor adjusted the strap of her leather satchel and paused to consult the worn map in her hands. It was old, its corners frayed and its ink faded, but it had brought her this far. If the stories were true, the ruins lay just beyond the next ridge, hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone brave or foolish enough to seek them out. Her footsteps were soft, muted by the powdery sand, yet each one seemed to echo unnaturally in the vast emptiness. The quiet was not a peaceful one. It was the kind of silence that carried weight, as though the desert itself were holding its breath, watching, waiting. A faint breeze stirred, and with it came the sound. Eleanor froze, her heart skipping a beat. It wasn't the ordinary whistle of wind cutting through the dunes. This sound was different, like the faintest whisper, words half-formed and fleeting, just beyond the edge of comprehension. She turned her head, searching for the source, but found only the undisturbed desert stretching out under the night sky. She pressed on, her pace quickening despite the nagging unease that had settled in her chest. The maps, cryptic symbols, and handwritten notes swirled in her mind, fragments of long-forgotten knowledge passed down in secret. They spoke of a place where time stood still, where the great library of Alexandria had retreated after its fall, hidden away to protect its treasures from the ravages of history. Most dismissed it as a myth, a fanciful tale for dreamers and treasure hunters. But Eleanor believed. She had spent her life chasing forgotten histories, piecing together fragments of stories lost to time. If even a fraction of the legends were true, what lay ahead could change everything. As she climbed the ridge, the stars above seemed to brighten, their light sharp and cold. The wind picked up again, carrying with it a stronger whisper, insistent now, like a voice calling her name. Her pulse quickened. She crested the ridge and stopped, her breath catching in her throat. Before her, nestled in the hollow of the dunes, lay a sunken ruin. The structure was almost entirely buried, only its uppermost arches and crumbling spires visible above the shifting sands. Ancient carvings adorned the exposed stone, their patterns intricate and hypnotic, as if alive with some forgotten language. The whispers grew louder, threading through her thoughts like a melody just out of reach. She descended cautiously, her boots crunching softly against the ground. The closer she drew, the more the air seemed to thrum with an energy she could feel in her bones. It wasn't frightening, not exactly. It was a strange blend of awe and unease, as if the ruin itself were aware of her presence, as if it had been waiting. She reached the entrance, a yawning archway carved with symbols that glowed faintly under the moonlight. For a moment, she hesitated. The whispers had stopped, replaced by a heavy, expectant silence. The air was cool, almost damp, and carried the faintest scent of aged parchment. Eleanor placed her hand on the stone frame of the archway, its surface rough and cool beneath her fingers. She closed her eyes, steadying herself. When she stepped inside, the desert seemed to exhale, and the whispers began again, softer this time, drawing her into the shadows. She disappeared into the depths, leaving behind only her footprints, quickly swallowed by the restless sands. The darkness inside the ruin was profound, a heavy, almost tactile presence that seemed to press against Eleanor's skin. As she took her first cautious steps forward, the moonlight from the entrance behind her began to fade, swallowed by the ancient structure. She paused and lit the small oil lantern she carried, its warm, flickering light pushing back the shadows just enough to reveal her immediate surroundings. The walls were made of smooth stone, etched with elaborate patterns and symbols that appeared to shimmer faintly, as if imbued with a life of their own. The air was cool and thick with the scent of earth, and something else she couldn't place, something ancient and dry, like the breath of time itself. Eleanor moved deeper into the passage, the sound of her footsteps unnaturally loud in the confined space. The walls on either side were adorned with carvings, their shapes intricate and strange, depicting scenes of scholars gathered around massive tomes and diagrams of stars and celestial movements. She traced a finger along the carvings, feeling the grooves under her touch, her mind racing with questions. How had such craftsmanship endured the ravages of time? And who had created it? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. This place wasn't merely a ruin. It was a sanctuary, a repository of knowledge that had been hidden away, perhaps deliberately, from the prying eyes of the world. The corridor sloped downward, the stone underfoot worn smooth by countless centuries. As she descended, The faintest sound reached her ears, so soft at first that she thought she might be imagining it. It was a low hum, rhythmic and soothing, like the distant murmur of a deep river or the gentle rustling of pages being turned. The sound grew louder as she continued, wrapping around her like a lullaby, coaxing her forward. The lantern light wavered, casting flickering shadows that danced along the walls, and for a moment, Eleanor could swear the carvings themselves were shifting, their figures moving just beyond her ability to focus. The corridor eventually opened into a vast chamber, its scale staggering in its grandeur. Eleanor stopped in her tracks, her breath catching as she took it all in. The ceiling soared high above her, lost in shadow, supported by massive stone pillars that seemed to stretch endlessly. Between the pillars, shelves upon shelves of books rose like monolithic towers, their edges gilded and glowing faintly in the lantern light. The room was impossibly large, far larger than the structure could logically allow, and Eleanor felt a peculiar disorientation, as though she had stepped outside the boundaries of the physical world. It was as if the space itself existed in defiance of time and reason. She took a tentative step forward, the sound of her movement swallowed by the vastness around her. The bookshelves were not ordinary. They seemed alive, humming softly as if resonating with the knowledge they held. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and ink, a smell so potent and intoxicating that it stirred something deep within her. A memory of her childhood, of afternoons spent in her grandfather's study, poring over ancient texts and dreaming of worlds beyond her own. But this was no ordinary library. This was something sacred, something otherworldly. At the center of the chamber, a large stone pedestal stood illuminated by a soft, golden light that seemed to have no discernible source. On the pedestal rested a single, massive book, its cover bound in a dark material that shimmered like liquid under the light. Eleanor approached it slowly, her heart pounding with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The book seemed to radiate a quiet power, a gravity that drew her closer, and as she neared, she noticed that the symbols etched into its cover matched those she had seen in the corridor. They pulsed faintly, in time with the rhythm of the hum that filled the space. Eleanor reached out, her fingers trembling as they hovered above the surface of the book. The moment she touched it, the hum around her deepened, vibrating through her very bones. The lantern flickered violently, casting chaotic shadows that seemed to twist and writhe across the walls. She pulled her hand back instinctively, and the hum subsided, returning to its previous gentle cadence. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her mind racing to comprehend what she had just experienced. This place was alive in a way she had never imagined, its every surface and object imbued with an energy that defied explanation. As she stepped back from the pedestal, her gaze was drawn to the far end of the chamber, where a second passageway opened, its archway framed by more glowing symbols. The hum seemed to grow louder as she looked at it, and for a moment she felt an overwhelming urge to follow it, to see what lay beyond. But something held her back, a whisper of caution that seemed to echo from deep within her mind. She turned her attention back to the shelves, their contents beckoning her with a silent promise of answers and revelations. She moved to the nearest shelf and ran her fingers along the spines of the books. Each one was unique, bound in materials that ranged from simple leather to strange, iridescent fabrics that seemed to shift under her touch. The titles were written in languages she couldn't recognize, their characters elegant and flowing like water. She pulled one book from the shelf and opened it carefully, the pages brittle yet intact. The text inside was incomprehensible, but the illustrations, vivid depictions of celestial phenomena and intricate diagrams of mechanical devices, were mesmerizing. As she turned the pages, a sense of calm washed over her, mingled with the faintest edge of unease. This place was a wonder, a treasure beyond anything she had ever imagined. But it was also something else, something far older and more powerful than she could yet comprehend. The whispers began again, soft and insistent, urging her deeper into the library's mysteries. And though she felt a flicker of fear, Eleanor knew she couldn't turn back now. This was only the beginning. Eleanor wandered deeper into the library, her lantern flickering in her grasp, casting warm, quivering light across the endless rows of towering shelves. Each step echoed faintly, swallowed by the vastness of the space until the sound faded altogether. It was as though the library had no end, a limitless labyrinth where time stood still. The air was heavy, yet it carried a strange serenity, as if the very walls exhaled a calm that seeped into her bones. Yet beneath that tranquility lay a disquieting tension, like the slow, silent tightening of an unseen thread. The whispering hum that had accompanied her since her descent grew louder, taking on a distinct rhythm, a cadence that felt almost conversational. It wasn't just a sound. It was alive, layered with words she couldn't fully understand. They coiled around her, brushing against her thoughts like the edges of a dream. Her steps slowed as she reached an open space within the labyrinth, where the shelves gave way to a circular clearing. In the center stood a figure. At first, she thought it was a trick of the lantern light, the flickering shadows playing against the carved stone floor. But as she stepped closer, the figure solidified, taking on the shape of a man, or something close to it. He was tall, his form translucent and shimmering faintly, like moonlight on water. His face was both familiar and unknowable, his features shifting subtly in a way that made it impossible to fix him in her mind. He wore flowing robes that seemed to ripple as though caught in an unseen breeze, their edges fading into the air like smoke. Eleanor froze, her breath caught in her throat, the lantern trembling in her grip. The figure turned toward her, his movements fluid and unhurried, and she felt his gaze settle on her. His eyes, if they could even be called that, were twin pools of light, deep and endless, as though they held the reflections of 1,000 stars. When he spoke, his voice was not a sound but a presence, resonating within her chest, bypassing her ears entirely. "Welcome," he said, the single word carrying a weight that filled the space around her. It was not a greeting, but an acknowledgement, as if her arrival had been anticipated for centuries. "You have come far." Eleanor swallowed hard, her voice faltering as she tried to respond. Who are you?" The figure tilted his head slightly, a gesture both curious and knowing. "I am the librarian," he replied. "I am the keeper of this place, its guardian and servant. And you, seeker of knowledge, have found what many have sought, but few have reached." The words hung in the air, their meaning sinking into her like a stone dropped into a still pond. The librarian's presence was overwhelming, yet not oppressive. There was a calmness to him, a soothing quality that tempered her fear. But beneath that calm, she sensed an immense power, restrained but ever present, like the deep, slow current of an ocean. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is the library," he said, spreading his arms wide as if to encompass the vastness around them. The repository of all that was is and could be, a sanctuary for knowledge, preserved beyond the reach of time and destruction. Here, the wisdom of the ages waits, ready to be discovered by those who are worthy. Eleanor's mind reeled at his words. All that was, is, and could be. The enormity of it was impossible to grasp, and yet, standing in this place, she felt the truth of it. The air itself seemed charged with the weight of countless thoughts and ideas, as if the knowledge contained within these walls radiated a quiet, perpetual hum of existence. But why is it hidden? She asked. Why has it been lost to the world? The librarian's gaze deepened, his light-filled eyes flickering like distant stars. Knowledge is power, but it is also danger, he said. The library was hidden to protect it from those who would misuse its treasures, from the greed and folly of men who would destroy what they do not understand. To preserve knowledge, it was necessary to separate it from the world. His voice carried a note of sadness, a weariness that spoke of long centuries spent in solitude. Eleanor felt a pang of sympathy for him, though she wasn't entirely sure why. There was something profoundly human in the way he spoke, in the way he carried himself, despite his otherworldly appearance. "Why me?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Why did I find it?" The librarian studied her for a long moment, his gaze piercing yet gentle. "The library does not reveal itself by chance," he said. "It calls to those who seek it, those who are driven by a hunger for truth, for understanding. But the question is not why you found the library. The question is whether you are prepared to face what lies within." The weight of his words settled heavily on her. Eleanor's curiosity had always been her guiding force, a flame that burned bright and unyielding. But now, standing here, she realized that her pursuit of knowledge had led her into something far greater and far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. "What lies within?" she asked, her voice barely audible. The librarian's form seemed to flicker, his robes rippling like water. "Knowledge," he said simply, "but knowledge has a cost. The library offers its treasures freely, but it demands something in return. For every answer, there is a question left unasked. For every truth revealed, a piece of oneself must be given. That is the price of enlightenment." Eleanor felt a chill run through her. The words resonated with a primal fear, a warning that her instincts begged her to heed. But alongside the fear was a deep, unrelenting curiosity, the same force that had driven her to this place in the first place. "Will you guide me?" she asked, her voice steadier now. The librarian inclined his head, his expression unreadable. "I will show you the way," he said, "but the path you choose is your own. Remember, seeker, the library does not judge, but it does not forgive. Every choice you make within these walls will shape what you take with you, and what you leave behind." With that, he turned and began to walk, his movements graceful and silent, as though he were gliding across the floor. Eleanor hesitated for a moment before following him, her lantern casting long shadows as they moved deeper into the heart of the library. The air grew cooler, the hum around her rising to a crescendo that seemed to vibrate through her very being. She had stepped into a world beyond her understanding, guided by a being who seemed to straddle the line between light and shadow, knowledge and mystery. And though she didn't know where the path would lead, Eleanor knew there was no turning back. As Eleanor followed the librarian deeper into the library, the space around her began to shift. The air grew heavier, laden with the distinct scent of aged parchment and leather, as though the very essence of the books had seeped into the atmosphere. The gentle hum that pervaded the library grew stronger, resonating in her chest like the rhythm of an unseen heartbeat. Shadows danced across the towering shelves, their shapes flickering in the lantern's light, creating the unsettling illusion that the library itself was alive. The shelves grew taller and closer together as they walked, forming narrow corridors that twisted and turned in seemingly endless patterns. Eleanor ran her fingers along the spines of the books as she passed, feeling the texture of their covers, some smooth and cool like polished stone, others warm and soft, as though pulsing with a faint energy. Each spine was marked with symbols she didn't recognize, their intricate designs glowing faintly under her touch. It was as if the books themselves were whispering to her, their words inaudible yet palpable, stirring a deep yearning within her to open them and unravel their secrets. The librarian moved with purpose, his flowing robes gliding across the floor without a sound. He didn't speak, but his presence was a steady anchor in the labyrinthine expanse. Eleanor couldn't shake the feeling that the library was watching her, observing her every step, every breath. The shelves seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness above, disappearing into shadows that no light could penetrate. She felt both awed and unnerved. A fragile thread of her humanity stretched thin against the infinite vastness of the place. They entered a larger corridor where the shelves widened, each one lined with books of extraordinary craftsmanship. The bindings gleamed like precious metals, and some were encrusted with gemstones that refracted the lantern's light into tiny rainbows. Others were wrapped in strange materials that shimmered and shifted, as though alive. Eleanor paused at one shelf, her eyes drawn to a book with a cover of deep black, speckled with what appeared to be tiny stars. It looked as if she were staring into the cosmos itself. When she reached out to touch it, her fingers recoiled instinctively. The surface of the book was cold, unnaturally so, and for a fleeting moment, she felt as if she had plunged her hand into the void. "This place is endless," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, more to herself than to the librarian. The librarian, who had stopped a few paces ahead, turned to face her. His light-filled eyes regarded her with a calm intensity. "The stacks are infinite," he said, his voice resonating within the very walls of the library. "Or so they appear. The library is not bound by the laws of the world you know. It exists beyond the confines of time and space, a repository for all knowledge that ever was and ever will be." Eleanor struggled to comprehend the magnitude of his words. It wasn't merely a collection of books. It was a living entity, a place where the boundaries of reality dissolved, where past, present, and future coalesced into a single, unbroken thread. She felt a sudden vertigo, the weight of the library pressing down on her, its vastness threatening to consume her entirely. Yet, amid her disorientation, she felt an undeniable pull, an insatiable curiosity that urged her to explore further. The librarian gestured for her to follow, and she obeyed, her steps hesitant but resolute. As they moved deeper into the stacks, she began to notice subtle changes. The bookshelves were no longer uniform. They twisted and curved in organic, almost chaotic patterns. Some spiraled upward like great trees, their branches laden with books that glowed faintly like ripe fruit. Others jutted out at odd angles, their spines protruding like the scales of some slumbering beast. The floor beneath her feet shifted subtly with each step, the polished stone giving way to textures that felt like wood, sand, or even glass. She came to a stop in front of a particularly peculiar shelf. Its books were smaller, their bindings soft and delicate, as though they were meant to be cradled rather than read. The symbols on their spines shimmered faintly, and as she reached for one, the hum in the air seemed to grow louder. Her fingers brushed the cover, and a jolt of warmth shot through her, accompanied by a cascade of images flashing through her mind. She saw fragments of a life that wasn't her own. Faces, places, and emotions that felt achingly familiar, yet utterly alien. She pulled her hand back, her breathing ragged. "The books here are not merely objects," the librarian said, his voice steady and calm. "They are vessels of knowledge, but also of memory, experience, and emotion. Each one contains a fragment of existence, a story waiting to be told." Eleanor felt a chill run through her. The idea of holding someone else's life, their thoughts and feelings in the palm of her hand, was both thrilling and deeply unsettling. She looked at the librarian, searching for reassurance, but his expression remained unreadable. "Can they be read?" she asked, her voice tinged with both wonder and trepidation. "They can," the librarian replied, "but not without consequence. To read a book here is to immerse yourself in its essence, to experience its truths as if they were your own. But be warned, seeker. Knowledge is not without its price." Eleanor nodded, her curiosity outweighing her fear. She moved on, her gaze flitting from one shelf to another, each one a gateway to untold stories. The hum in the air seemed to guide her, its rhythm shifting subtly, drawing her toward a particular shelf at the far end of the corridor. There, she found a single book resting on a pedestal, its cover unlike any she had seen before. It was a deep, iridescent blue, its surface rippling like water, and etched into it was a single symbol that glowed with a soft, golden light. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the book. The librarian stood silently behind her, his presence both comforting and foreboding. She felt the weight of his gaze, the unspoken question lingering between them. Did she dare to open it? The whispers in the air grew louder, more insistent, as if urging her to make a choice. Her heart raced, a mixture of anticipation and dread swelling within her. Finally, she reached out and placed her hand on the book. The moment her fingers touched its surface, the hum around her surged, a tidal wave of sound that filled her mind and body. The light from her lantern flickered and dimmed, and for a moment the library seemed to dissolve around her, leaving her suspended in a void of light and shadow. Images and sensations flooded her consciousness. Flashes of knowledge, glimpses of lives lived and lost, and the faint, distant echo of a voice she couldn't quite understand. When the library came back into focus, Eleanor found herself trembling, her breath shallow and uneven. She looked down at the book, its cover now dark and still, as if the life within it had retreated. The librarian stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "You have begun to see," he said, his voice low and measured. "But there is much yet to learn." Eleanor nodded, her resolve hardening. The infinite stacks stretched out before her, their secrets waiting to be uncovered. And though she didn't know what awaited her, she knew she couldn't turn back. Not now. Not ever. As Eleanor ventured deeper into the labyrinthine expanse of the library, the weight of its timelessness pressed down on her. The air was dense with an intangible presence, a silence that was more than just the absence of sound. It was alive, heavy with expectation and memory. The hum that had accompanied her since her arrival had softened into a rhythmic pulse, like a heartbeat woven into the fabric of the space itself. She moved carefully, her lantern casting a flickering glow that illuminated the narrow path between towering shelves. Her footsteps slowed as the corridor opened into another vast chamber, this one shrouded in an ethereal mist that seemed to cling to the floor. The shelves here were taller, their uppermost reaches disappearing into darkness, and their spines glimmered faintly, as though they were lined with tiny stars. She paused, tilting her head to listen. At first, there was nothing, only the quiet pulse of the library, but then she heard it, a faint whisper, distant and indistinct, like the murmur of voices carried on a breeze. The sound was tantalizing, just beyond the edge of comprehension. It ebbed and flowed, growing louder as she stepped forward, her lantern casting long, wavering shadows across the misty floor. The whispers seemed to converge, taking on the cadence of speech, though the words remained elusive. Her pulse quickened as she reached the center of the chamber, where a circular platform rose slightly above the mist. On the platform stood a single chair, carved from a dark, polished wood that gleamed faintly in the lantern light. Eleanor stepped closer, her curiosity outweighing her caution. As she neared the platform, the whispers grew sharper, coalescing into distinct voices. She froze, the lantern trembling in her hand. The voices were not random. They were speaking her name. Softly at first, then louder, echoing through the chamber with an eerie harmony. Her skin prickled as she turned in a slow circle, searching for the source, but there was no one there. The voices seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, their tone neither welcoming nor hostile, but filled with a strange, mournful urgency. "Who's there?" she called, her voice shaky but steady enough to carry through the cavernous space. The voices faltered, falling silent for a moment, and then one of them spoke, clear and distinct. "Eleanor." She whipped around, her lantern casting wild arcs of light across the shelves. The mist shifted, parting like a curtain to reveal a figure standing just beyond the platform. It was a woman, her form faint and translucent, as though she were made of smoke and light. She was clad in robes that shimmered with a pearlescent glow, and her eyes, bright and piercing, met Eleanor's with an intensity that made her breath catch. "Who are you?" Eleanor asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman stepped forward, her movements fluid and unearthly, and the mist swirled around her feet. "I am Lysandra," she said, her voice melodic yet tinged with sorrow. "I was once a scholar here, a seeker of truths. Now, I am but an echo, bound to this place as penance for my choices." Eleanor stared, her mind racing to comprehend what she was seeing. Lysandra's presence was both mesmerizing and unnerving, her translucent form shifting slightly with each word, as though she were caught between two worlds. "Bound? What do you mean?" Eleanor asked. Lysandra's gaze softened, and she gestured to the shelves around them. "The library is not a mere collection of books," she said. "It is a living entity, a nexus of knowledge and memory. Those who seek its treasures must pay a price. I sought too much, and in my arrogance, I failed to heed the warnings. Now I remain, a fragment of what I once was." Eleanor's heart sank. The librarian's cryptic warnings had hinted at a cost, but hearing it confirmed by Lysandra made the reality of her situation all the more tangible. "Are there others like you?" she asked. Lysandra nodded slowly. "Many," she said. scholars, scribes, philosophers, those who could not resist the allure of the library's secrets. We linger here, echoes of the past, unable to leave, our souls entwined with the knowledge we sought. The chamber seemed to grow colder, the mist thickening around them as Eleanor absorbed Lysandra's words. The weight of the library's history pressed down on her, its vastness both awe-inspiring and oppressive. She looked at Lysandra, her curiosity tempered by a growing sense of dread. "What happened to you?" she asked. Lysandra hesitated, her form flickering slightly as though the question stirred a memory too painful to hold. "I came seeking answers," she said at last. "I was a historian, much like you, driven by a desire to uncover the truths of the past. But the library, it gives only what it deems you are ready to know. I wanted more. I pushed too far, opened doors that were meant to remain closed." Her voice wavered, and for a moment she seemed smaller, her light dimming. "The knowledge consumed me," she continued. "It unraveled the fabric of my being until I became this, a shadow of myself, tethered to the very truths I sought to possess." Eleanor's throat tightened as she imagined the torment Lysandra must have endured. Yet, beneath the fear, she felt a flicker of hope. "Can it be undone?" she asked. "Can you be freed?" Lysandra met her gaze, her expression unreadable. "Perhaps," she said softly, "but the cost would be great. The library does not give lightly, nor does it release its hold without exacting its due." The mist shifted again, and more figures began to emerge from the shadows, their forms faint and wavering like mirages. Men and women of all ages and appearances, their eyes filled with a mixture of longing and resignation. They moved silently, their presence both haunting and strangely comforting, as if they were united by a shared fate. Eleanor felt a chill run through her as she watched them, her mind racing with questions. She turned back to Lysandra, who was watching her intently. "Why are you telling me this?" Eleanor asked. "Why warn me?" Lysandra's gaze softened, and for the first time, Eleanor saw a flicker of something resembling hope in her eyes. "Because you still have a choice," she said. "You can leave, Eleanor. You can walk away before it is too late." The words struck her like a blow, the weight of their implication sinking into her chest. She thought of the path she had taken to reach this place, the sacrifices she had made, the endless questions that had driven her forward. To leave now would be to abandon everything she had sought, to walk away from the answers she had longed for all her life. But the cost. Lysandra's warning echoed in her mind, a stark reminder of the price that knowledge demanded. The other figures began to retreat, fading back into the mist as silently as they had appeared. Lysandra lingered, her form flickering like a dying flame. "Choose wisely, Eleanor," she said, her voice a faint whisper. "The library gives much, but it takes even more." And with that, she was gone, her light swallowed by the mist, leaving Eleanor alone in the vast, silent chamber. The whispers had faded, replaced by a heavy stillness that seemed to resonate with the weight of unspoken truths. Eleanor gripped her lantern tightly, her thoughts a whirlwind of fear, curiosity, and resolve. She looked around the chamber at the endless shelves filled with books that seemed to hum with the promise of revelation. She knew the path ahead would be fraught with danger, but the pull of the library was undeniable. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and stepped forward, her resolve unshaken. Whatever lay ahead, she would face it. There was no turning back now. The further Eleanor ventured into the library, the more the air seemed to thrum with a heavy electric energy. The corridors grew narrower, the shelves closer together, their towering heights darkened by the lack of light. Her lantern's flame flickered uneasily, its glow barely illuminating the path before her. She felt the weight of the library's vastness pressing in, a constant, silent reminder of how small and fragile she was in this place that seemed to breathe and shift of its own will. She had been walking for what felt like hours when she noticed a change. The hum, which had been constant since her arrival, began to shift, its pitch deepening, becoming more rhythmic, like the steady beat of a distant drum. The air grew colder, and the faint scent of aged parchment gave way to something sharper, almost metallic. Eleanor's pace slowed, her steps hesitant, as the corridor opened into a vast, shadowed expanse. At the far end of the chamber stood a massive archway, unlike any she had seen before. It was framed by dark, ancient stone, its surface etched with intricate runes that glowed faintly with a pale, golden light. Chains crisscrossed the entrance, their links thick and rusted, as though they had been there for centuries. The hum seemed to emanate from this archway, resonating through the chamber with an almost hypnotic rhythm. The air was charged, heavy with a tension that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Eleanor approached cautiously, her footsteps echoing in the vast space. The closer she came, the stronger the pull she felt, a deep, unexplainable urge to step through the archway, to see what lay beyond. The runes on the stone seemed to pulse in time with the hum, their light waxing and waning like a heartbeat. She stopped a few feet from the threshold, her eyes drawn to the chains that barred the way. They were engraved with the same runes as the archway, their faint glow casting eerie shadows across the floor. Her hand moved instinctively to touch one of the chains, but she hesitated, a deep unease settling in her chest. She remembered the librarian's words, his cryptic warning about the cost of knowledge. The forbidden section was sealed for a reason, its contents hidden away to protect what exactly? The world? The library itself? Or perhaps those foolish enough to seek it out? The whispering hum grew louder, almost insistent, as though urging her forward. Eleanor felt a pang of doubt, but it was quickly drowned out by her curiosity. She had come this far, endured so much to reach this place. To turn back now would be to abandon everything she had sought, everything she had fought for. Her fingers brushed the chain, and the moment they made contact, a shock of cold shot through her, followed by a faint vibration that traveled up her arm. The runes flared brighter, their light flooding the chamber, and the chains began to tremble, emitting a low, grinding sound as though they were alive. Eleanor stepped back, her heart pounding as the chains slowly unraveled, their links clattering to the floor one by one. The air grew colder still, and the hum intensified, vibrating through her chest and skull. She clutched the lantern tightly, her knuckles white, as the chains fell away completely, leaving the archway unguarded. The silence that followed was deafening, a void so complete it made her ears ache. Beyond the archway, she could see only darkness, a yawning void that seemed to stretch endlessly. For a moment, she hesitated, fear clawing at the edges of her resolve. But the pull was too strong, the promise of knowledge too enticing to resist. She took a deep breath and stepped through the archway, her lantern's flickering light swallowed by the shadows. The temperature dropped sharply as she entered, the cold biting into her skin like needles. The darkness was impenetrable, her lantern's glow barely illuminating the ground beneath her feet. The hum was gone now, replaced by a deep, throbbing silence that seemed to pulse in time with her racing heartbeat. She moved slowly, her footsteps tentative, her senses straining to detect any sign of what lay ahead. The space beyond the archway was unlike anything she had encountered before. It felt vast, endless, yet somehow claustrophobic, as though the darkness itself were pressing in on her. The ground beneath her feet was smooth and cold, like polished stone, and the air was thick with an almost suffocating stillness. She felt as though she were walking through a void, a place that existed outside the bounds of time and space. As she ventured deeper, faint shapes began to emerge in the darkness, their outlines flickering like shadows cast by an unseen light. Shelves, impossibly tall and narrow, lined the space, their surfaces laden with books and scrolls that seemed to pulse with a faint inner glow. These were not like the books she had seen in the other sections of the library. Their bindings were strange, their materials unfamiliar, some smooth and metallic, others rough and organic, like bark or bone. The symbols on their spines were incomprehensible, shifting and changing as she tried to focus on them. Eleanor reached for one of the books, her hand trembling slightly as her fingers brushed its surface. The moment she made contact, a surge of energy shot through her, a cascade of images flooding her mind. She saw glimpses of events that defied explanation, fractured moments of light and shadow, faces and places that flickered in and out of existence. She pulled her hand back, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The book pulsed faintly, its glow dimming as though it had sensed her hesitation. The silence was broken by a faint sound, a low, resonant tone that seemed to emanate from the very walls. It was not a hum, but something deeper, more primal, a vibration that resonated in her bones. The shelves around her began to shift, their shapes warping and twisting, as though the library itself were reacting to her presence. The glow of the books intensified, their light casting strange, flickering patterns across the walls. And then she saw it. A figure standing at the far end of the chamber, barely visible in the dim light. It was tall, its form indistinct, shrouded in shadow and flickering like a dying flame. Eleanor felt a chill run through her as the figure began to move, its steps slow and deliberate, the silence amplifying the sound of its approach. She held her lantern higher, the light casting a faint glow across the figure's face. It was neither human nor entirely inhuman, its features shifting and changing, as though it were a reflection in rippling water. Its eyes were dark, empty voids that seemed to pull at her, drawing her in with an almost magnetic force. When it spoke, its voice was a low, resonant whisper, echoing through the chamber like the rustle of leaves in a cold wind. "You should not be here." The words sent a shiver down her spine, their tone neither threatening nor welcoming, but filled with an unshakable authority. Eleanor took a step back, her grip tightening on the lantern. I didn't mean to intrude," she said, her voice unsteady. I needed to know." The figure tilted its head slightly, its expression unreadable. "Knowledge comes with a price," it said. "The forbidden is forbidden for a reason. To seek it is to risk losing what you cannot regain." Eleanor swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. "What is this place?" she asked. "Why is it sealed away?" The figure's form flickered, its voice growing softer, almost mournful. "This is where the library keeps its darkest truths," it said. knowledge too dangerous, too powerful, too devastating to be known. It is a burden no mortal should bear. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Eleanor felt the weight of her choices pressing down on her, the lure of the forbidden pulling her forward even as her instincts screamed for her to retreat. She looked past the figure, her eyes drawn to the shelves that stretched endlessly into the darkness, their contents glowing faintly, calling to her. "I have to know," she said, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. "I've come too far to turn back now." The figure was silent for a long moment, its dark eyes fixed on her. Then, slowly, it stepped aside, gesturing toward the shelves with a motion that was both a warning and an invitation. "Then step forward," it said. "But know this, what you find here may change you forever, and not all changes can be undone." Eleanor hesitated, her heart racing, before she took the first step forward, into the heart of the forbidden. Eleanor hesitated as she moved deeper into the forbidden section, her every step echoing faintly in the vast, dark chamber. The figure that had warned her stood motionless behind her, its presence like a shadow she could feel rather than see. Her lantern barely pierced the oppressive darkness, its flickering light casting fleeting shapes across the towering shelves. The books here seemed to pulse with life, their spines glowing faintly as if they breathed, waiting for her to make a choice. The air was heavy, thick with a tension that pressed against her chest, making it harder to breathe. Yet, despite the unease curling around her heart, she felt an irresistible pull to continue forward. She stopped in front of a shelf that stretched endlessly upward, its books arranged in no discernible order. Some were bound in cracked leather, their surfaces worn and ancient, while others seemed impossibly pristine, their covers shimmering with an unnatural glow. One book caught her eye, its cover a deep, shifting red, like the embers of a dying fire. The symbols etched into its surface twisted and rearranged themselves as she stared, as though the book were alive, responding to her presence. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and the moment she touched its surface, a jolt of warmth shot through her hand. The book opened on its own, its pages turning with a soft, whispering sound, and Eleanor was immediately consumed by what she saw. The pages weren't filled with ink, but with images and sensations that seemed to leap off the paper and into her mind. She was no longer in the library. Instead, she was standing in the middle of a great battlefield, surrounded by chaos and destruction. The clash of swords and the cries of the wounded filled her ears, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and blood. She could feel the heat of the flames licking at her skin, the ground trembling beneath her feet as armies clashed around her. She gasped and tried to pull away, but the book held her fast. The scene shifted, and now she was standing at the edge of a vast ocean, its dark waves crashing against jagged cliffs. The sky above was a swirling mass of storm clouds, and the wind howled like a living thing. She could feel the spray of salt water on her face, the cold biting through her clothes, and a profound sense of loss settled over her like a heavy weight. The ocean seemed to stretch endlessly, an abyss that mirrored the emptiness she felt deep in her chest. The images came faster now, flashing through her mind in rapid succession. She saw ancient cities rising and falling, their streets bustling with life one moment and lying in ruins the next. She saw great discoveries made and lost, wars waged over knowledge and power, and the faces of countless people whose lives had been shaped and destroyed by what they had learned. Each vision left a mark on her, a heavy imprint that she could feel sinking into her very soul. By the time the book snapped shut, she was trembling, her breath coming in shallow gasps, and her hands felt as though they had been burned. "You begin to see." The figure's voice came from behind her, low and resonant. "But the cost of knowledge is not so easily paid." Eleanor turned to face it, her legs weak and unsteady. The figure's form flickered in the dim light, its shifting features unreadable, yet she could feel its eyes, if they were eyes, on her, piercing and unrelenting. "What did I just see?" she asked, her voice shaking. "The truths you sought," it said. "Fragments of what this place holds. Knowledge of the past, the present, and what may yet come to pass. But such truths come at a price. To see them is to carry their weight, to bear the burden of understanding." Eleanor's mind raced, her thoughts tangled and chaotic. The visions had felt so real, so vivid, as though she had lived them herself. The emotions they carried lingered in her chest, heavy and unshakable. She could feel the despair of the battlefield, the awe and terror of the ocean, the fleeting hope and crushing loss of the cities she had seen. It was as though pieces of her had been carved away and replaced with fragments of the lives she had glimpsed. "What is the price?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What does the library take?" The figure moved closer, its presence filling the space around her, its voice resonating like the toll of a distant bell. "The price is different for all who enter this place," it said. "Some give their memories, their very identities, leaving only shadows of who they once were. Others give their time, their years slipping away like grains of sand until they are left with nothing. And some give their souls, bound to the library for eternity, their existence intertwined with its endless halls." Eleanor's breath caught in her throat, the weight of the words settling over her like a suffocating fog. She thought of Lysandra, the spectral scholar she had met earlier, and the others like her, their lives reduced to echoes bound to the library. She thought of the librarian, his calm demeanor masking centuries of solitude and sacrifice. They had all paid the price, and now they were part of the library's fabric, its guardians and prisoners alike. "Is there no way to leave?" she asked, desperation creeping into her voice. The figure tilted its head, its form flickering faintly. "To leave is to relinquish the knowledge you have gained," it said. "The library does not allow its truths to be carried beyond its walls. To take what you have seen is to remain here, bound by the weight of what you know." Eleanor's heart sank. She thought of the visions she had witnessed, the fragments of history and humanity that had imprinted themselves on her soul. She thought of the lives she had glimpsed, their struggles and triumphs, their joys and sorrows. To let them go would be to lose a part of herself, to erase the meaning of her journey and the sacrifices she had made to reach this place. But to stay would be to lose everything else, her life, her freedom, her very sense of self. She would become another echo, another fragment of the library, her existence intertwined with its endless halls and shifting shadows. The thought was both terrifying and strangely comforting. The promise of eternal knowledge balanced against the loss of everything she had ever known. She turned back to the shelf, her eyes drawn to another book, its cover dark and unassuming, its spine marked with a single glowing symbol. The pull she felt was stronger now, an almost magnetic force that seemed to guide her hand. She hesitated, her fingers hovering over the book's surface, the weight of her choice pressing down on her like a physical force. The figure watched her in silence, its presence heavy and unyielding. "Choose wisely," it said, its voice a whisper that echoed through the chamber. "The path you take will define what you gain, and what you lose." Eleanor closed her eyes, her thoughts a whirlwind of fear, determination, and uncertainty. She had come to the library seeking answers, driven by a hunger for knowledge that had consumed her for as long as she could remember. But now, standing at the edge of the unknown, she realized that the answers she sought might not be worth the price she would have to pay. Her hand trembled as she reached for the book, her heart pounding in her chest. The air seemed to hold its breath, the silence deep and expectant. And as her fingers closed around the spine, she felt the weight of the library's gaze, the ancient, unyielding force that had guided her to this moment. She opened her eyes, her choice made, and stepped forward into the unknown. The moment Eleanor made her choice, the air around her seemed to shatter. A deafening silence fell, so thick it felt as though the very fabric of the library had paused, holding its breath in the wake of her decision. The book she had chosen remained heavy in her hands, its cover radiating a faint warmth, as if alive. The glowing symbols on its spine dimmed slightly, and a strange hum began to emanate from deep within the chamber. It was a sound that wasn't entirely sound, something she felt more than heard, vibrating in her chest and threatening to pull her under. She clutched the book tightly, her heart pounding as she looked toward the dark figure still standing at the edge of the shadows. Its form flickered, its once commanding presence now seeming less stable, as though her choice had shifted something fundamental within the library itself. The figure's voice, still low and resonant, broke the heavy silence. "You have taken what cannot leave," it said. "The library will not release you willingly." Eleanor's stomach dropped, fear clenching her chest. The book in her hands felt impossibly heavy now, as though it carried the weight of the entire library within its pages. The stillness of the chamber began to unravel. The towering shelves that had once stood solid and eternal now groaned, their edges shifting like waves on a restless sea. Books began to tremble on their shelves, some falling to the ground, their covers snapping open to release fleeting bursts of light and shadow that twisted into the air before disappearing. The hum grew louder, more insistent, and the ground beneath her feet trembled. The library was reacting to her, rejecting her. She turned, clutching the book to her chest, and stumbled back toward the archway through which she had entered. But as she approached it, the runes that lined the stone frame flared brightly, a barrier of light springing up to block her path. She froze, panic rising in her throat. Behind her, the deep hum began to fracture, breaking apart into a cacophony of whispers and murmurs that seemed to come from every direction. The voices were indistinct, overlapping in a torrent of sound that filled her mind with fragments of language she couldn't understand. She glanced over her shoulder and saw the figure watching her, unmoving, its dark eyes fixed on the book in her hands. "How do I leave?" she demanded, her voice trembling but loud enough to cut through the noise. "You must find your way," the figure said. Its tone was neither cruel nor kind, but the words offered no comfort. "The library will test you. Only those who prove worthy may escape its grasp." The words sent a chill through her, but there was no time to hesitate. The whispers grew louder, the light of her lantern flickering wildly as if struggling to stay alive. The shelves around her began to move, their towering forms creaking and groaning as they shifted. creating new pathways and closing off others. The once familiar layout of the library was gone, replaced by a chaotic maze of twisting corridors and narrowing passageways. Eleanor took a deep breath and ran, her boots echoing against the cold stone floor as she weaved through the shifting shelves. Her lantern swung in her hand, its light casting frantic, darting shadows on the walls. The whispers followed her, growing sharper, more aggressive, their tones rising into a discordant crescendo that made her ears ache. The weight of the book pressed against her chest as she clutched it tightly, its warmth seeping through her fingers and grounding her in the chaos. She turned a corner and skidded to a halt. A towering shelf had collapsed in her path, its books strewn across the floor like fallen soldiers. The air was thick with the smell of parchment, and something sharper, more acrid, like burnt wood. She turned back, only to see the corridor behind her close off as two shelves groaned and shifted, their tops leaning together to seal her in. Her breath quickened, panic threatening to take over, but she forced herself to focus. There was always a way out. There had to be. She scanned the shelves around her, searching for anything that might guide her. Her eyes landed on a faint glow emanating from a narrow gap between two towering cases. The light pulsed softly, golden and warm, a stark contrast to the chaos around her. She didn't hesitate. Squeezing through the narrow gap, she found herself in a smaller, quieter corridor. The whispers were muted here, replaced by a faint, rhythmic hum that seemed to echo her heartbeat. The golden light pulsed ahead, drawing her forward, and she followed it, her steps quick but cautious. The corridor twisted and turned, leading her through a labyrinth of narrow passages that seemed to grow darker with each step. Finally, she emerged into a wide, open space. The shelves here were smaller, their spines gleaming faintly in the dim light. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on it rested an ornate hourglass, its glass chambers filled with a swirling, golden sand that seemed to shimmer as it moved. The sight of it stopped her in her tracks, her instincts screaming that this was important, though she didn't understand why. The whispers returned, louder now, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony that filled her mind. The sand in the hourglass shifted, its flow slowing as the whispers rose. Eleanor felt her pulse quicken, her chest tightening as the air around her grew heavier. She stepped toward the pedestal, her hand trembling as she reached for the hourglass. The moment her fingers touched the cool glass, the library itself seemed to recoil. The whispers stopped, the hum fell silent, and the shifting shelves froze in place. For a brief, fleeting moment, there was peace. The golden sand within the hourglass began to glow brighter, illuminating the chamber in a warm, soothing light that washed over her like a gentle wave. But the peace was short-lived. The light from the sand flared suddenly, blindingly bright, and Eleanor staggered back, shielding her eyes. The whispers returned with a vengeance, rising to a deafening roar as the shelves around her began to move again. The ground trembled beneath her feet, cracks spidering across the stone as the library unleashed its full fury. Eleanor turned and ran, the book still clutched tightly to her chest. The corridors blurred around her, the shifting shelves and flickering lights creating a kaleidoscope of chaos that made it impossible to tell which way she was going. Her lungs burned, her legs ached, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. The library was alive, and it wanted her to stay. Ahead of her, a faint glimmer of light appeared, distant but steady. She focused on it, her steps quickening as she pushed through the chaos. The light grew brighter with each step, cutting through the darkness like a beacon. She reached it just as the floor beneath her feet began to give way, leaping through the shimmering light and landing hard on the other side. She rolled onto her back, gasping for breath, the whispers fading into silence as the light enveloped her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on the cool, sandy ground of the desert, the stars glittering above her in the dark sky. The book was still in her hands, its warmth a steady reminder of the price she had paid. She sat up slowly, her body trembling, and looked back toward the dunes. The library was gone. The ancient archway and the ruins that had led her there had vanished, leaving no trace of the labyrinth she had escaped. Eleanor clutched the book tightly, its weight both a comfort and a burden. She had survived, but she knew the library had left its mark on her. The knowledge she carried would change her forever, a gift and a curse she would bear for the rest of her life. The night air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of salt from the distant sea. Eleanor sat in the sand, her back resting against the remnants of a weathered rock formation. The stars above her shone with a piercing clarity she had never seen before, as though the universe itself had been laid bare in the wake of her escape. The book lay heavy in her lap, its surface warm against her trembling hands. She stared at it, her mind a chaotic storm of questions, fears, and the faintest threads of understanding. Her heart was still racing, her breath shallow as she tried to calm herself. The memory of the library's shifting corridors, the whispering voices, and the relentless hum lingered like an echo in her mind. She could still feel its pull, an invisible tether that refused to let her go completely. Though she had escaped its labyrinthine depths, a part of her felt as though she had not truly left. The weight of the knowledge she had taken pressed heavily on her, like a shadow stretching across her soul. The book's cover shimmered faintly under the starlight, its intricate patterns shifting and rearranging themselves as she watched. It felt alive in a way that was both mesmerizing and unsettling. She ran her fingers over its surface, her touch hesitant, as though the simple act of holding it might unlock its secrets. The warmth it radiated was almost comforting, but it also carried a subtle, pulsing energy, a reminder of the power it contained. Eleanor took a deep breath and opened the book. The pages were blank, their surfaces smooth and pristine, yet as her gaze lingered, faint symbols began to emerge, glowing softly as though written in light. The symbols shifted and twisted, forming shapes and patterns that she didn't recognize. Yet, somehow, she understood them. They weren't written in any language she had studied, but their meaning resonated within her, bypassing her mind and settling directly in her soul. The first image that appeared was of the library itself, its towering shelves stretching endlessly into the void. She saw the forbidden section, the shifting shadows and glowing runes that had barred her entry. The image shifted, and she saw herself, standing at the threshold, the book in her hands. The scene played out like a memory, but it was accompanied by a voice, deep and resonant, speaking words that echoed in her mind. You were chosen not by chance, but by the weight of your questions. The answers you seek will bind you, for knowledge is not a gift, it is a responsibility. The voice was neither condemning nor forgiving, but its weight was undeniable. Eleanor's hands shook as she turned the page, her heart pounding with anticipation and dread. The next image showed the battlefield she had glimpsed earlier, the chaos and destruction etched into every detail. But now she saw more. She saw the decisions that had led to the war, the ambition and greed of leaders, the despair of those caught in the crossfire. She saw moments of courage and sacrifice, fleeting sparks of light amid the darkness, and she felt it all, every emotion, every choice, every consequence. It was as though the weight of an entire civilization had been poured into her mind. The images shifted again, this time to the ocean she had seen, its endless waves crashing against the jagged cliffs. She saw herself standing at the edge, staring into the abyss. But now she understood the meaning of the scene. The ocean was not just a body of water. It was the collective consciousness of humanity, a vast, unfathomable reservoir of thoughts, dreams, and fears. The storm above reflected the turmoil of those who had sought to control it, their ambitions stirring the waters into chaos. And yet, within the storm, there was a quiet, steady rhythm, a reminder that even in the face of turmoil, some truths remained unshaken. Eleanor's tears began to fall as she turned the page again, the weight of the revelations pressing down on her. The book was showing her more than just knowledge. It was revealing the interconnectedness of all things, the threads that wove together the fabric of existence. Every choice, every action, every thought carried weight, rippling outward in ways that could not be fully understood. It was both humbling and terrifying, a reminder of her own insignificance and her profound responsibility. The final image stopped her breath. It was a reflection of herself, not as she was, but as she could be. She saw a version of herself standing in the desert, the book still in her hands, her face lined with age and wisdom. But there was a light in her eyes, a quiet strength that spoke of understanding and acceptance. She was no longer running from the library or the knowledge she had taken. Instead, she had become a steward of it, a guardian of its truths. The voice returned, softer now, as though it were speaking directly to her heart. Knowledge is not a weapon to wield, nor a prize to hoard. It is a light to guide and illuminate, even in the darkest places. What you do with what you know will define you, Eleanor, and through you, it will define others. The book snapped shut, its glow fading, and Eleanor sat in silence, her tears falling freely. The stars above seemed to burn brighter, their light piercing the veil of her thoughts, reminding her of the vastness of the universe and her place within it. She had come to the library seeking answers, driven by a hunger for knowledge that had consumed her for as long as she could remember. But now, she realized that the answers she had sought were not meant to be owned. They were meant to be shared, to inspire and guide others. She looked down at the book in her lap, its weight no longer a burden, but a reminder of the responsibility she carried. The library had not released her out of mercy. It had released her because she had proven herself worthy of the knowledge it held. But the price she had paid would linger. The echoes of the lives she had glimpsed, the choices and sacrifices she had witnessed, would remain with her always, shaping the path she would walk. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Eleanor rose to her feet. The desert stretched out before her, vast and empty, but she no longer felt lost. The library was gone, its ruins swallowed by the sands, but its presence lingered in her heart. A quiet, steady hum that reminded her of what she had gained and what she had left behind. She turned toward the horizon, the book held tightly in her hands, and began to walk. The answers she carried were not hers alone. They belonged to the world, to those who would come after her, seeking their own truths. and though the weight of her journey was heavy, Eleanor knew she would bear it, one step at a time, guided by the light of the knowledge she had found. The weeks that followed Eleanor's return from the library felt unreal, as though she were moving through a dream she couldn't quite wake from. The sands of the desert had given way to the familiar streets of her city, where the noise and bustle of everyday life felt distant and faint, a world she no longer fully belonged to. The weight of the book, still safely tucked into her satchel, was a constant reminder of her journey and the profound truths she now carried. But even as she returned to the semblance of normalcy, Eleanor knew she was irrevocably changed. Each night, when the city fell silent and the stars reappeared in the vast sky, she would sit by her window with the book on her lap, staring at its shimmering cover. She had not opened it since leaving the library. It wasn't fear that stopped her, though the weight of what lay within still lingered in her mind. It was something deeper, a sense of reverence, as if the book were alive and waiting for the right moment to reveal more. For now, it rested quietly, a companion as much as a mystery. Her dreams, however, were far from quiet. Every night, she revisited fragments of the visions she had witnessed in the library. The battlefield, the endless ocean, the swirling storm of human consciousness. They all came to her in vivid detail, their emotions and meanings washing over her like waves. But it wasn't just memories of what she'd seen. New images began to surface. Faces she didn't recognize, places she had never been, events she couldn't place in time. They felt like whispers from the book, threads of knowledge unraveling in her subconscious, their meaning elusive yet profound. By day, Eleanor struggled to reconcile the enormity of what she had experienced with the simplicity of the world around her. People went about their lives, unaware of the vast interconnected web of truths that lay just beyond their reach. She found herself watching them with a mix of awe and sorrow, seeing in their faces the same struggles and joys she had glimpsed in the lives contained within the library's pages. She wanted to tell them, to share what she had learned, but the weight of it was too much. How could she put into words something that transcended language? Something that had changed her on a level so deep she could barely understand it herself. She began to write, filling page after page with thoughts, memories, and fragments of the knowledge she had absorbed. It was a compulsion, a need to translate the intangible into something tangible, even if only for herself. Her words were often disjointed, scattered like pieces of a puzzle she couldn't quite assemble. But she kept writing, driven by the faint hope that someday it might make sense, not just to her, but to someone else who might come across her words. One evening, as she sat by the window with the book open in her lap, the symbols on its pages began to shift again. This time, they didn't form the vivid, overwhelming images she had seen before. Instead, they rearranged themselves into lines of text, written in a language she didn't know but could somehow read. The words were simple yet profound, a message that seemed to come directly from the library itself. The knowledge you carry is not meant to be hidden. It is a light to be shared, a guide for those who seek. But remember, light must be wielded with care, for even the brightest flame can cast shadows. She closed the book gently, her heart heavy with the weight of its message. The library had entrusted her with its truths, not as a reward, but as a responsibility. She realized then that her journey wasn't over. It had only just begun. The knowledge she had taken wasn't hers to keep. It was hers to protect and share, to use wisely in a world that often failed to understand the value of wisdom. The first step, she decided, was to understand herself. The fragments of knowledge she had glimpsed were like pieces of a mosaic, each beautiful and intricate, but incomplete. To wield them responsibly, she needed to piece them together, to see the larger picture they formed. She returned to her notes, her journals, and the pages she had filled with scattered thoughts, and began the painstaking process of organizing them, searching for connections and patterns. It was a slow and often frustrating task. The threads of knowledge were tangled and complex, their meanings layered and elusive. Some days she felt as though she were making progress, piecing together fragments of history, philosophy, and humanity that seemed to resonate with each other. Other days she felt lost, overwhelmed by the sheer vastness of what she was trying to comprehend. But through it all, she persisted, driven by the faint but unshakable sense that she was on the right path. The book itself remained a source of both guidance and mystery. Each time she opened it, new symbols and messages appeared, their meanings unfolding like petals of a flower. Sometimes they offered clarity, illuminating aspects of her visions or the knowledge she had absorbed. Other times, they posed new questions, challenging her to think deeper, to push the boundaries of her understanding. It was as though the book were a living teacher, guiding her toward truths she wasn't yet ready to face. As the months passed, Eleanor began to share fragments of what she had learned. At first, it was in quiet, cautious conversations with those she trusted, fellow scholars, friends who shared her passion for knowledge. She spoke of interconnectedness, of the unseen threads that bound humanity together, and of the responsibility that came with understanding those truths. Her words often met with curiosity, sometimes skepticism, but she didn't mind. She wasn't trying to convince anyone. She was planting seeds, hoping they might take root in ways she couldn't foresee. Gradually, her circle grew. People began to seek her out, drawn by the quiet conviction in her voice and the depth of her insights. She found herself speaking to groups, sharing her thoughts and stories with an audience that seemed hungry for something more. She never spoke of the library itself. She knew that was a secret she had to keep, but the essence of what she had learned flowed through her words, like light filtered through a prism. One night, as she sat by her window, gazing at the stars, she felt a strange, quiet sense of peace. The library's hum, which had lingered in her mind since her escape, was still there, but it was no longer a weight pressing down on her. It was a part of her now, a steady rhythm that guided her thoughts and actions. She realized then that the library had not simply given her knowledge. It had given her purpose. Eleanor's life was no longer her own, but she didn't mourn the loss. She had become a steward of the truths she had uncovered, a guardian of the light that had been entrusted to her. The library, though hidden and unreachable, was always with her, its vastness reflected in the infinite potential of the human spirit. And, as she looked out at the world, she saw not just its flaws and struggles, but its beauty and resilience. The quiet, persistent hope that burned like a flame in even the darkest corners. The journey she had begun in the depths of the library would never truly end, but she was no longer afraid. The price of knowledge had been high, but it had also been worth it. For in the shadows of the library's endless halls, she had found not just answers, but herself. And with that, she carried forward, her path lit by the truths she had dared to seek, and the light she would one day pass on to others. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of gold and crimson as the day yielded to the quiet embrace of twilight. In a meadow untouched by time, where wildflowers swayed to the gentle rhythm of the evening breeze, a mysterious stone archway stood alone, shrouded in an air of ancient wonder. Its weathered surface bore intricate carvings, swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer faintly, catching the light of the first emerging stars. No one knew who had built it, nor how long it had stood there, but the archway radiated a quiet power, as if it held secrets that stretched beyond the reach of human imagination. The traveler paused at the edge of the meadow, their breath catching at the sight before them. They were a seeker, though of what, they could not yet say. A worn leather journal rested in their hands, its pages filled with sketches of constellations, musings on life, and questions scrawled in restless ink. They had come here following rumors, stories whispered by wanderers and dreamers, of a place where the veil between the earth and the heavens was thin, where one could step through and find something greater than themselves. The meadow exuded an almost sacred stillness, broken only by the soft chirping of crickets and the distant call of a night owl. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of wild lavender and the rich earth beneath. As the traveler approached the archway, their steps slowed, the weight of the moment pressing gently against their chest. The closer they came, the more vivid the carvings seemed to grow, their curves and lines almost alive with a subtle glow. The archway stood taller than the tallest trees around it, its edges softened by moss and lichen. Yet, the light emanating from its carvings was not of this world. It pulsed faintly, like the rhythm of a heartbeat, inviting but not demanding. Above it, the evening sky deepened into a canvas of indigo, speckled with the first scattered stars. The traveler tilted their head back, marveling at the vast expanse overhead, where constellations began to emerge in quiet glory. It was as if the stars themselves were waiting, watching, and welcoming. Drawing closer, the traveler reached out a tentative hand, their fingers brushing the cool, textured surface of the archway. A tingling sensation shot up their arm, not unpleasant, but startling, as if the archway recognized their touch. The glow of the carvings brightened momentarily, casting soft light across the meadow. Startled, they pulled their hand back, their heart pounding. But curiosity soon overcame fear, and they ran their fingers over the symbols again, this time with reverence, tracing the ancient patterns with a sense of wonder. "Why does this feel familiar?" the traveler murmured, their voice barely audible above the whispering breeze. They had felt this pull before, not here, not in this meadow, but in moments throughout their life. The pull to gaze at the stars, to ponder their place in the universe, to seek something more. It was the same pull that had guided them here, to this forgotten place on this quiet evening. It was a yearning as vast and endless as the sky above, and they could feel it in the marrow of their bones, a call to something beyond. The first full star emerged from the darkening sky, shining with an almost unnatural brilliance. It hung directly above the archway, its light cascading down like a spotlight, illuminating the carvings with an ethereal glow. The traveler gasped softly, their hand falling to their side. This was no coincidence. This was an invitation. The meadow seemed to hold its breath. The crickets silenced their song, and even the breeze stilled, as if the earth itself was waiting for what would come next. The traveler felt a surge of something deep within, anticipation, trepidation, hope. The archway was no longer just a structure. It was a threshold, a bridge between worlds, a gateway to the unknown. Stepping closer, they hesitated, their journal clutched tightly to their chest. They opened it briefly, scanning the pages filled with their sketches and writings. It was their lifeline, their attempt to make sense of a world they often found overwhelming. But now, staring at the glowing archway, they realized that no amount of words or drawings could capture what lay ahead. They closed the journal softly, tucking it into their satchel. This journey, they knew, could not be confined to the pages of a book. The light from the archway began to pulse more steadily, a rhythm that matched the beating of their heart. It was hypnotic, soothing yet exhilarating, as though the universe itself was breathing. The traveler took a deep breath, their eyes fixed on the swirling glow within the archway's frame. Beyond it, the air shimmered faintly, like heat rising from a summer road. But instead of distortion, it revealed glimpses of stars, nebulae, and galaxies spinning in quiet harmony. With one final glance at the meadow, the world they had known, they stepped forward. The moment their foot crossed the threshold, a wave of warmth and light enveloped them, and the meadow fell away, replaced by an expanse so vast, so breathtaking, it defied comprehension. Stars danced around them, close enough to touch, their light gentle and inviting. Nebulae unfurled like cosmic flowers, their colors swirling in hues of violet, gold, and azure. Comets streaked across the void, leaving trails of silver light that lingered like whispers. The air, if it could be called air, was alive with a faint hum, a soundless song that resonated in the traveler's very soul. They floated now, weightless, suspended in a realm where time and space seemed irrelevant. The path they had seen from the meadow stretched ahead of them, a glowing ribbon of light that wound its way through the celestial wonderland. The traveler's heart swelled with awe, their earlier fears melting away. This was what they had sought. Not answers, not destinations, but the experience of being a part of something infinite, something beautiful. The gateway had brought them here, to this place where the universe revealed its secrets not in words, but in wonder. And as the traveler began their walk through the stars, they felt, for the first time, truly at peace. This opening sets a tranquil yet vivid tone, immersing readers in the celestial beauty and the protagonist's journey into the unknown. It blends introspection with rich, evocative descriptions to create a meditative and captivating introduction. The moment the traveler stepped fully through the archway, the world seemed to dissolve into pure light. It was not a blinding brightness, but rather a gentle, enveloping glow that seeped into their very being. For a moment, there was no ground beneath their feet, no sky above, only the sensation of floating in an infinite ocean of luminescence. The traveler felt neither fear nor confusion, only a profound sense of surrender, as if they were being cradled by the universe itself. As their senses adjusted, the light began to shift, taking on form and texture. The endless glow condensed into a luminous silver path that stretched out before them, suspended in a vast expanse of cosmic beauty. Stars dotted the infinite space around them, not as distant pinpricks of light, but as vibrant, living entities pulsating with energy. Nebulae swirled in slow, majestic dances, their colors richer and deeper than anything the traveler had ever seen. Brilliant purples, fiery oranges, and soft blues blending together like a living watercolor painting. The path beneath their feet was unlike anything they had ever encountered. It was smooth, yet radiant, as if made of compressed starlight. Every step they took sent ripples of light cascading outward, echoing through the void. The sensation was both grounding and surreal, as though they were tethered to the path but free to float at the same time. The air, or whatever surrounded them in this realm, was alive with sound. It wasn't the kind of sound they were used to hearing. It was a hum that resonated directly within their soul, a melody that seemed to shift and change with each movement of the stars. It was the sound of creation itself, a cosmic symphony that filled the traveler with a deep, indescribable joy. They paused to take it all in, turning in slow circles. Everywhere they looked, the universe stretched endlessly, a living tapestry of light and color. Clusters of stars sparkled like scattered diamonds, their light forming intricate patterns that felt deliberate, as though each constellation was placed with care. The traveler's heart swelled with wonder as they recognized some of the shapes, figures they had once sketched in their journal. Here, the constellations felt alive, their stories not just imagined but real, their energy palpable. Far in the distance, the traveler caught sight of something extraordinary. A spiral galaxy slowly spinning, its arms stretched wide like a cosmic embrace. The galaxy's center glowed with an intense golden light that radiated outward, illuminating the surrounding stars. It was a sight so magnificent that tears welled in the traveler's eyes, unbidden. They had dreamed of such beauty, but dreams had never come close to capturing the raw, overwhelming majesty of this place. The silver path seemed to pulse gently beneath their feet, as though urging them forward. The traveler hesitated, still overwhelmed by the sheer enormity of what they were experiencing. But then they took a step, and then another, their movements cautious at first, then more confident as they began to trust the path. Each step brought new marvels into view, glowing streams of light that flowed like rivers across the expanse, and great crystalline formations suspended in the void, refracting starlight into a kaleidoscope of colors. As they walked, they noticed the sensation of weightlessness growing stronger. It wasn't the disorienting kind of weightlessness they might have imagined, but rather a feeling of complete freedom, as if they were no longer bound by the limitations of their earthly body. They found themselves rising slightly off the path, their feet no longer touching the glowing surface but floating just above it. For a moment they panicked, flailing instinctively, but then the melody in the air shifted, soothing, reassuring. The universe seemed to be whispering, "Trust," and so they did. The traveler relaxed, allowing themselves to drift gently upward. The silver path remained below, still visible, a reassuring presence in this boundless space. They experimented with their newfound freedom, extending a hand toward a nearby cluster of stars. As their fingers brushed the glowing orbs, they felt a warmth that spread through their entire being. The stars responded to their touch, vibrating softly and changing color in a playful display of recognition. It was as though the stars themselves were alive, sentient, welcoming. Above them, a great arch of light began to form, stretching across the sky like a bridge connecting two realms. The arch shimmered with every color of the spectrum, its surface rippling like water in the wind. The traveler watched in awe as the arch grew brighter, illuminating the space around them in radiant hues. It felt like a gateway within a gateway, a portal leading deeper into this celestial wonderland. Curiosity propelled them forward, their movements now fluid and effortless. The closer they came to the arch, the more they felt its energy, a pulsing rhythm that resonated with the hum of the universe. As they passed beneath it, the traveler was enveloped in a cascade of starlight, each droplet shimmering with the essence of countless galaxies. The sensation was indescribable, a mix of warmth, peace, and exhilaration that filled them to the brim. On the other side of the arch, the landscape shifted once more. The traveler now found themselves in a vast, open expanse where the stars seemed to cluster together in intricate patterns. These patterns formed something that resembled a city, but it was no city they had ever known. Towers of light spiraled upward, their surfaces adorned with celestial carvings that glowed softly. Bridges of starlight connected the towers, and orbs of energy floated gently between them, casting a warm, golden glow. The traveler floated into this cosmic city, their eyes wide with wonder. They could feel the presence of others, not in a physical sense, but as an energy that moved around them, weaving through the structures like a living current. It was a community, a gathering of souls or beings that existed in harmony with the stars. For a moment, the traveler hesitated, feeling small and unworthy in the face of such magnificence. But then the melody of the universe grew louder, more insistent, and they understood. This was not a place of judgment. It was a place of belonging, a realm where every soul, every fragment of light, had a purpose and a place. They drifted through the city, marveling at the details, the swirling patterns etched into the towers, the gentle hum of the energy orbs as they floated by, the way the bridges of light seemed to hum beneath their touch. Everything in this place was alive, connected, and filled with a quiet, enduring joy. As the traveler continued their journey, they realized something profound. The universe was not a cold, empty void. It was alive, vibrant, and filled with infinite beauty. And here, in this place of light and wonder, they felt not just like an observer, but like a part of it all, a thread in the vast, intricate tapestry of existence. With this realization, they turned their gaze back to the silver path. It stretched onward, disappearing into the horizon of stars. The journey was far from over, and the traveler felt a thrill of anticipation. Whatever lay ahead, they were ready to embrace it, to walk further into the light, and to uncover the secrets that awaited them among the stars. As the traveler continued along the silver path, the stars around them grew brighter and closer, their light casting soft, shifting patterns across their face. It was as though the universe was leaning in, curious about this solitary wanderer. The melody of the cosmos, the hum they had heard since crossing the threshold, began to change. It grew richer, more complex, like an orchestra of celestial tones welcoming them into something new. Ahead, the path widened, leading to a place that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Suspended in the void, a great dome of light floated serenely, its surface rippling like liquid starlight. It was massive, spanning what seemed like miles, and its architecture defied earthly comprehension. Spirals of glowing filigree arced across its surface, forming intricate patterns that pulsed in rhythm with the universal melody. Inside, faint figures moved, their luminous forms flickering like distant flames. The traveler felt an irresistible pull toward the dome, their movements becoming fluid, as if carried by an unseen current. As they approached, a portion of the dome's surface began to part, peeling away like petals of a celestial flower. What lay beyond took their breath away. Inside was a workshop unlike any they had ever seen. It was a vast expanse filled with stars in every stage of creation. Streams of light and energy twisted and swirled around the space, forming glowing threads that floated weightlessly in the air. Each thread was alive with motion and color, shifting between hues of gold, silver, and deep sapphire. The walls of the dome seemed infinite, their surfaces adorned with countless constellations that flickered and rearranged themselves as though in conversation. At the center of it all was Celestara. She stood on a platform of radiant light, her form luminous and ever-changing. Her hair cascaded down her back in waves of shimmering stardust, flowing and sparkling as if it held the secrets of the galaxies themselves. Her gown was a masterpiece of the cosmos, adorned with constellations that shifted and danced with every movement she made. Her eyes, two orbs of deep, endless blue, seemed to contain entire universes, glinting with wisdom and warmth. Celestara's hands moved with purpose, weaving the threads of light into intricate patterns. Each movement was deliberate, yet graceful, like a dance performed to the rhythm of the universe. As the traveler watched, she wove a brilliant tapestry, its threads intertwining to form a new star. When it was complete, she lifted it gently, holding it aloft. The star pulsed with a newborn glow, its light bright yet tender, as though still finding its place in the cosmos. With a flick of her hand, Celestara released it, and the star floated upward, joining the countless others that adorned the dome's ceiling. The travelers stood in awe, their heart pounding with a mix of wonder and curiosity. They had never seen anything so beautiful, so purposeful. Celestara turned toward them, her gaze meeting theirs. Her smile was warm, like the gentle light of dawn breaking over a quiet landscape. "Welcome, Seeker," she said, her voice a melody that seemed to resonate directly within the traveler's soul. "You have come far to be here." The traveler hesitated, unsure how to respond. They finally managed a soft, "I don't know where I am." "You are where you are meant to be," Celestara replied, stepping down from her platform with an elegance that seemed almost otherworldly. "This is my workshop, where stars are born and given their purpose." Her words hung in the air, profound yet comforting. The traveler glanced around, taking in the endless threads of light and the stars waiting to be woven. "You make stars?" they asked, their voice tinged with disbelief. Celestara smiled again. "I am a star weaver. I take the threads of the universe, the hopes, dreams, and stories of countless souls, and weave them into stars. Each one is unique, a reflection of the light within those who dream them into existence." The traveler's breath caught. "Dreams become stars?" "Yes," Celestara said, her gaze steady and kind. "Every dream, every wish cast into the cosmos carries a spark of light. It is my role to nurture that light, to weave it into the tapestry of the universe." She gestured to the threads floating around them, their colors shifting in harmony with her movements. Each thread represents a fragment of a soul's journey. Some are bright and vibrant, filled with hope and love. Others are dimmer, carrying sorrow and loss. But all are necessary. Together, they create the balance that sustains the cosmos. The traveler stepped closer, their fingers brushing against one of the threads. It felt warm and alive, humming faintly with energy. Images flickered through their mind. A child's laughter, a field of wildflowers, a hand reaching out in comfort. They pulled their hand back, overwhelmed. "Every thread has a story," Celestara said, her tone gentle. "And every story has its place." She returned to her platform, motioning for the traveler to follow. "Would you like to see how a star is made?" The traveler nodded, their curiosity outweighing their uncertainty. Celestara extended her hand, and a thread of light floated toward her, glowing with a soft, golden hue. She held it delicately, as one might hold a fragile flower. "This thread belongs to someone who dared to dream of love," she said, her voice tinged with reverence. "A dream so pure it shines brighter than most." With practiced grace, she began to weave the thread, her hands moving in fluid, intricate patterns. More threads floated toward her, drawn by an unseen force, each one adding its unique color and texture to the tapestry. The traveler watched, mesmerized, as the threads came together to form a sphere of light that pulsed gently, as if alive. When the star was complete, Celestara held it up, her face radiant with joy. "Another light to guide the way," she said softly, releasing the star into the air. It rose slowly, joining the others in the dome's endless expanse. The traveler felt a lump in their throat, their chest tight with emotion. "It's beautiful," they whispered. "It is," Celestara agreed, turning to face them. "And so are you." The words caught the traveler off guard. "Me?" "Every soul is a star in its own right," Celestara said, stepping closer. "You carry light within you, even if you do not yet see it. Your journey is not just to walk among the stars, but to find your place among them." The traveler felt tears prick their eyes, the weight of her words settling deep within. "I've spent so long searching," they admitted, "but I don't even know what I'm searching for." Celestara placed a hand gently on their shoulder. "Sometimes the search is the answer. Each step you take, each question you ask, brings you closer to the light within yourself." Her touch was warm, her presence calming. The traveler felt a spark of hope, faint but real, stirring within them. They glanced around the workshop, taking in the endless threads, the glowing stars, the infinite possibilities. "Will I ever understand it all?" they asked. Celestara's smile was knowing, her eyes shimmering with the light of countless galaxies. Understanding is not the goal. The journey is. And along the way, you will find moments of clarity, moments of beauty that make it all worthwhile. The traveler nodded, their heart lighter than it had been in a long time. Celestara returned to her weaving, her hands moving with the grace of a composer crafting a symphony. The traveler watched for a while, then turned back to the silver path. It stretched onward, inviting them to continue their journey. Before they stepped away, Celestara called out to them, her voice a gentle melody. "Remember, Seeker, the stars are not just above you. They are within you. Carry your light forward, and you will find your way." With those words echoing in their heart, the traveler turned and resumed their walk, the glow of Celestara's workshop fading into the distance. But the warmth of her words and the knowledge of the star's creation stayed with them, a guiding light in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The silver path guided the traveler deeper into the celestial expanse, where the stars seemed to hum with a softer, more intimate melody. The void around them grew warmer, as though the universe itself was preparing them for something gentler, more nurturing. Ahead, the path curved toward a glowing horizon, a realm of color and light that shimmered like the first blush of dawn. As the traveler approached, the hum of the cosmos shifted, transforming into a melody laced with whispers and laughter, as if the stars themselves were rejoicing in anticipation. Through the shimmering haze, the traveler saw it, the astral garden. The garden unfolded before them in a symphony of light and beauty, a landscape that defied earthly imagination. Here, the ground was not solid earth, but a radiant tapestry of luminous grasses that glowed softly underfoot, their hues shifting with each step. Flowers of every conceivable color and shape bloomed in abundance, their petals made of pure light that pulsed gently as if breathing. Some blossoms emitted a soft, chiming sound, while others released trails of sparkling dust that floated lazily through the air. Towering trees, their trunks made of crystalline starlight, reached toward the heavens. Their branches stretched outward in graceful arcs, adorned with leaves that shimmered like molten silver. When the traveler gazed upward, they noticed that the canopy was not a barrier but a window to the cosmos. Between the branches, constellations glittered, their positions subtly shifting as if to greet this newfound visitor. The air was thick with a sense of life, but not the kind that buzzes or chatters. Instead, it was the quiet, profound life of things in harmony. Each element of the garden perfectly balanced, perfectly attuned. A gentle breeze flowed through, carrying with it a fragrance unlike anything the traveler had ever known. A blend of starlight and the sweet, ethereal scent of the flowers. It was a smell that evoked both longing and comfort, as though it held the memory of every cherished moment from a lifetime. The traveler stepped cautiously into the garden, their heart swelling with wonder. Each movement felt reverent, as if they were trespassing into a sacred sanctuary. Beneath their feet, the radiant grasses rippled like liquid light, and the chiming of the flowers grew more pronounced, forming a delicate harmony that seemed to welcome them. As they ventured further, they encountered streams of liquid light that meandered through the garden like glowing ribbons. The streams shimmered with shifting hues, deep sapphire, warm amber, and soft lavender, casting dancing reflections onto the surrounding flora. The traveler knelt by one of the streams, dipping their hand into the liquid. It was cool to the touch, yet it sent a warmth coursing through their veins, a feeling of peace and vitality that made them smile despite themselves. Looking closer, they noticed small, luminous creatures darting beneath the surface of the liquid light. They moved like fish, but shimmered like stars, their translucent forms leaving trails of brightness in their wake. The traveler marveled at their beauty, their laughter escaping in a soft, incredulous sound. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" came a voice, melodic and gentle, yet unmistakably real. The traveler turned, startled, to see a figure standing nearby. It was a woman, or something like a woman, with a presence so radiant it seemed to blend seamlessly with the garden itself. Her skin glowed with a soft, golden light, and her hair flowed like a cascade of pure stardust. Her gown was made of delicate, luminous petals that shifted color with every movement, mirroring the hues of the flowers around her. Her eyes, deep and knowing, sparkled with the light of countless stars. The travelers stood, words escaping them as they gazed at this being of beauty and grace. "Welcome to the astral garden," the figure said, her smile warm and inviting. "I am Leora, the keeper of this realm." The traveler found their voice, though it trembled slightly. "It's unlike anything I've ever seen. Leora's smile deepened. This garden is a reflection of the universe's most gentle dreams. Every flower, every stream, every leaf is born from a dream of beauty, love, or hope. It is a place of creation, of renewal. The traveler looked around, their gaze sweeping over the luminous landscape. It feels alive. Because it is, Leora replied. The garden is connected to all who dream, all who hope. It is nurtured by their light, and in turn, it gives that light back to the cosmos. She gestured for the traveler to follow, and they walked together through the garden. As they moved, the traveler noticed more details. Small, glowing creatures resembling fireflies flitting among the flowers, their light adding to the garden's symphony. Spectral animals roamed the pathways. A translucent deer with antlers made of starlight. A fox whose tail left trails of glowing mist, and birds with feathers that sparkled like constellations. Each creature moved with a quiet grace, as if aware of the sanctity of their surroundings. Leora led the traveler to a large, open glade where a single, massive tree stood at its center. Its trunk was wide and strong, its bark shimmering like polished silver. The branches stretched high and far, adorned with blossoms that glowed softly, casting a warm, golden light over the glade. At the base of the tree, a pool of liquid light reflected its brilliance, creating an almost mirror-like effect. "This is the heart tree," Leora said, her voice reverent. "It is the source of the garden's life, the wellspring of all its beauty." The traveler approached the tree cautiously, their awe growing with every step. The air around it was warm and filled with a subtle vibration, as though the tree itself was breathing. They knelt by the pool, staring into its shimmering depths. Their reflection stared back at them, but it was different. Brighter, fuller, as though their true self was being shown to them. Every soul who visits the astral garden leaves a piece of themselves behind, Leora explained. A dream, a hope, a memory of beauty. In return, the garden gifts them something precious: renewal, clarity, or peace. The traveler glanced at her. "What do I leave behind?" Leora's gaze was kind. "That is for you to decide." For a moment, the traveler hesitated, unsure of what to do. But then they reached into their satchel and pulled out their journal. It was the one thing they had carried with them on their journey. The one thing that held their thoughts, their dreams, their questions. They opened it, flipping through pages filled with sketches of stars and constellations, with scribbled words of wonder and longing. Carefully, they tore out a single page, a sketch of a star they had imagined but never seen. It was imperfect, hastily drawn, but it held meaning. They placed the page gently into the pool, watching as it dissolved into light, its energy joining the shimmering depths. The heart tree seemed to respond, its blossoms glowing brighter for a moment. A wave of warmth washed over the traveler, filling them with a profound sense of peace. They stood, their eyes meeting Leora's. "Thank you," they said softly. Leora inclined her head. "Your light has strengthened the garden, and the garden, in turn, will guide you on your journey." As the traveler turned to leave, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. The garden had given them more than peace. It had reminded them of their own capacity for beauty, for creation. The silver path awaited them, glowing softly in the distance, and the traveler knew they were ready to continue. As they walked away, the astral garden faded gently from view. its beauty imprinted forever in their heart. They carried its light with them, a constant reminder of the universe's capacity for wonder, and their own. The silver path stretched onward, its glow soft and inviting, but the traveler noticed a subtle change in the surrounding starscape. The stars grew denser, clustering together like whispers converging into a single thought. The air, if it could be called air, hummed with a deeper resonance, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of knowledge and memory. Ahead, the path led to what appeared to be a massive structure floating in the void, its silhouette shimmering with light and shadow. As the traveler drew closer, the structure resolved into a library of incomprehensible scale. Towering shelves spiraled upward, vanishing into an unseen height, while others stretched outward into the infinite expanse, forming an intricate labyrinth. The shelves glowed faintly, their surfaces adorned with luminous etchings that shifted and rearranged themselves like living constellations. Between the shelves floated glowing orbs, each pulsating with a unique rhythm and color. The traveler paused at the threshold, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the place. The hum of the universe grew louder here, its melody interwoven with soft murmurs, as if the library itself was alive and whispering its secrets. A wide, glowing staircase extended before them, leading into the heart of the structure. Taking a deep breath, they stepped inside. The first thing the traveler noticed was the warmth. Despite the library's vast, otherworldly nature, it radiated a comforting energy, like stepping into a familiar sanctuary. The orbs floating between the shelves pulsed softly, and as the traveler moved closer to one, it drifted toward them, as though recognizing their presence. The orb was no larger than an apple, its surface swirling with shifting light. When they touched it, the light grew brighter, and images began to form within. Scenes of a life, moments of joy, sorrow, love, and loss. "This is a memory," the traveler murmured, their voice barely audible. "A fragment of a soul's story," came a deep, resonant voice behind them. The traveler turned quickly to see a figure standing nearby. The cosmic librarian was unlike anything they had imagined. Tall and regal, their form seemed to be carved from crystal, their translucent skin refracting light into a spectrum of colors. Their eyes were twin galaxies, swirling with endless stars, and their robe shimmered like the surface of a calm sea under moonlight. In their hands, they held a staff of light, its tip glowing with a gentle, golden radiance. "Welcome, Seeker," the librarian said, their voice resonating like a deep, harmonious chord. "You have entered the Library of Memory, a repository of all that has been and all that will be." The traveler's voice caught in their throat, but they managed to say, It's beautiful." The librarian inclined their head. "Beauty lies in the stories contained within. Each orb holds the memories of a life lived, a soul's journey through the tapestry of existence." They gestured toward the endless shelves. "This library is not bound by time or space. It exists to preserve the essence of all who have ever been, and even those who have yet to come. Every joy, every sorrow, every triumph, and every regret. They are all here, waiting to be remembered." The traveler's heart swelled with awe and curiosity. "Can anyone see these memories?" "Only those who are called to this place," the librarian replied. "The library reveals what the seeker needs to see." With a flick of their staff, the librarian summoned an orb from a nearby shelf. It floated toward them, its glow intensifying as it neared. The librarian held it delicately, their crystalline fingers refracting its light into shimmering patterns. "This one," they said, "belongs to a soul who dared to dream of unity among a divided people. Their story is one of perseverance and hope." They held the orb out to the traveler. "Would you like to see?" The traveler hesitated for a moment before nodding. When they touched the orb, it flared with light, and a vision unfolded before them. They saw a vast sunlit plain where people of different shapes, colors, and forms worked together, building something grand. They felt the emotions of the soul: hope, determination, fear, and saw the challenges they faced. The vision ended with the completion of a great tower that shone like a beacon, a symbol of unity. When the vision faded, the traveler found themselves trembling, tears in their eyes. It was so vivid, so real. "Because it was," the librarian said gently. "Memories are not just echoes. They are the essence of life itself, preserved for eternity." The librarian turned, their robe flowing like liquid light, and beckoned the traveler to follow. They walked deeper into the library, passing shelves filled with orbs that glowed in every imaginable color. Some pulsed softly, while others shone brightly, their light casting intricate patterns on the walls. The traveler noticed that the murmurs grew louder in certain areas, as though the memories themselves were speaking. "What happens to these memories?" the traveler asked. "Do they stay here forever?" The librarian paused, their gaze turning thoughtful. "Memories are eternal, but their purpose varies. Some are meant to guide, others to inspire. Some remain here, waiting for the right soul to discover them, while others return to the cosmos, becoming stars or whispers in the wind." They gestured toward a particularly vibrant orb, its light flickering like a flame. This one, for example, became a guiding star for a lost traveler. Its story inspired them to find their way home. The traveler stared at the orb, marveling at the idea that memories could shape the universe in such profound ways. "Can I see one of my own memories?" The librarian studied them for a moment, their galaxy-filled eyes unreadable. "If you are ready." The traveler nodded, their heart pounding. With another flick of their staff, the librarian summoned an orb that drifted toward them. Its light was soft, almost hesitant, as though it carried something fragile. When the traveler touched it, they were instantly transported. They saw themselves as a child, lying in a field under a star-filled sky. Beside them sat an older figure, a parent perhaps, pointing out constellations and telling stories of the universe. They felt the warmth of their presence, the joy of that moment, and the wonder that had filled their young heart. It was a memory they had long forgotten, buried under the weight of years, but now it returned with crystal clarity. When the vision ended, the traveler's eyes brimmed with tears. I'd forgotten how much that moment meant to me." The librarian placed a hand on their shoulder, their touch cool yet comforting. "The past has a way of slipping from our grasp, but it is never truly lost. Here, in the Library of Memory, it is preserved, waiting to remind us of who we are." The traveler wiped their eyes, a mixture of gratitude and longing filling their heart. "Thank you," they said softly, "for keeping these memories safe." "It is my purpose," the librarian said. "But remember, the memories are not meant to hold you in the past. They are here to guide you forward." The traveler nodded, understanding dawning within them. The library was not just a place of preservation, but of transformation. A space where the threads of the past could weave into the fabric of the future. As they prepared to leave, the librarian bowed slightly. "Your journey is far from over, Seeker, but take this with you." They extended their staff, and a small orb of light detached from its tip, floating toward the traveler. When it touched their chest, it sank into them, filling them with a warmth that spread through their entire being. "It is a piece of this place," the librarian said. "A reminder that the stories of the universe are not just around you, but within you." The traveler placed a hand over their heart, the light still resonating softly inside them. "I won't forget." With one last, lingering look at the endless shelves and glowing orbs, the traveler stepped back onto the silver path. The library faded behind them, but its warmth and wisdom remained, a beacon guiding them forward into the infinite expanse of the cosmos. The silver path wound its way deeper into the celestial realm, where the stars seemed to cluster more tightly together, their brilliance forming a luminous canopy. The traveler's steps echoed softly in the vast stillness, the hum of the universe ever present and soothing. As they moved forward, the hum began to shift, growing richer and more intricate. It was no longer a simple melody, but a symphony of sounds, a layered, harmonious composition that resonated in the very marrow of their being. Ahead, the path widened into a grand expanse, an amphitheater carved from the cosmos itself. The stars here shone brighter, casting their light downward in cascading beams that illuminated the stage-like space. Great arches of golden light framed the edges, their curves graceful and elegant, forming an ethereal dome that seemed to embrace the heavens. Nebulae swirled in the background, their colors vibrant and alive, as though they too were part of this unfolding masterpiece. At the center of the amphitheater stood a constellation of luminous figures, each shimmering with a unique light. Some were tall and regal, their forms radiating strength and wisdom, while others were delicate and graceful, their movements fluid like dancers in a dream. Each figure held an instrument, though none resembled those of the earthly world. Instead, they were crafted from light and energy. Harps strung with beams of starlight, flutes shaped from crystallized air, and drums that pulsed like the heartbeat of the cosmos. The travelers stepped forward, their breath catching as the symphony swelled in response to their presence. The figures turned to acknowledge them, their glowing forms bowing slightly in welcome. The music grew softer, as if waiting for something or someone to guide it forward. A single figure stepped out from the constellation, their light a soft gold that radiated warmth and kindness. They approached the traveler with a gentle grace, their instrument, a small glowing sphere, hovering above their hands. When they spoke, their voice was a melody, a blend of notes and words that filled the traveler's heart with a quiet joy. "Welcome, Seeker," they said. "You have arrived at the Celestial Symphony, where the music of the stars is woven into the fabric of existence." The traveler's voice was barely a whisper. "It's beautiful." The figure smiled, their light growing brighter for a moment. "The universe itself is a symphony, every star and every soul contributing a note to the grand composition. Here, we play its melody, a reflection of the harmony that binds all things." They gestured to the amphitheater around them. "Would you like to join us?" The traveler blinked in surprise. "Me? I don't know how." The golden figure extended their hand, their gaze steady and encouraging. You do not need to know. The music is already within you. You simply need to listen. Hesitantly, the traveler took their hand. The moment their fingers touched, a warmth spread through them, and they felt as though a door within their soul had opened. The golden figure led them toward the center of the amphitheater, where the other luminous beings waited. The symphony began to rise again, a gentle crescendo that wrapped around the traveler like a comforting embrace. As they stood among the constellation of musicians, the traveler felt a strange yet exhilarating sensation. It was as though their very essence was being attuned to the music, each note resonating within them. The golden figure handed them the glowing sphere, which vibrated faintly as it rested in their palms. "This is your instrument," the figure said. "It reflects your light, your voice, your contribution to the symphony." The travelers stared at the sphere, unsure of what to do. But as they held it, the vibrations grew stronger, and a soft, melodious tone emerged, a sound that felt uniquely theirs. The other musicians began to play, their instruments creating a tapestry of sound that filled the amphitheater. The traveler closed their eyes, letting the music guide them. They tilted the sphere slightly, and its tone shifted, blending seamlessly with the others. The travelers' hearts swelled as they realized they were part of something much greater than themselves. Each note they played seemed to carry a piece of their story, their joys, their fears, their dreams. The sphere responded to their emotions, its melody weaving into the symphony with a beauty that brought tears to their eyes. As the music swelled, the amphitheater itself seemed to come alive. The arches of light pulsed in time with the rhythm, and the stars above shimmered more brightly as though singing along. The nebulae in the background shifted and swirled, their colors deepening with the intensity of the music. The traveler felt a profound connection to everything around them, as if the boundaries between themselves and the universe had dissolved. The golden figure stepped beside them, their own instrument adding a rich, resonant tone to the symphony. "Do you feel it?" they asked, their voice a melody within the music. The traveler nodded, their eyes still closed. "It's like I'm part of everything." "Because you are," the figure replied. "Every soul, every star, every particle of light contributes to the harmony of existence. Even in moments of silence, your presence creates a note, a vibration that echoes through the cosmos." The traveler opened their eyes, their gaze meeting the golden figures. "But what if my note is out of tune? What if it doesn't belong?" The figure's light grew warmer, more comforting. There is no wrong note in the universe's symphony. Even dissonance has its place, creating contrast and depth. Your light, your voice is unique, and the symphony would be incomplete without it. The traveler felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. They closed their eyes again, letting their melody flow freely. The sphere in their hands responded, its tones blending and harmonizing with the others. The music grew more intricate, more powerful, until it felt as though the entire universe was resonating with their collective song. As the symphony reached its crescendo, the traveler saw visions unfold within the music. They saw galaxies forming, stars being born, and worlds teeming with life. They saw moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and struggle, each one a vital part of the cosmic tapestry. And they saw themselves, not as a solitary figure, but as a thread woven into the grand design, their light shining brightly among the stars. When the final note of the symphony rang out, the amphitheater fell silent, the echoes of the music lingering in the air like a gentle afterglow. The traveler opened their eyes, their heart full and their soul at peace. The golden figure smiled, their gaze filled with quiet pride. "You have played your part beautifully," they said. The traveler looked down at the glowing sphere in their hands, its light now steady and calm. "I didn't know I had it in me." The figure placed a hand on their shoulder. "The music has always been within you, waiting for the moment you were ready to let it out." As the other musicians bowed and returned to their places, the golden figure led the traveler back to the edge of the amphitheater. The silver path awaited them, glowing softly in the distance. "Your journey continues," the figure said, their voice filled with warmth. "But remember this, the symphony is never truly over. Its melody lives on in you, and every step you take adds to its beauty." The traveler nodded, their heart lighter than it had ever been. With one last look at the radiant amphitheater and the constellation of luminous musicians, they stepped back onto the path, carrying the music of the stars within them. The traveler walked along the silver path, which had begun to narrow, its glow dimming slightly. The stars overhead, so vibrant and comforting before, now seemed farther away, their light subdued. The air grew cooler, heavier, as though the universe itself were holding its breath. The hum of the cosmos softened into a low, almost imperceptible vibration. Ahead, the path dipped into a vast valley cloaked in both light and shadow, its contours veiled in a shimmering, dreamlike mist. As the traveler descended into the valley, they were struck by its surreal beauty. On one side, the landscape was bathed in radiant starlight, every detail illuminated with a soft, golden glow. The grass here shimmered as though made of liquid sunlight, and crystalline flowers bloomed in dazzling hues, their petals reflecting the light like tiny mirrors. Streams of luminescent water meandered through the terrain, their surfaces rippling with patterns of light that danced like fireflies. On the other side, a quiet darkness prevailed. The grass was deep indigo, blending seamlessly into the shadows that blanketed the ground. Trees with ebony trunks stretched their gnarled branches skyward, their outlines stark against the twilight backdrop. The darkness was not menacing, however. It was calming, like the comforting embrace of night. The shadows seemed to move gently, their edges blurring as if alive, whispering secrets that only the stillness could hear. The valley was divided perfectly down the middle, a glowing river serving as the boundary between light and shadow. The river's surface reflected both sides of the valley, creating a surreal mirror effect that seemed to stretch into infinity. The traveler stood at its edge, mesmerized by the duality of the scene. The two realms were so distinct yet so harmonious, as though they were two halves of the same whole. A soft voice broke the silence, resonating like the first note of a forgotten melody. "You stand at the crossroads of balance." Startled, the traveler turned to see a figure emerging from the mist. They were neither entirely of the light nor entirely of the shadow. Instead, they seemed to embody both. Their left side glowed softly, their form radiating warmth and light, while their right side was veiled in shadow, their features indistinct yet no less captivating. Their eyes, however, were the most striking. A pair of twin galaxies, one shining brightly, the other swirling with quiet darkness. "I am Kale, the keeper of balance," the figure said, their voice a blend of light and shadow, resonating in perfect harmony. You have entered the valley of shadows and light, a place where all things converge and find their equilibrium. The traveler felt a shiver run down their spine, though not from fear. Why am I here? Kyle gestured toward the valley. Because your journey is one of discovery, not just of the universe, but of yourself. Here, you must confront what lies within, the light that guides you and the shadows that you hide from. The traveler hesitated, their gaze shifting between the radiant beauty of the light-filled side and the serene mystery of the shadowed side. I don't understand. Why both? Kyle's expression was kind yet inscrutable. Because to understand the fullness of who you are, you must embrace both. Light and shadow are not enemies, but partners in the dance of existence. One cannot exist without the other. The traveler's chest tightened with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. What do I need to do? Kyle extended a hand, their palm open and inviting. Step into the valley. Let it reveal what you need to see. The traveler took a deep breath and nodded, stepping forward. The moment they crossed the river's edge, the air seemed to shift, becoming heavier and more charged. The landscape around them seemed to ripple, and the boundaries between light and shadow blurred slightly, as though responding to their presence. As they ventured further, the traveler found themselves drawn first to the light-filled side. They walked among the crystalline flowers and shimmering streams, their heart swelling with warmth and joy. Memories began to surface, moments of kindness, laughter, and triumph. They saw themselves as a child, gazing at the stars with unbridled wonder. They saw the love they had given and received, the dreams they had dared to chase. The light seemed to embrace them, filling them with a sense of pride and gratitude. But even as they basked in its glow, they felt an unease stirring within, a whisper that something was missing. Reluctantly, the traveler turned toward the shadowed side of the valley. The air grew cooler as they stepped into the twilight, the soft murmurs of the shadows brushing against their skin. Here, the memories were different. They saw moments of fear, anger, and regret. Times when they had faltered, when their light had dimmed. They saw the faces of those they had hurt, the opportunities they had lost. The shadows pressed closer, their presence heavy but not oppressive. The traveler's instinct was to recoil, but Kyle's words echoed in their mind. Light and shadow are partners. Taking a steadying breath, they allowed themselves to face the darkness. To their surprise, the shadows began to shift, their edges softening. They no longer felt like burdens but lessons, experiences that had shaped the traveler, scars that had strengthened their resolve. As they stood there, straddling the line between light and shadow, Kyle appeared beside them, their dual form glowing softly. "Do you see now?" they asked. The traveler nodded slowly. "The light is beautiful, but it's not the whole story. The shadows, they're a part of me too." Kyle smiled, their eyes shimmering with approval. "Exactly. The light reveals your potential, your joys, and your strengths. The shadows show your depth, your resilience, and your capacity for growth. Together, they create the fullness of who you are." The traveler looked around the valley, seeing it now with new eyes. The river no longer felt like a dividing line, but a thread weaving the two realms together. The light and shadow were not in opposition, but in harmony, each enhancing the other's beauty. "What happens now?" the traveler asked, their voice steady. Kyle gestured toward the glowing river. "The valley has shown you its truth. Carry it with you as you continue your journey. Remember, Seeker, that balance is not a destination but a practice, a choice you make in every moment." The traveler gazed at the river one last time, their reflection shimmering on its surface. They saw themselves not as one thing or another, but as a whole, a being of light and shadow, strength and vulnerability, joy and sorrow. And for the first time, they felt at peace with it all. As they stepped back onto the silver path, the valley began to fade, its dual beauty lingering in their mind like a melody that could never be forgotten. The traveler walked on, their heart lighter, their soul brighter, and the balance of shadows and light guiding their every step. The silver path began to incline gently, its radiant glow intensifying with each step. The traveler's heart quickened as they sensed they were approaching something extraordinary. The stars above shifted, their patterns forming intricate arcs that seemed to guide the way. The melody of the cosmos, ever present since the beginning of the journey, grew richer and more vibrant, as if the universe itself was preparing for a grand revelation. Ahead, the summit rose like a crown in the heavens, its peak wreathed in cascading auroras that shimmered in every imaginable hue. The auroras danced slowly, their movements hypnotic, as though conducting the symphony that filled the air. The summit was unlike any mountain the traveler had ever seen. Its surface was not stone or earth, but a substance that glowed with an inner light, smooth yet textured like polished crystal. The entire formation seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive, its rhythm aligned with the beating heart of the cosmos. As the traveler ascended, the air grew thinner but not uncomfortable. It carried a purity that invigorated their senses, each breath filling them with a sense of clarity and purpose. The path became narrower, winding through formations of crystalline spires that jutted out like the fingers of some ancient celestial hand. Each spire refracted the light of the surrounding stars, scattering rainbows across the pathway in a dazzling display. Finally, the traveler reached a plateau near the summit, a vast and open space that seemed to hover between the stars and infinity. The view was breathtaking. From this vantage point, they could see the endless expanse of the cosmos stretching in every direction. Galaxies spiraled gracefully in the distance, their glowing arms cradling nebulae that pulsed with the soft light of creation. Closer, comets streaked across the void, leaving trails of shimmering silver that lingered like the brush strokes of a cosmic artist. At the center of the plateau stood an altar-like structure, its surface carved with patterns that glowed faintly, as if etched by starlight itself. Surrounding it were orbs of light, floating in a gentle orbit, each one radiating a unique hue and vibration. The traveler approached cautiously, their footsteps silent on the smooth, glowing ground. As they neared the altar, a gentle warmth enveloped them, soothing and welcoming. "It is beautiful, isn't it?" came a familiar voice. The traveler turned to see Kyle, the keeper of balance, standing nearby. They appeared as they had before, a perfect embodiment of light and shadow, their presence both grounding and inspiring. Beside them was another figure, a luminous being with wings that shimmered like the auroras above. This new figure radiated an undeniable sense of majesty, their form both delicate and powerful. "I am Aryan," the being said, their voice a symphony of light and sound. "Welcome to the celestial summit, the meeting place of the infinite and the eternal." The traveler's voice trembled with awe. It's more beautiful than I could have imagined." Arion smiled, their wings extending slightly, sending ripples of light across the plateau. "This is the heart of the cosmos, where all things converge. From here, you can see not just the stars, but the threads that connect them, the fabric of existence itself." They gestured toward the altar. "Step closer. It will show you what you seek." The traveler hesitated, their gaze shifting between the radiant figures and the glowing altar. Finally, they stepped forward, their heart pounding with anticipation. As they placed their hands on the altar, the orbs surrounding it began to hum softly, their light intensifying. Suddenly, a vision unfolded before them. It was as if the universe itself had been laid bare, its infinite complexity revealed in a single, breathtaking moment. They saw the birth of stars, their fiery cores igniting with a brilliance that lit the void. They saw planets forming, their surfaces sculpted by time and gravity. They witnessed life emerging, delicate and tenacious, in countless forms and colors. And then they saw the threads, the invisible connections that bound everything together. They wove through the stars, the planets, and the living beings, creating a tapestry of light and energy that pulsed with harmony. The traveler's breath caught as they realized that these threads extended to them as well, connecting their soul to every corner of the cosmos. "You are part of this," Arion said softly, their voice echoing in the traveler's mind. "Your light, your choices, your very existence contribute to the symphony of the universe." Tears filled the traveler's eyes as they stepped back from the altar, their chest tight with emotion. I never realized how much I mattered." Kyle stepped forward, their dual form glowing softly. "Every soul matters, Seeker. The smallest light can illuminate the deepest darkness. The quietest note can complete the grandest melody." The traveler wiped their eyes, their heart swelling with a sense of purpose. "What am I supposed to do with this? How do I carry it forward?" Arion's gaze was kind but firm. "You carry it by living fully, by embracing both the light and the shadow within you. Share your light with others, and let their light guide you in return. Trust the threads that connect you to the universe. They will show you the way." The traveler nodded, their resolve solidifying like crystal. They turned to look out over the edge of the plateau, their eyes sweeping across the boundless cosmos. The summit had given them more than a view. It had given them a sense of belonging, a reminder that they were both a single thread and an integral part of the tapestry. As they prepared to leave, Arion stepped closer, their wings folding gracefully. "Take this with you," they said, extending a hand. A small orb of light appeared, glowing softly with a warm, golden hue. "It is a fragment of the summit, a reminder of what you have seen and felt here." The traveler accepted the orb, feeling its warmth radiate through their hands. "Thank you," they said, their voice filled with gratitude. Kyle and Arion both inclined their heads. "Your journey is not over," Kyle said, "but you are ready for what lies ahead." With one last look at the summit and its radiant beauty, the traveler turned and began their descent. The silver path awaited them, glowing more brightly now, as if energized by their presence. The music of the cosmos swelled once more, a triumphant melody that echoed in their heart. As they walked away from the celestial summit, the traveler felt lighter, stronger, and more connected than ever before. They carried the summit's light within them, a beacon to guide them through the infinite expanse of the stars and beyond. The silver path stretched before the traveler, its soft glow steady and reassuring, but this time it felt different. It no longer beckoned with mystery or whispered of the unknown. Instead, it radiated a quiet sense of completion, as though it knew the journey was nearing its end. The traveler took a deep breath, the cool, crisp air filling their lungs and invigorating their spirit. The summit was behind them now, its grandeur imprinted on their soul, yet the warmth of its revelations lingered in their heart, like the fading notes of a beautiful symphony. As the traveler stepped forward, the universe seemed to shift around them. The stars above, once distant and scattered, now glimmered in intricate patterns, their positions forming constellations that felt deeply familiar. It was as if the cosmos was mapping out a path home, weaving the heavens into a tapestry of guidance and memory. The hum of the universe was still there, softer now, a melody that carried echoes of every place they had visited and every lesson they had learned. The path began to wind gently downward, leading the traveler through landscapes that seemed to flow seamlessly from one to the next. The first was a field of starlight, where silken grasses shimmered with hues of silver and gold. As the traveler walked, the grasses swayed gently, their movement creating a soft, tinkling sound, like wind chimes in the breeze. The air was fragrant with the scent of celestial blooms, their petals glowing faintly in the starlight. The traveler paused to run their fingers through the grasses, marveling at the way the light danced across their surface. "This place feels so familiar," they murmured to themselves. And indeed, it did. The field was a reflection of their own memories, a place they had dreamed of but never thought they would see. It reminded them of quiet moments from their life, the stillness of a summer evening, the warmth of a loved one's touch, the feeling of being perfectly at peace. The traveler smiled, their heart swelling with gratitude for the memories that had shaped them. Further along, the field gave way to a shimmering forest, its trees unlike anything on earth. Their trunks were made of crystalline light, their branches stretching high into the sky, adorned with leaves that glowed like tiny stars. The forest pulsed with life, its energy palpable. As the traveler walked beneath the canopy, they noticed streams of light flowing between the trees, their currents carrying fragments of images and sounds, memories, dreams, and whispers from the universe itself. One of the streams drifted closer, its light brushing against the traveler's hand. Instantly, a vision unfolded before them. They saw a younger version of themselves, gazing up at the night sky with wide-eyed wonder. The memory was so vivid they could almost feel the cool grass beneath them and hear the crickets chirping in the distance. Tears welled in their eyes as they realized how far they had come since that moment, how much they had grown and changed. The forest seemed to sense their emotions, its light growing warmer, more comforting. It was as if the universe itself was offering them solace, reminding them that every step of their journey, both the joyful and the difficult, had brought them to this place. The traveler nodded silently, their resolve strengthened. As they continued, the forest thinned, and the silver path led them to the banks of a vast, glowing river. Its surface shimmered like liquid moonlight, reflecting the stars above with perfect clarity. The river stretched far into the distance, its gentle currents carrying orbs of light that glowed softly, each one a tiny, self-contained universe. The traveler knelt by the water's edge, dipping their fingers into its cool, silky surface. A sense of calm washed over them, as though the river itself carried the peace of the cosmos. One of the orbs floated closer, its light pulsing faintly. When the traveler reached out to touch it, a soft hum resonated through the air, and another vision appeared. This time, it was not a memory, but a glimpse of the future. A path yet to be walked, filled with new challenges and new wonders. The vision was fleeting, like a single note in a grand symphony, but it left the traveler feeling inspired and hopeful. The river seemed to sing as the traveler rose and continued their journey, its melody blending with the ever-present hum of the universe. The silver path climbed gently upward once more, leading them out of the valley and into an open expanse where the sky seemed closer, the stars brighter. It was as if the universe was drawing them into a final embrace, a farewell filled with light and love. Ahead, the travelers saw a familiar sight, the archway they had stepped through at the beginning of their journey. It stood alone in the starlit meadow, its carvings glowing softly, their patterns more intricate than the traveler remembered. The archway seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as though it recognized the traveler and welcomed their return. As they approached, the meadow around them came alive. The grasses swayed gently in a non-existent breeze, their silvery hues glinting in the starlight. The wildflowers, previously delicate and subdued, now bloomed with vibrant colors, their petals glowing as though lit from within. The air was filled with the soft hum of life, a melody that resonated with the traveler's heart. The traveler stopped before the archway, their hand brushing its cool, textured surface. They felt a surge of emotion, gratitude for the journey they had undertaken, awe at the wonders they had witnessed, and a quiet sadness at the thought of leaving this celestial realm. But above all, they felt a sense of completion, a deep understanding that they had found what they had been seeking. "You are ready," a voice said, gentle and familiar. The traveler turned to see Kale and Arian standing nearby, their forms radiant with light and shadow. They both smiled, their expressions filled with pride and warmth. "The journey you have taken has changed you," Arian said, their wings shimmering in the starlight. "You have seen the beauty of the cosmos and the strength within yourself." Kyle stepped closer, their dual form glowing softly. "And now, you carry both the light and the shadow within you, in perfect harmony. Remember this balance, for it is your greatest strength." The traveler nodded, their voice steady. "Thank you for everything. I'll never forget what I've seen, what I've learned." Arian extended their hand, and a small orb of light appeared, glowing softly. "Take this with you, a gift from the stars. It will guide you when you feel lost and remind you of the infinite beauty that lies within and around you." The traveler accepted the orb, its warmth filling their palm, and placed it close to their heart. With one last look at the radiant beings who had guided them, they stepped through the archway. The light enveloped them once more, gentle and warm, and the celestial realm faded. When the light receded, they found themselves back in the meadow, the night sky spread out above them like a familiar friend. The stars seemed to shine more brightly now, their patterns clearer, their presence more intimate. The traveler sat in the grass, their heart full, their soul at peace. The journey had brought them back to where they started, but they were no longer the same. They were connected now, to the stars, to the universe, to themselves. As they gazed up at the sky, the melody of the cosmos still resonating in their heart, the traveler smiled. They knew that the journey was not truly over. It had only just begun. The traveler lay on their back in the meadow, the cool grass beneath them soft as silk. Above, the night sky stretched endlessly, a canvas of stars painted in infinite hues. The constellations that once seemed distant now glimmered with a newfound intimacy, as though each star held a piece of the journey they had undertaken. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the faint fragrance of wildflowers and earth, a grounding reminder of the world they had returned to. They closed their eyes, letting the memory of the celestial realm wash over them. Each moment of the journey unfolded in their mind like a vivid dream. The radiant astral garden, the infinite library of memory, the symphony played among the stars, and the summit where they glimpsed the threads connecting all things. The emotions of those moments were still fresh: wonder, awe, humility, and a profound sense of belonging. Yet now, lying under the familiar sky, the traveler felt a different kind of peace. The journey had been one of discovery and transformation, but its greatest gift was the ability to find meaning and connection here, in the quiet beauty of the world they had always known. The traveler sat up slowly, their gaze drawn to the horizon where the first blush of dawn began to soften the edges of the night. The stars faded one by one, their light yielding to the warmth of the rising sun. It was a transition so subtle, so natural, that it felt like part of the symphony they had heard among the stars. Reaching into their satchel, the traveler retrieved their journal, its leather cover worn and familiar. They opened it, the pages filled with sketches of constellations, hurried notes, and scattered reflections from before the journey began. It seemed like a relic from another life, a life defined by searching and questioning, by an endless longing for something more. Turning to a blank page, they hesitated, unsure of how to begin. What words could capture the immensity of what they had experienced? What sketches could do justice to the beauty they had seen? The traveler placed the pen to the paper, letting the silence guide them. The first words came slowly, tentatively, like the first rays of sunlight breaking through the darkness. The universe is alive, and so am I. They paused, the simplicity of the statement surprising them, yet it felt true, resonating in a way that was both profound and comforting. The traveler continued, their pen moving steadily now, words flowing like the streams of light in the astral garden. I am not separate from the stars. I am part of their song, their light, their dance. Every breath I take, every thought I have, ripples through the cosmos, just as the stars ripple through me. They stopped to sketch the silver path, winding its way through fields of starlight and forests of crystalline trees. Each line brought the memory into sharper focus, the act of creation grounding them in the present, even as it honored the past. As they worked, the sun rose higher, bathing the meadow in golden light. The wildflowers glowed softly, their colors vibrant and alive. The traveler looked up, their pen still in hand, and marveled at the scene. It was not the celestial garden, but it held its own beauty, its own light. They realized that the wonders of the universe were not confined to distant realms. They were here, in every blade of grass, every petal, every whisper of the wind. The realization stirred something deep within them, a memory of Hale's words. Balance is not a destination, but a practice, a choice you make in every moment. The traveler turned to a fresh page, their hand moving with quiet purpose. The journey does not end. It changes shape, becomes part of the everyday. The light and shadow within me are not separate. They are threads of the same tapestry, woven together to create something whole. They sketched the valley of shadows and light, the glowing river that divided and united the two realms. The memory of that place was vivid, the lessons it had taught them enduring. They had learned to see beauty not just in their joys and triumphs, but in their fears and flaws. They had learned that every part of themselves had value, that the shadows were not to be feared, but embraced. The journal began to fill with more reflections, more sketches. The traveler wrote of the symphony among the stars, the way its melody had resonated in their soul, showing them the power of connection and harmony. They wrote of the cosmic librarian, the infinite shelves of memories and stories that had reminded them of the enduring significance of every life, every moment. But as they wrote, they felt a quiet pull, a need to look forward, not just back. They turned to the small orb of light resting in their satchel, the gift from Arian at the summit. Its glow was soft and steady, a tangible reminder of the infinite beauty they had witnessed. Holding it in their hands, they closed their eyes and let its warmth fill them. Visions began to form, not of the past, but of the future. They saw themselves walking new paths, meeting new faces, sharing the light they carried. They saw moments of challenge and growth, of giving and receiving, of joy and sorrow. They saw their life unfolding as part of the grand symphony, their unique note blending with countless others to create something greater than themselves. The traveler opened their eyes, the vision fading, but its message clear. The journey was not over. It had only shifted, transforming into something quieter but no less profound. They placed the orb carefully back into their satchel, its glow a steady presence at their side. The sun was high now, the meadow alive with light and sound. Birds sang in the trees at the edge of the clearing, their melodies weaving effortlessly into the symphony of the morning. The traveler closed their journal, the pages filled with words and sketches that felt like pieces of their soul. They stood, brushing the grass from their clothes, and looked toward the horizon. The silver path was gone, its glow replaced by the simple beauty of the earth. But the traveler knew that it had not truly disappeared. It was still there, woven into their heart, guiding them with every step they took. They smiled, a sense of quiet certainty settling over them. Turning toward the rising sun, the traveler began to walk, their steps steady and sure. The reflection of their journey shone brightly within them, a light that would never fade. And as they moved forward, the melody of the cosmos hummed softly in their heart, a reminder that they were never alone, that they were, and always would be, a part of the infinite dance of the stars. The golden halls of Asgard gleamed beneath the eternal light of the Bifrost, a celestial bridge arching like a rainbow across the heavens. Its shimmering colors reflected in the polished shields and spears of the Aesir, the gods of Norse legend. Here, among the towering spires and endless feasts, the air crackled with power, laughter, and the clang of weapons. Yet, within the heart of this divine realm, Thor, the god of thunder, sat restless. Thor's powerful frame, broad as a mountain and unyielding as the iron of his hammer Mjolnir, was a paradox of strength and unease. His crimson cape flowed behind him as he paced the grand hall, his golden hair a cascade of restless energy. His hammer, forged in the heart of a dying star, rested nearby. a constant reminder of his might. But even the unparalleled weapon could not quell the fire that burned within him. A thirst for action, for conquest, and above all, for glory. "Thor, you wear the floor thinner than Skidbladnir's sails in a storm," came a sharp voice. Loki, the trickster, lounged upon a gilded bench, his sly smile as sharp as a blade. His green eyes gleamed with mischief, and his dark hair framed a face both beguiling and dangerous. Thor stopped pacing and turned his stormy gaze upon his brother, though the two shared no blood beyond the bonds of adoption. "Loki, while you sit weaving lies and tricks, I grow weary of idleness. The halls of Asgard feel too small, the air too thin. I crave the taste of adventure." Loki arched an eyebrow and chuckled, his voice smooth as silk. "Adventure, brother? You long to swing your hammer at foes unworthy of your strength. Is that it? Another giant to fell, another skull to split?" Thor's lips curled into a grin, revealing the predatory edge that had made him the terror of the giants. "Yes, Loki, but not just any giant. I've heard whispers of Utgard Loki, a ruler among their kind, whose cunning rivals even your own. They say his fortress is a realm of enchantment and deceit, a place where strength alone cannot prevail. Perhaps it is there I'll find a challenge worthy of my might." At the mention of Utgard Loki, a ripple of tension passed through the hall. Even the warriors who had faced Jotunheim's icy horrors fell silent, their gazes turning toward Thor with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Loki's smile faltered for a brief moment, but he recovered quickly, his voice laced with mockery. "And you think yourself prepared, do you, to face a king of giants in his own domain? Very well, Thor. If you seek glory, I'll not let you go alone. I'll accompany you, for amusement, if nothing else." Thor threw his head back and laughed, the sound reverberating like thunder. "Amusement, Loki? You may find it less amusing when the frost giants send you running for shelter." Loki smirked. "Oh, I think you'll find I'm quite resourceful, brother." With their decision made, Thor and Loki prepared to set out. The All-Father, Odin, watched from his high seat, his one eye gleaming with both pride and worry. He called the brothers to his side before they left. "Thor, my son," Odin said, his voice heavy with the weight of countless ages. "The path to Utgard is fraught with peril. It is a place where even the gods may falter. Utgard Loki is not to be underestimated. His strength lies not only in might, but in guile. Remember this: strength alone does not make a hero. Wisdom and humility will serve you better than the sharpest weapon." Thor nodded, though his pride burned brighter than Odin's warnings. Loki, meanwhile, bowed low, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Fear not, All-Father," Loki said with a theatrical flourish. "I shall keep our dear Thor from walking headlong into disaster." Odin's gaze lingered on them, and he sighed. "Then go, but tread carefully. The giants do not play fair." The gods of Asgard gathered to bid them farewell. Frigga, the queen, placed a hand on Thor's shoulder, her eyes soft with maternal worry. "Take care, my son," she whispered, "and return to us whole." With that, Thor and Loki stepped onto the Bifrost, its rainbow hues shimmering beneath their feet. Heimdall, the ever-vigilant guardian of the bridge, stood at its entrance, his sword and horn gleaming in the light. His gaze, sharper than the edge of a blade, studied them. "To Jotunheim?" Heimdall asked, his voice a low rumble. "To Utgard," Thor declared, his voice echoing with the promise of thunder. Heimdall hesitated, then nodded. Very well, but be warned. Jotunheim is a realm where the rules of Asgard hold no sway. Keep your wits about you. With a nod of gratitude, Thor and Loki crossed the bridge, leaving behind the golden spires of Asgard for the cold, forbidding expanse of Jotunheim. As they descended into the realm of giants, the air grew colder, the skies darker. The lush greenery of Asgard gave way to jagged peaks and frozen wastelands. The howling wind carried with it whispers of ancient power and long-forgotten threats. Thor strode confidently, Mjolnir swinging at his side, while Loki followed with a more measured step, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon for signs of danger or opportunity. They were an unlikely pair, the god of thunder and the master of mischief, united by blood yet divided by nature. Together they ventured into the unknown, where strength and cunning would both be tested. Ahead lay the fortress of Utgard-Loki, hidden deep within the icy mountains. Its gates were said to be impenetrable, its halls filled with illusions and traps. But for Thor, it was a promise of glory. For Loki, it was a stage on which to perform his greatest tricks. The journey had begun. The Bifrost shimmered like a living ribbon of light as Thor and Loki stepped off its celestial path, leaving behind the safety of Asgard and descending into the frigid desolation of Jotunheim. The air was colder here, biting at their faces like 1,000 tiny knives. Snow swirled in the relentless wind, obscuring the jagged peaks that pierced the iron-gray sky. Thor inhaled deeply, his breath forming clouds that vanished almost instantly in the frost. His heart raced, not with fear, but with anticipation. This was a land where his strength would find its purpose. Loki, ever the observer, pulled his green cloak tighter around his lean frame, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. "Well, Thor," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "welcome to the land of giants. I trust your hammer is eager to meet them." Thor grinned, his teeth gleaming like a wolf's in the dim light. "Mjolnir has long awaited this day. Let the giants come. They'll fall like trees before the storm." The landscape before them was both haunting and majestic. Towering glaciers reflected the dim light of the overcast sky, their crystalline surfaces glinting like shards of broken glass. Valleys carved by ancient rivers stretched endlessly, their silence broken only by the occasional groan of shifting ice. In the distance, dark forests loomed, their twisted trees clawing at the heavens like the hands of forgotten souls. The two gods began their trek, their footsteps crunching in the deep snow. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the very ground resented their intrusion. Thor's heavy boots left deep impressions, while Loki's lighter steps seemed to glide over the surface. It was clear that, despite their differences, both were out of place in this harsh, untamed realm. As the hours passed, the sun dipped lower, its feeble light casting long shadows across the frozen wasteland. Thor's powerful frame remained unyielding, his hammer resting comfortably in his grip. Loki, on the other hand, seemed to grow more irritable with each passing moment, his muttered complaints lost to the wind. "Tell me, brother," Loki finally said, breaking the silence. "How do you intend to find this Utgard-Loki? Jotunheim is vast, and its denizens are hardly the welcoming sort." Thor paused, his piercing blue eyes scanning the horizon. "Giants are not known for their subtlety, Loki. We'll find them soon enough, or they'll find us." As if summoned by Thor's words, the ground beneath them trembled. A deep rumble echoed through the air, followed by a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Loki's hand instinctively moved to the dagger at his side, while Thor gripped Mjolnir with a warrior's readiness. From behind a nearby ridge, a figure emerged, its massive silhouette cutting through the swirling snow. The giant was enormous, even by Jotunheim's standards, his hulking form clad in crude armor made of iron and bone. His skin was as pale as the glaciers around him, and his eyes glowed with an unnatural blue light. In his hand, he carried a club fashioned from a tree trunk, its surface studded with jagged stones. "Well," Loki murmured, his voice tinged with both awe and apprehension. "It seems you've got your wish, Thor." The giant let out a bellowing roar, his voice shaking the very air. "Who dares trespass in Jotunheim?" Thor stepped forward, his presence a defiant beacon of strength in the shadow of the giant. "I am Thor, son of Odin, god of thunder. I seek Utgard Loki." The giant laughed, a deep rumbling sound that echoed through the valley. "Thor, the mighty god, you'll find no welcome here, Asgardian. Turn back now or face your doom." Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened, lightning crackling faintly along its surface. "I do not fear you, giant. Stand aside or feel the wrath of the storm." The giant raised his club, its sheer size casting a shadow over Thor and Loki. But before the blow could fall, Thor lunged forward, his hammer streaking through the air like a bolt of lightning. The impact was deafening, a thunderclap that shook the earth. The giant staggered, his roar of pain echoing across the wasteland. Loki, ever the opportunist, took advantage of the distraction. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a blade of shimmering energy hurtling toward the giant's exposed side. It struck true, eliciting another howl of rage. The brothers worked in tandem, Thor's raw power and Loki's cunning creating a deadly combination. After a fierce battle, the giant finally fell, his massive form collapsing into the snow with a resounding crash. Thor rested Mjolnir on his shoulder, his breath coming in heavy clouds. "Another foe defeated," he said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Loki approached, his sharp features unreadable. "Impressive, brother. But if every step of this journey is to be met with such hospitality, we may need to reconsider our pace." Thor chuckled. "Let them come. Each battle brings us closer to Utgard Loki." As they pressed on, the landscape grew even more hostile. The wind howled like a living thing, its icy breath clawing at their faces. Shadows danced in the periphery of their vision, fleeting glimpses of movement that vanished as quickly as they appeared. It was as if the very realm conspired against them, testing their resolve at every turn. Night fell, bringing with it an oppressive darkness. Thor and Loki found shelter beneath a rocky overhang, a small fire providing little warmth against the encroaching cold. The stars above seemed distant and indifferent, their faint light swallowed by the vast emptiness of the land. As they sat by the fire, Loki spoke, his voice low and contemplative. "Do you ever wonder, Thor, why we do this? Why we seek out danger and glory, knowing full well the cost?" Thor glanced at his brother, his expression thoughtful. "Because it is our nature, Loki. We are gods, born to face what others cannot. If we do not fight, who will?" Loki's lips curled into a faint smile, though it did not reach his eyes. "Perhaps, or perhaps we are fools, chasing illusions of greatness in a world that cares little for our deeds." Thor laughed, the sound echoing in the stillness. "Fools or not, brother, We will face whatever comes together. That is enough. The fire crackled softly, its light casting flickering shadows on the rocky walls. For a moment, the two gods sat in silence, united by the unspoken bond of their shared journey. As dawn broke, they rose and continued their trek, the shadows of Jotunheim ever pressing closer. The wilderness stretched endlessly before them, a vast, untamed expanse that seemed determined to test their every step. But Thor and Loki pressed on, their resolve unshaken. For in the heart of this frozen land lay their destiny, and the promise of a challenge unlike any they had ever faced. The icy wilderness of Jotunheim stretched endlessly before Thor and Loki, a desolate expanse of frost and shadow. Days turned to nights, and nights to days, the boundaries between them blurred beneath the perpetual gray skies. Yet even in this unforgiving realm, the gods pressed forward, their resolve unbroken. It was on the morning of their 5th day in the wilderness that the landscape began to change. The towering glaciers gave way to vast, snow-covered plains, their surface unmarred by footprints. The air grew heavier, laced with a strange electric tension that set Thor's muscles on edge and made Loki's keen eyes dart suspiciously from side to side. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir as he glanced at Loki. "Do you feel it, brother? The air here. There's something unnatural about it." Loki nodded, his expression unreadable. "Indeed, this is no ordinary place. We are drawing closer to something significant." As they trudged onward, the plains began to slope upward, leading to a massive ridge that loomed like a fortress wall. When they reached the top, the sight before them took their breath away. Nestled in a deep valley was Utgard, the legendary castle of giants. Its walls were impossibly high, carved from black stone that seemed to absorb the dim light rather than reflect it. The fortress shimmered faintly, as if cloaked in an ethereal veil, and its towering gates were adorned with intricate carvings of ancient battles and monstrous figures. Spires pierced the clouds, their tops shrouded in mist, and a strange, haunting melody echoed faintly in the air, as though the very stones of the castle sang of its power. "This," Thor muttered, his voice low and reverent, "is a fortress worthy of legend." Loki's lips curled into a faint smile. "And you intend to march through those gates as though you belong? The giants do not take kindly to uninvited guests, Thor." Thor's blue eyes burned with determination. "Let them try to stop me." As they descended the ridge, the air seemed to grow thicker, pressing against them like an invisible force. Even Thor, with his boundless strength, found his steps heavier, as though the very ground resisted their approach. Loki moved with caution, his every sense attuned to the strange energy that surrounded them. When they reached the gates, they found no guards, no signs of life. The massive doors, carved from ancient wood and bound with iron, loomed before them, their surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly with a blue glow. Thor raised Mjolnir, his intention clear, but Loki placed a hand on his arm. "Patience, brother. A fortress like this is not defended by mere locks and keys. Let me see if these runes speak of their secrets." Loki stepped closer, his fingers tracing the glowing symbols. He murmured under his breath, his words weaving a spell of unraveling. For a moment, the runes flared brighter, as if resisting his touch, but then they dimmed, and with a deep, resonant groan, the gates swung inward. Thor grinned. "Well done, Loki. Perhaps your tricks have their uses after all." Loki's smirk was sharp. I live to serve, dear brother." Inside, the castle was even more magnificent and unsettling than they had imagined. The vast entrance hall stretched into darkness, its vaulted ceiling held aloft by colossal pillars carved into the shapes of twisting serpents and roaring beasts. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of ancient stone. Torches flickered along the walls, their flames a ghostly blue, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance of their own accord. As Thor and Loki stepped forward, their footsteps echoed ominously. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of unseen movement. It felt as though the castle itself was alive, watching, waiting. Then, from the shadows at the far end of the hall, a figure emerged. He was tall, even by giant standards, his form radiating power and authority. His skin was pale as moonlight, his hair dark as the abyss. His piercing eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, seemed to see straight into their souls. He wore a cloak of deep blue, trimmed with silver, and his voice, when he spoke, was deep and resonant, filling the hall like the toll of a great bell. Thor, god of thunder, Loki, the trickster, I have been expecting you. Thor stepped forward, his presence as commanding as the giant's. Are you Utgard Loki? The giant inclined his head. Indeed, I am, and you have ventured far to reach me. Tell me, what brings the gods of Asgard to my hall? Thor's voice was steady, his tone defiant. We seek challenge and glory. I have heard of your strength and cunning, Utgard Loki. I wish to test myself against them. A slow smile spread across Utgard Loki's face, revealing teeth sharp as daggers. You wish to test yourself? Very well, Thor, but know this. In my hall, strength alone will not suffice. Here, the rules are different, and the challenges unique. Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened, but Loki stepped forward, his expression unreadable. And what of me, Utgard Loki? I am no mere warrior. Do you have challenges fit for one of my particular talents? Utgard Loki chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed through the hall. Oh, I have challenges for both of you, trickster. But first, let us not be poor hosts. You have traveled far and faced many dangers to reach this place. Come, let us feast. The night is long, and the games can wait until dawn. With a wave of his hand, Utgard Loki summoned an entourage of giants who appeared from the shadows as though conjured by magic. They carried trays laden with food and drink, roasted meats, loaves of dark bread, goblets of spiced mead. The hall transformed before their eyes, tables and chairs appearing as if from nowhere, their surfaces gleaming with gold and silver. Thor and Loki sat among the giants, their smaller forms dwarfed by the massive beings around them. Thor ate heartily, tearing into the food with gusto, while Loki sipped his mead with measured elegance, his sharp eyes taking in every detail of their surroundings. The giants laughed and jeered, their voices booming, but Thor was unfazed. He matched their roars with his own, his presence a storm in the midst of their revelry. Loki, meanwhile, engaged in a different game, his words sharp as blades as he exchanged barbs and riddles with the cunning Utgard Loki. When the feast ended, Utgard Loki rose, his towering form casting a long shadow across the hall. Now, my guests, the time has come. Tomorrow you shall face the challenges of Utgard. Prepare yourselves, for the games of giants are not for the faint of heart. Thor met the giant's gaze, his blue eyes blazing. I am ready. Loki inclined his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. As am I. Utgard Loki's smile was enigmatic, his glowing eyes betraying nothing. Very well. Rest now, for the dawn brings trials that will test your strength, your cunning, and your resolve. With that, the giants led Thor and Loki to chambers deep within the castle. The rooms were vast, their walls adorned with tapestries depicting ancient battles and strange, otherworldly creatures. Thor's room was austere, its furnishings simple but sturdy, reflecting his warrior's nature. Loki's, in contrast, was opulent, its rich fabrics and gilded mirrors a fitting match for his refined tastes. As Thor lay on the massive bed, his mind churned with anticipation. He relished the thought of the challenges to come, confident in his strength and the power of Mjolnir. In the next room, Loki sat by the window, his sharp mind working through the possibilities. He knew that in Utgard, nothing was as it seemed, and that the greatest weapon here would be not strength, but wit. The castle of Utgard was a place of mystery and magic, its halls filled with ancient power and hidden dangers. As the night wore on, the gods prepared themselves for the trials ahead, knowing that the dawn would bring challenges unlike any they had ever faced. In the land of giants, even the gods were mere mortals, and the path to glory was shrouded in shadows. The golden light of dawn filtered dimly through the mist that shrouded Utgard's towering spires. The vast hall of the castle, where giants feasted and roared with laughter the night before, was now transformed into a place of trials. Tables had been cleared, torches flickered with a pale blue light, and the air hummed with an unspoken challenge. Thor and Loki stood at the center of the hall, flanked by giants whose laughter was edged with cruel anticipation. Utgard Loki, seated on his grand throne of black stone and ivory, clapped his massive hands, and the hall fell silent. His glowing eyes swept over the assembly before settling on Loki, the god of mischief. "You, Loki, are known for your clever tongue and your cunning tricks," he said, his deep voice resonating through the hall. "But here in Utgard, words will not suffice. Let us see if your appetite matches your wit." Loki's lips curled into a sly smile. "A contest of eating, then. Very well. I've dined in Asgard and beyond. Bring forth your champion, Utgard Loki, and let us see whose hunger reigns supreme." At the giant's command, the hall erupted with movement. From the shadows emerged a figure unlike any other. He was tall and gaunt, his skin the ashen gray of smoldering embers. His eyes burned like twin coals, and his presence carried the oppressive heat of a roaring fire. This was Logi, a personification of wildfire, a being whose hunger was as boundless as it was destructive. Loki stepped forward, his movements fluid yet predatory, and his thin lips twisted into a feral grin. The giants cheered and pounded their fists against the tables, the noise like rolling thunder. Loki raised an eyebrow, his expression one of amused curiosity. "A worthy opponent," he said, his voice calm despite the murmurs of unease that rippled through even the gods. Utgard Loki raised his hand, silencing the crowd. "The rules are simple," he declared. "Before you lies the table of plenty. You must eat everything placed before you, faster and more completely than your opponent. There will be no magic, no tricks, only appetite and determination. Do you accept, Loki?" Loki glanced at the table. It groaned under the weight of roasted meats, wheels of cheese, towering loaves of bread, and overflowing bowls of stew. The sight of the feast, though overwhelming, only fueled his confidence. He inclined his head. I accept. Utgard Loki gestured for them to begin. Loki and Logi took their places at the table, their eyes locked in mutual challenge. The giants leaned in, their anticipation palpable, while Thor crossed his arms and watched with a mix of amusement and curiosity. The first platter was set before them, a mountain of roasted venison, glistening with fat and seasoned with fragrant herbs. At Utgard Loki's signal, the contest began. Loki attacked the food with surprising ferocity, tearing into the meat with his bare hands. He ate quickly, each piece vanishing down his throat in rapid succession. The hall echoed with the sounds of his chewing and the scraping of bones against his plate. The giants cheered, impressed by the god's determination. But Logi was no ordinary opponent. His approach was monstrous, almost otherworldly. Where Loki tore and chewed, Logi devoured. His jaw unhinged like a snake's, and the meat disappeared in enormous chunks, his fiery aura intensifying with each bite. The table beneath him scorched and smoked as he worked, the heat of his presence searing the air. As the platters emptied, more were brought forward. Whole boars, steaming loaves, vats of mead. Loki pressed on, his strategy shifting to smaller, quicker bites as he sought to maintain his speed. His sharp mind worked furiously, calculating how best to pace himself against his inhuman opponent. Logi, however, showed no sign of slowing. He consumed not just the food, but the very vessels in which they were served. Goblets, plates, and even the wooden trenchers. His fiery presence grew hotter, forcing the closest giants to retreat, their cheers turning to murmurs of concern. Sweat beaded on Loki's brow as he reached for another piece of bread. He could feel the heat emanating from Loki, a furnace-like presence that made the air difficult to breathe. His stomach churned, but he forced himself to keep going, refusing to concede defeat. When the final platter was set before them, a massive cauldron of stew, the tension in the hall was palpable. Loki and Logi both dove in, their hands and faces slick with the oily broth. Loki felt his strength waning, his body protesting against the sheer volume he had consumed. But he gritted his teeth, determined to see the contest through. Logi, meanwhile, was relentless. As the last scraps of food disappeared into his gaping maw, he leaned forward and inhaled deeply. The table before him burst into flames, the wood reduced to ash in an instant. The giants erupted into cheers, their laughter shaking the very walls of the hall. Loki sat back, his face pale but his pride intact. He wiped his hands on his cloak and offered a wry smile. "Well, it seems your champion has a rather unique appetite, Utgard Loki." The giant king rose from his throne, his smile as enigmatic as ever. "Indeed, Loki. You have done well to match Logi for as long as you did. Few have the stomach to face such a force, but here in Utgard there are powers beyond the mortal or divine. Logi is no mere giant. He is the living embodiment of wildfire, a hunger that consumes all in its path. Against such a foe, even the cleverest among us cannot prevail." Thor stepped forward, his expression grim. "You set my brother against a force of nature disguised as a giant. What honor is there in such deceit?" Utgard Loki's laughter filled the hall, a deep, resonant sound that carried both amusement and menace. "Honor, Thor? You are in the land of giants. Here, the rules of Asgard mean nothing. Did your brother not accept the challenge willingly? And did he not perform admirably, even against impossible odds?" Thor's jaw tightened, but Loki placed a hand on his arm. "Enough, brother," he said softly. his voice tinged with both exhaustion and resignation. The game was theirs, and I played it. Let us see what trials await you. The giants roared with approval, their voices echoing long after the contest ended. Loki, though defeated, carried himself with the grace of a god who had faced fire itself and survived. And as the hall prepared for the next trial, Thor and Loki exchanged a glance, their unspoken bond of brotherhood stronger than any victory or defeat. The contest of eating had ended, but the games of Utgard were far from over. For in this enchanted castle, every challenge was a test not just of strength or skill, but of resolve. And the gods of Asgard were far from finished. The echoes of roaring giants still reverberated through Utgard's grand hall as the next challenge was announced. Loki, having endured the insatiable hunger of wildfire itself, returned to Thor's side, his sly smirk masking his exhaustion. Utgard Loki, seated high upon his obsidian throne, rose once more, his towering form casting a long shadow across the gathered assembly. "And now," Utgard Loki proclaimed, his voice booming like a storm across the mountains, "we shall test the swiftness of your mortal companion, Thjalfi. The contest of speed, unmatched in all the 9 realms, awaits." Thjalfi, Thor's mortal servant, stepped forward with quiet determination. Though smaller and less imposing than the gods, Thjalfi's wiry frame and sharp features exuded a confidence born of years of running across the rugged terrains of Midgard. His loyalty to Thor burned like a flame within him, and he vowed to prove himself worthy of the gods. Utgard Loki gestured toward the end of the hall, where a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Hugi, a lithe and ethereal being, his form almost translucent, as if he were a part of the air itself. His eyes gleamed with an otherworldly intelligence, and he moved with a grace that suggested he was not bound by the same laws of nature as others. "This is Hugi," Utgard Loki said, a sly grin tugging at his lips. "He is the personification of thought itself, swift and fleeting. Do you dare to race him, mortal?" Thjalfi stood tall, meeting Hugi's piercing gaze without flinching. "I do," he replied, his voice steady. "For my master and the glory of Asgard, I will run as no mortal has ever run before." The giants laughed, their deep voices echoing with derision. Even Thor's brow furrowed with concern. "Thjalfi, are you certain?" Thor asked, his tone low. "This is no ordinary opponent." Thjalfi turned to his master, a faint smile on his lips. "I may be but a mortal, my lord, but I have trained under your watchful eye. With your strength in my heart, I will not falter." Thor nodded solemnly, his respect for the young man evident. Loki, meanwhile, whispered with a smirk, "He'll need more than courage to best a foe like that." The hall shifted, the giants clearing the space to create a vast, open course. The ground was uneven and treacherous, littered with jagged stones and icy patches that would challenge even the fleetest of foot. At the far end, a distant pillar marked the finish line, its base illuminated by flickering blue torches. Thjalfi and Hugi took their places at the starting line. The mortal stretched his legs, his muscles coiled like springs, while Hugi stood still, his movements as imperceptible as the breeze. Utgard Loki raised a hand, his booming voice silencing the crowd. "When the torch is dropped," he declared, "the race shall begin." A giant servant approached, holding a torch of blue flame. The tension in the hall was palpable as the torch was raised high, its flickering light casting strange shadows across the competitors' faces. The flame dropped, and in an instant they were off, Thialfi surged forward, his legs pumping like the pistons of a great machine. Each stride ate up the ground beneath him, his footfalls light and precise despite the treacherous terrain. The crowd gasped at his speed, marveling at the mortal's sheer determination. But Hugi was unlike anything Thialfi had ever faced. He did not run so much as glide, his form a blur that seemed to defy the very fabric of reality. No matter how fast Thialfi pushed himself, Hugi was always ahead, his pace effortless and unrelenting. The first stretch of the course led them through a narrow ravine, its walls slick with frost. Thialfi's sharp reflexes allowed him to dodge the jagged rocks that jutted from the ground, his every movement precise and efficient. Hugi, however, seemed unaffected by the obstacles, his form flickering like a shadow across the uneven terrain. As they emerged from the ravine, the path opened into a vast plain, its surface coated in a thin layer of ice. Thialfi's feet skidded for a moment, but he quickly adjusted, leaning forward to maintain his balance. His breaths came in sharp, measured bursts, each one a testament to his endurance. Behind him, the giants roared with excitement, their cheers mixing with laughter. Loki leaned toward Thor, his voice low and mocking. "Your mortal friend is impressive, I'll admit, but he races not against flesh and blood, but against thought itself. He cannot win." Thor's eyes remained fixed on Thialfi. "He races for honor, Loki. That is victory enough." Thialfi pushed harder, his muscles screaming in protest as he strained to close the gap between himself and Hugi. His heart pounded like a drum, each beat driving him forward. The finish line loomed in the distance, its flickering torches a beacon of hope. But Hugi was relentless. As Thialfi drew closer, Hugi seemed to vanish entirely, reappearing an impossible distance ahead in the blink of an eye. It was as if the very concept of speed mocked Thialfi's every effort. Finally, with a burst of energy that defied mortal limits, Thialfi crossed the finish line, his chest heaving and his legs trembling beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Hugi, of course, had already arrived, standing calmly as if the race had never begun. Utgard Loki stood, his expression unreadable as he addressed the crowd. "It is as I predicted. Hugi is unmatched, for thought always outpaces even the swiftest runner. But Thialfi, mortal though he is, has shown remarkable courage and skill. Let none here question his worth." The giants cheered, their thunderous applause shaking the hall. Thor stepped forward, kneeling beside Thialfi and placing a hand on his shoulder. "You have done well, Thialfi. Your spirit is stronger than any victory." Loki smirked, his tone laced with mockery. A noble effort, to be sure, but in Utgard, nobility does not win races. Thialfi, still gasping for breath, managed a weak smile. "I may not have won, but I have given all that I am. That is enough." Utgard Loki approached, his towering form casting a shadow over the exhausted mortal. "Indeed, Thialfi. In this hall, we value more than just victory. You have earned our respect, and for that, I commend you." As the giants prepared for the next challenge, Thialfi returned to Thor's side, his head held high despite his defeat. For in the heart of Utgard, where strength and cunning were tested to their limits, the measure of a man was not in his triumphs, but in the unyielding courage with which he faced the impossible. The boisterous laughter of the giants echoed through the grand hall of Utgard, as Thor, god of thunder, stood tall amidst their mocking cheers. His grip tightened around the handle of Mjolnir, though he refrained from swinging it, knowing that in this hall of illusions and cunning, brute force alone would not suffice. His jaw clenched as Utgard Loki rose once more from his throne, his towering figure bathed in the flickering blue light of the hall's ethereal torches. "Thor," Utgard Loki began, his voice dripping with the kind of confidence that only someone who held all the cards could possess. "You have come to Utgard seeking glory, to test your strength against the might of giants. Let us see if your thirst matches your reputation." With a wave of his massive hand, Utgard Loki summoned two giants who carried forward a long, ornately crafted drinking horn. It was no ordinary vessel. Its surface was etched with intricate runes that shimmered faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. The mouth of the horn was wide, and it curved elegantly downward, its tip tapering into a sharp point. A liquid of unknown origin sloshed within, dark and mysterious, with a faint luminescence that hinted at its otherworldly nature. The giants placed the horn before Thor, its sheer size and weight a challenge in itself. Utgard Loki smiled, his sharp teeth gleaming. "This," he said, gesturing to the horn, "is one of our simplest challenges. All you must do, mighty Thor, is drain it in one go. Surely, this is no feat for the god of thunder." The hall erupted into laughter, the giants reveling in the spectacle that was about to unfold. Thor glanced at Loki, whose expression betrayed a mix of amusement and concern. Thor stepped forward, his towering presence commanding silence. "A simple challenge indeed," he said, his voice low but steady, like the distant rumble of a gathering storm. "Bring me the horn." The giants snickered as they pushed the enormous vessel closer. Thor lifted it with both hands, its weight a minor inconvenience to his godly strength. The liquid inside seemed to shift unnaturally, as though it were alive, resisting his movements. Thor raised the horn to his lips, its wide rim engulfing his face. The liquid was cool and heavy as it flowed into his mouth, its taste sharp and strange, unlike anything he had ever consumed. He swallowed deeply, his throat working with the force of a man determined to prove his might. The hall fell silent as the giants watched, their mocking smiles fading to expressions of anticipation. But as Thor lowered the horn to inspect his progress, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. The level of liquid had barely moved, a mere inch lower than before. The giants erupted into laughter once more, their booming voices echoing through the cavernous hall. "Is that all, Thunderer?" one giant jeered. "Perhaps you are not as mighty as you claim." Thor's jaw tightened, his pride stung. Without a word, he raised the horn again and drank deeply, his powerful throat swallowing in great gulps. His muscles strained as he held the massive vessel aloft, determined to empty it. When he lowered it again, the level had dropped only slightly more. His breath came in heavy bursts, his chest heaving from the effort. Sweat glistened on his brow, a rare sight for the mighty god. Utgard Loki's grin widened. Perhaps the god of thunder is unaccustomed to the drinks of giants, or perhaps his reputation outpaces his abilities. Thor growled low in his throat, his pride refusing to accept defeat. He raised the horn a third time, his hands gripping it tightly, his arms burning with the effort. This time, he poured every ounce of his strength into the task, his determination unshakable. The liquid seemed endless, a torrent that defied the laws of nature. As Thor drank, he felt a strange resistance, as though the liquid were not merely liquid, but a force, an entity unto itself, pushing back against him. His vision blurred, and his arms trembled, but he refused to relent. When at last he lowered the horn, gasping for air, the giants roared with laughter. The liquid had dropped no more than a hand's width, its level still frustratingly high. Thor slammed the horn down onto the table, his frustration palpable. "What sorcery is this?" he demanded, his voice thundering through the hall. "This is no ordinary drink." Utgard Loki rose, his expression smug. "Indeed, Thor, you are perceptive, as I would expect from one of your renown. This is no ordinary horn, and its contents are no ordinary drink. What you have attempted to empty is the ocean itself." Thor's eyes widened as the truth sank in. The horn had been enchanted, its liquid connected to the vast seas of Midgard. No matter how much he drank, it would never be enough to empty it. Utgard Loki continued, his tone almost mocking. "You see, Thor, even the greatest strength has its limits. But do not despair. Your efforts have not been in vain. Few could achieve what you have done. Though you did not empty the horn, you drank enough to lower the ocean itself. When you return to Midgard, you will find that the tides have receded because of your might." The giants erupted into cheers, their laughter filled with a mixture of admiration and mockery. Thor stood silent, his pride bruised but his resolve unbroken. He met Utgard Loki's gaze, his blue eyes burning with defiance. "This is but one trial," Thor said, his voice steady despite the anger simmering beneath it. "You may laugh now, but the games are far from over." Utgard Loki inclined his head, a hint of respect flickering in his gaze. "Indeed, Thor, and it is for that reason that you are welcome in my hall. You are a god of strength, and strength is valued here, even when it is not enough." As the giants reveled in Thor's struggle, Loki approached his brother, his expression unreadable. "You've managed to make the oceans tremble, Thor," he said with a smirk. "Not a bad day's work, even if the giants have their laugh." Thor glanced at Loki, his lips curving into a faint smile. "Let them laugh, Loki. The storms will come, and they will remember my name." The hall of Utgard returned to its revelry, the giants raising their goblets in celebration. But beneath their laughter, there was an undercurrent of respect for the god of thunder, who had faced an impossible challenge and emerged undaunted. Though the contest of the drinking horn had not ended in victory, Thor's strength and resolve had been tested and proven. And in the enchanted halls of Utgard, where nothing was as it seemed, the true measure of a god was yet to be revealed. The laughter of the giants still echoed through the grand hall of Utgard, as Thor stood resolute, his broad shoulders squared and his jaw set in defiance. Despite the impossible nature of the drinking horn challenge, his pride as the god of thunder had not faltered. His mighty hammer, Mjolnir, hung at his side, its weight a comforting reminder of his unyielding power. Utgard Loki rose from his black throne, his towering form cloaked in an aura of smug satisfaction. His piercing gaze met Thor's, and a sly smile played upon his lips. "Thor," he said, his voice a deep rumble that silenced the revelry of the giants. "Your strength is legendary, sung of across all the 9 realms. But here in Utgard, we measure strength not in tales, but in deeds." Thor's fists clenched as he stepped forward, his blue eyes blazing. "Speak your challenge, giant. I will not falter." Utgard Loki's grin widened. With a wave of his hand, He gestured to the far side of the hall. From the shadows, a creature emerged, silent, graceful, and completely unassuming. At first, Thor thought it was merely a large house cat, its gray fur sleek and its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. Yet, as it padded forward, there was an eerie stillness to its movements, as if it carried a hidden weight far greater than its appearance suggested. The giants erupted into laughter at the sight of the unremarkable creature, their booming voices shaking the walls. One bellowed, "What will you do, Thor? Will you tremble before a kitten?" Another chimed in, "Perhaps the god of thunder's strength is only for hammers and drinking horns." Thor's expression hardened, and his grip on Mjolnir tightened. "You mock me with this child's game, Utgard Loki? Lifting a cat is a task unworthy of my strength." Utgard Loki chuckled, his deep voice tinged with mischief. "Perhaps, but if it is so unworthy, then surely you will succeed with ease. Lift the cat, Thor, and prove your might." The cat gazed up at Thor, its glowing eyes unblinking, as if it understood the stakes. Thor approached it, towering over the creature, his massive frame a stark contrast to its diminutive size. He crouched, reaching out with one hand to grasp the cat's sleek body. Its fur was cool beneath his touch, and as he began to lift, he felt an unexpected resistance. Thor frowned, gripping the cat with both hands now, his powerful arms flexing as he heaved. But the cat's body refused to rise as it should. Instead, its back arched slowly, its legs stretching impossibly long, its spine curving in defiance of Thor's efforts. The more Thor pulled, the more the cat seemed to grow, its weight increasing until it felt as though he were lifting the very earth itself. The hall erupted with laughter once more, the giants pounding their fists on the tables in delight. Loki, standing to the side, watched with a mixture of amusement and concern, his sharp eyes studying the creature. "Careful, brother," he murmured under his breath. "This is no ordinary cat." Thor's pride burned like a forge as he tightened his grip, his biceps bulging and veins straining against his skin. With a roar that shook the hall, he poured every ounce of his strength into the task. The cat's body lifted slightly, one paw leaving the ground, but no more. The giants howled with laughter, their jeers echoing in Thor's ears. "Behold the might of Thor," one shouted. "He cannot even lift a house cat." Another bellowed. "Perhaps the god of thunder needs help from a mortal to lift his burden." Thor released the cat, his chest heaving as he straightened, his pride stinging from the humiliation. He turned to Utgard Loki, his blue eyes blazing with fury. "What trickery is this? This creature defies the laws of nature." Utgard Loki rose from his throne, his expression unreadable. He gestured for the cat to return to his side, and it obeyed, shrinking back to its original size as it padded silently across the hall. The smug satisfaction in Utgard Loki's gaze was unmistakable. "This is no ordinary cat, Thor," he said, his voice calm but laced with condescension. "What you attempted to lift was not a mere creature of fur and bone, but a manifestation of Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent. Its body encircles the world, its weight unfathomable. Even you, mighty as you are, could not hope to lift such a burden." The hall fell silent as the revelation sank in. Thor's breath caught in his throat as he realized the enormity of the challenge he had faced. Jormungandr, his destined enemy, the serpent foretold to rise against him in the final battle of Ragnarok, had been before him, disguised as a harmless cat. The giants erupted into cheers and laughter once more, their voices a cacophony of mockery and admiration. Thor stood silent, his pride battered but his resolve unbroken. He turned to Loki, who offered a faint, sardonic smile. "Well, brother, it seems the giants have a knack for creative challenges." Thor's lips twitched into a faint smirk, his fury tempered by his understanding of the giant's cunning. "Let them laugh, Loki. The storm is patient, but it comes all the same." Utgard Loki approached Thor, his massive form imposing but his gaze tinged with a hint of respect. "You see now, God of Thunder, that even your might has its limits, but do not despair. Few would have managed even what you did. To lift a paw of the serpent that encircles Midgard is no small feat." Thor met his gaze, his voice steady and unyielding. "Your tricks may wound my pride, giant, but they do not break my spirit. I have faced your challenges and will face whatever comes next." The giants roared their approval, their laughter tinged with respect for the god who had dared to challenge their illusions. Thor's humiliation was undeniable, but in the eyes of the giants, it was a humiliation born with honor. For even in defeat, Thor had shown his indomitable will, a force as unyielding as the storms he commanded. As the hall settled into a tense quiet, Thor and Loki stood side by side, the bond of brotherhood between them unbroken. The games of Utgard were far from over, and Thor's resolve burned brighter than ever. Whatever trials lay ahead, he would face them not as a god diminished by humiliation, but as a warrior determined to prove his worth in a land where strength alone was never enough. The hall of Utgard fell silent once more as Utgard Loki, the cunning king of giants, rose from his dark throne. The laughter from Thor's failed attempt to lift the cat had subsided, replaced by a growing sense of anticipation. The god of thunder stood tall, his pride battered but his resolve unshaken. His muscles ached from the relentless challenges, but his spirit burned with the fire of a storm yet to be unleashed. Utgard Loki's gaze swept across the hall, his sharp eyes gleaming with mischief. "Thor," he called, his deep voice echoing off the towering walls. "You have shown strength and determination, but the greatest challenge still lies ahead. For this final trial, you shall wrestle an opponent of my choosing. Should you prevail, you will have earned the respect of Utgard. But beware, this foe is not one to be taken lightly." Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened, his blue eyes narrowing as he stepped forward. "Bring forth your champion," he said, his voice steady like the calm before a thunderclap. "I will face whatever test you lay before me." The giants stirred, their massive forms shifting as they whispered among themselves. Who could this opponent be? What terror awaited Thor in this final trial? Utgard Loki raised his hand, silencing the murmurs. "Your foe is Ellie," he said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "An opponent whose strength has bested the mightiest warriors." From the shadows, a figure emerged. A frail old woman, bent with age, her wrinkled hands clutching a simple wooden cane. Her face was lined with deep creases, her hair a silver-white veil that fell to her shoulders. She moved slowly, each step deliberate, her eyes clouded but sharp with an ancient wisdom. The hall erupted into laughter. Giants slammed their fists on the tables, their booming voices filling the air with derision. "Thor, the mighty god of thunder, to wrestle an old crone," one bellowed. "Will he need help from his hammer?" Another roared. "Perhaps he will lose to her as he lost to the cat." Even Loki smirked, leaning toward Thor and whispering, "Careful, brother. She looks formidable. Thor ignored the jests, his pride compelling him forward. He studied Ellie, his brow furrowed. She seemed fragile, almost pitiful. Yet there was something about her presence, a quiet strength, an aura of inevitability that set his instincts on edge. "I will face her," Thor declared, stepping into the center of the hall. "And I will prevail." Ellie moved forward, her steps slow but steady. When she reached the center of the hall, she handed her cane to Utgard Loki and turned to face Thor. Her frail form seemed dwarfed by the towering god, but her expression remained calm, unshaken. Utgard Loki raised his hand. "Let the trial begin." Thor lunged first, his powerful arms reaching to grapple the old woman. He intended to end the contest quickly, confident that his strength would overwhelm her. But as his hands closed around her shoulders, he felt a weight beyond comprehension, a force that seemed to press back against him with the inevitability of time itself. Ellie did not move quickly, nor did she resist with visible effort. Yet Thor found himself unable to budge her. He gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging as he strained against her immovable form. The giants watched in stunned silence, their jeers replaced by murmurs of disbelief. Thor tried again, shifting his grip and digging his heels into the stone floor. He pulled, twisted, and pushed, pouring all his strength into the effort. Sweat beaded on his brow and his breath came in ragged gasps. Still, Ellie stood firm, her expression unchanged. "What is this sorcery?" Thor growled, his frustration mounting. "You are no ordinary foe." Ellie finally moved, her wrinkled hands reaching up to grasp Thor's shoulders. Her touch was light, almost gentle, but it carried with it an overwhelming force. Thor staggered, his knees buckling as she pressed him downward. He fought back with everything he had, his pride refusing to allow him to fall. The struggle continued, Thor's strength pitted against Ellie's quiet, unyielding power. The giants leaned forward, their massive forms tense as they watched the spectacle unfold. Even Loki, usually quick with a jest, stood silent, his sharp mind working furiously to understand the nature of this foe. Ellie's pressure increased, slow and steady, like the passage of time itself. Thor's knees bent further, his mighty frame trembling as he struggled to remain upright. His vision blurred, and the roar of blood in his ears drowned out the whispers of the giants. Finally, with a cry of effort and frustration, Thor fell to one knee. The hall erupted into cheers, the giants roaring their approval as Ellie stepped back, her victory clear. Utgard Loki rose from his throne, his expression triumphant. "Thor," he said, his voice carrying both mockery and respect, "you have wrestled valiantly, but this was a trial beyond even your strength. Ellie is not merely an old woman. She is old age itself, the force that none can defeat. In her grasp, all must eventually bow." Thor rose to his feet, his body trembling but his pride unbroken. He met Utgard Loki's gaze, his blue eyes blazing with defiance. "Even old age," he said, his voice steady despite his exhaustion, "will not break the spirit of the god of thunder." The hall fell silent at Thor's words. For a moment, even the giants seemed to respect the resilience of the Asgardian god. Utgard Loki nodded slowly, his smile tinged with something almost like admiration. "You have faced the trials of Utgard and endured," he said. "Though you have not triumphed, you have proven your strength, your courage, and your resolve. few have done as much. Thor returned to Loki's side, his pride bruised but his determination undiminished. The two gods exchanged a glance, their bond unshaken by the trials they had faced. As the giants celebrated Elli's victory, Thor and Loki prepared for their departure. The trials of Utgard had tested their strength, wit, and spirit, revealing both their limits and their resilience. And, though the god of thunder had knelt before the inevitability of time, he did so with the unyielding resolve of a warrior who would never stop fighting. The air in Utgard's grand hall was heavy with the echoes of the god's trials. Thor and Loki stood together, their breaths steadying as the last of the challenges came to a close. Around them, the giants reveled in laughter, their booming voices shaking the very stones of the castle. The great hall's eerie blue torches flickered, their cold light casting strange shadows on the towering walls. Utgard Loki, the cunning king of giants, sat upon his obsidian throne, his sharp eyes gleaming with triumph. Thor's fists clenched at his sides, his broad shoulders rising and falling as he worked to calm the storm raging within him. Though his body bore no wounds, his pride was bruised from the unrelenting trials. Loki, ever the observer, stood beside him, his lips curved in a faint, unreadable smile. "Utgard Loki," Thor said, his voice like distant thunder, low and menacing. "The trials are done, and the games complete. You have tested our strength, our wit, and our endurance. Now speak plainly. What was the purpose of these challenges?" The hall quieted as the giants turned their attention to their king. Utgard Loki rose from his throne, his imposing figure casting a long shadow across the hall. He descended the steps with a slow, deliberate pace, his hands clasped behind his back. When he stood before Thor and Loki, his expression was one of smug satisfaction. "You demand answers, Thor, son of Odin?" Utgard Loki's voice was calm, but his words carried a sharp edge. "Very well. You have faced trials that no ordinary being could endure, and for that, you deserve to know the truth." Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened as he stared down the giant king. "Speak your truth, then, and let us see if it is as impressive as your illusions." Utgard Loki chuckled, the sound deep and resonant, like the rumble of shifting earth. "Illusions, you say? Perhaps. But what is strength without the wisdom to see through deceit? What is power without understanding its limits?" The king turned, gesturing toward the great hall, its walls adorned with carvings of ancient battles and towering figures. "Every challenge you faced here was crafted not to test your strength, but to reveal its boundaries." Thor's eyes narrowed as Utgard Loki began to recount the trials. "First, the drinking horn," the giant said, his voice steady and measured. A simple vessel it seemed, yet its contents were drawn from the ocean itself. No matter how mighty your strength, Thor, you could never drain the sea. And yet, your effort was not in vain. You drank enough to lower the ocean's tides, a feat that no mortal or god has ever accomplished. Thor's jaw tightened, his mind racing as the revelation took hold. He remembered the unnatural weight of the liquid, the way it resisted his every effort. What had seemed a simple challenge had been a contest against the very forces of nature. And then, Utgard Loki continued, the cat, an unassuming creature, yes? But what you sought to lift was no mere feline. That cat was Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, whose body encircles your world. To lift even a single paw was a testament to your strength, Thor, though you did not see it at the time. The hall erupted into murmurs as the giants whispered among themselves. Even Loki, who rarely showed surprise, raised an eyebrow at the admission. And finally, Utgard Loki said, his voice softening, Ellie, the old woman. A foe so frail in appearance, yet so impossible to defeat. She is old age itself, Thor, the force that claims all, mortal and god alike. To wrestle her was to fight the inevitable, and though you fell, your resistance was greater than any before you. Thor's breath came in slow, measured bursts as he processed the giant king's words. Each trial had been a test of more than just strength. It had been a confrontation with forces beyond his control, forces that even the gods could not master. Loki stepped forward, his sharp eyes fixed on Utgard Loki. Clever tricks, he said, his voice laced with both admiration and disdain. You hid the true nature of these challenges, knowing full well that even gods would falter. But tell me, King of Giants, why? What purpose does this serve? Utgard Loki turned to Loki, his expression thoughtful. Because, trickster, the gods of Asgard are known for their pride. Thor's strength is unmatched, your cunning unparalleled. Yet, in your hearts, you believe yourselves invincible. Here in Utgard, we remind even the mightiest of their limitations. Thor's voice cut through the air like a blade. You call it a lesson, but it feels more like mockery. Utgard Loki met Thor's gaze, unflinching. Perhaps it is both. Yet, even in mockery, there is truth. You see, Thor, your strength is not diminished by these trials. If anything, it is magnified. To have drunk the ocean, to have lifted a fragment of Jormungandr, to have resisted the grasp of old age. These are feats that no other could accomplish. The giants murmured their agreement, their mocking laughter replaced by a grudging respect. Even Utgard Loki's tone shifted, his words now carrying a weight of sincerity. Thor, son of Odin, he said, his voice steady. You have faced the might of Utgard and endured. Few leave these halls with their pride intact, yet you stand unbroken. That is why I offer you and your companion safe passage back to Asgard. You have earned it. Thor's grip on Mjolnir loosened, his anger giving way to a contemplative silence. He turned to Loki, who gave a faint shrug, his smirk returning. Well, brother, Loki said, it seems the giants have a knack for teaching lessons. Shall we take their leave before they decide on more games? Thor nodded, his stormy gaze meeting Utgard Loki's once more. We will take your offer, giant. But know this, the strength of Asgard is not so easily diminished. Your tricks may reveal our limits, but they do not define us. Utgard Loki inclined his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Spoken like a true god. Go now, Thor, and carry with you the lessons of Utgard. They will serve you well in the days to come. As Thor and Loki left the great hall, the giants parted to let them pass, their gazes filled with a mixture of awe and respect. The echoes of the trials lingered in the air, a reminder of the challenges they had faced and the truths they had uncovered. When they stepped into the cold, open air of Jotunheim, Thor paused, his eyes scanning the vast, frozen expanse before them. Loki watched him, his sharp features softened by a rare moment of camaraderie. Do not let their laughter linger, brother, Loki said, for even in their tricks you have proven what we already knew. You are Thor, the unyielding storm, the god of thunder. Thor's lips curled into a faint smile as he adjusted Mjolnir on his belt. And you, Loki, remain the cleverest of us all. Together, we are a force no giant can withstand. The two gods set out across the icy wasteland, the fortress of Utgard fading into the distance behind them. Though the trials had tested them to their limits, they left with their heads high, their bond unbroken, and the unshakable resolve to face whatever lay ahead. The frozen winds of Jotunheim howled around Thor and Loki as they trudged away from the towering fortress of Utgard. Behind them, the grand castle stood like a dark phantom against the endless expanse of ice, its spires cloaked in mist, and its halls echoing with the laughter of giants. Yet, for all its imposing power, it now seemed smaller, diminished by the lessons learned and the trials endured within its walls. Thor's mighty frame moved with purpose, his every step a reminder of his unyielding resolve. The weight of Mjolnir at his side was comforting, a tangible symbol of his strength and his identity as the god of thunder. His blue eyes, bright as lightning, scanned the icy horizon ahead, where the distant shimmer of the Bifrost Bridge awaited to carry them home. Beside him walked Loki, the trickster, his sharp features calm and contemplative. The usual smirk that played on his lips was subdued, replaced by a thoughtful expression. Loki's green cloak billowed in the wind, his steps light and measured, as though each carried him closer to some private revelation. For a time, neither spoke, the silence between them heavy with the weight of their experiences. At last, it was Loki who broke the quiet, his voice laced with its usual sardonic edge, but tinged with something deeper. "Well, brother," Loki began, his tone light, "it seems the mighty god of thunder has had his limits tested. I must say, watching you wrestle that old crone was a sight I won't soon forget." Thor turned his gaze to Loki, his lips twitching into a faint smile. "Laugh all you like, Loki. You were there to witness it, and to learn from it. Each trial, though cunningly devised, showed us the strength we possess, even when faced with forces beyond our control." Loki arched an eyebrow, his sharp wit ready. "Strength, yes, but also humility, a lesson you've long needed. Admit it, Thor. For once, your brawn was not enough." Thor chuckled, the sound deep and resonant, like distant thunder. "Perhaps you're right, brother. Even the strongest storm must bow to the tide or the passage of time. But what of you? Did the trickster learn anything from this land of illusions?" Loki's expression shifted, his gaze turning toward the horizon. "I learned that even the cleverest plans can be outmatched by forces unseen. Utgard Loki's tricks were masterful, I'll grant him that. But in the end, we walk away stronger and wiser." The Bifrost shimmered in the distance, a radiant bridge of light that connected the realms. Its colors danced across the frozen landscape, a stark contrast to the harsh grays and whites of Jotunheim. As they approached, the winds seemed to soften, as though the land itself recognized their departure. Standing at the bridge's entrance was Heimdall, the ever-vigilant guardian of the Bifrost. His golden armor gleamed in the ethereal light, and his watchful eyes, sharper than any mortal's, regarded them with a mix of curiosity and concern. "Thor, Loki," Heimdall greeted, his voice steady and commanding. "You return from Utgard. What news do you bring?" Thor stepped forward, his powerful frame towering over even the stoic guardian. "We bring lessons hard-earned, Heimdall. The giants of Utgard tested us not with strength alone, but with their cunning. They sought to show us our limits, to humble us before their illusions." Heimdall's piercing gaze studied Thor, then shifted to Loki. And did they succeed? Loki's smirk returned, though it was softer than usual. In part, he admitted. But even in defeat, we found victories of our own. We saw the breadth of our strength, the depth of our endurance, and we leave Utgard with our heads high. Heimdall nodded, a faint glimmer of respect in his eyes. Then the trials were not in vain. The gods of Asgard do not return unchanged from such a journey. With a solemn nod, Heimdall raised his sword, the great blade Hofund, and struck it against the base of the Bifrost. The shimmering bridge sprang to life, its radiant colors swirling in an intricate dance of light. Thor and Loki stepped onto the bridge, the weight of Jotunheim's trials falling away with each step, as the warmth of Asgard called them home. As they traversed the bridge, the golden spires of Asgard came into view, their brilliance unmatched by any realm. The sight filled Thor's heart with a renewed sense of purpose. He had been tested and humbled, but his resolve burned brighter than ever, a storm ready to be unleashed when the time came. When they reached the gates of Asgard, the gods were waiting. Frigga, her serene beauty unmarred by worry, stood at the forefront, her arms open in welcome. Odin, the All-Father, sat upon his throne, his one eye gleaming with wisdom and silent questions. The assembled gods, their faces a mix of relief and curiosity, awaited the tale of their journey. Thor and Loki approached the All-Father, bowing their heads in respect. Odin's voice, calm and commanding, filled the hall. "You have returned, my sons. What did you find in Utgard?" Thor stepped forward, his voice steady and proud. "We found trials beyond imagining, Father. They sought to humble us, to reveal our limits, and though they may have succeeded, they also showed us our strength. We faced the ocean, the Midgard serpent, and old age itself. And we endured." Odin nodded, his expression unreadable but his voice filled with approval. "You have done well, Thor. To know one's limits is not weakness, but wisdom. And you, Loki," he added, turning his gaze to the trickster. "What have you learned?" Loki met Odin's gaze, his smirk returning in full force. "I've learned that even the cleverest schemes can be outdone by those who think farther ahead. Utgard Loki is a worthy rival, but his games have only sharpened my own wit." The gods murmured among themselves, their admiration for Thor and Loki's resolve evident. As the All-Father raised his hand for silence, his voice carried the weight of prophecy. "The trials of Utgard are but a shadow of what is to come. The lessons you have learned will serve you well, for the end is always closer than it seems." Thor and Loki exchanged a glance, the unspoken bond of their brotherhood stronger than ever. They had faced the cunning of Utgard Loki, the mockery of the giants, and the trials of the unknown. And though they had been humbled, they had emerged stronger, their resolve unbroken. As the sun set over Asgard, its golden light bathing the realm in warmth, Thor stood atop the halls of Valhalla, Mjolnir in hand. The wind carried with it the whispers of storms yet to come, and Thor knew that whatever lay ahead, he would face it with the strength of a god and the wisdom hard won in the land of giants.